moon. Can't go to space. All that shit is just a TV show. You understand that? That shit is a television show.
Why can't we?
Because there's no way a vacuum can exist next to our air. You understand?
What do you?
You're
What do you
breathing.
What about the ozone layer?
What do you think?
The
is
ozone
outside of
layer.
this Earth?
I have no idea. I don't think there is an outside.
What's
is.
the ozone layer?
Gas. It's a graphic that they put in the newspaper.
No, I mean, what's outside of the Earth? You know,
I will answer.
How do you know there is an outside?
there is no outside.
How would you know if there was or if there wasn't? Is what I'm asking you. You're assuming that there is an outside to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like you can't.
You ever been
have
outside the Earth?
oxygen- You can't have oxygen in a vacuum. It will just like even if you blow like a plastic or a balloon in a vacuum, it will just deflate.
Yeah, well, this is the problem, right? How can you have air next to a vacuum without a boundary stopping the air from going into the low pressure?
Yeah.
Think about it. You got a tire. Tire has higher pressure than the outside air. You put a hole in it. All the air leaks out, right?
It goes up
Until it reaches equilibrium with the surrounding air. Now, we're supposedly a ball with air around it. Why doesn't all the air leak out until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum of space?
What about the satellites? Are they going outside of Earth, or
Are you
do they just
listening, bro?
float in the sky?
I'm telling you, satellites can't exist because the place they claim they are can't exist.
Wait, how do we get like satellite phones and like Starlink then if satellites don't exist?
Because there's no ball in the way blocking the radio signals.
Guys, why you say Earth is flat?
Oh god, it's like fucking Groundhog Day.
You
Fuck, bro.
you don't have to use that language.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
What
sorry.
What happened
I'm
if
sorry,
Earth's flat or
try to offend your sensibilities.
So what's the point of SpaceX? If,
we
you
don't
guys
that,
ever
that I feel.
What's the point of SpaceX? To make you guys drool over fiction.
like
Yeah, bang on.
SpaceX is a private company, and Elon Musk is like one of the richest people in the world. So why would he have a company?
Oh my god,
like that?
that must certainly be true.
Yeah,
Without
well, he's
SpaceX and
obviously
without
making profit.
NASA, not many people would believe in space. They have
just
to
out of
keep
curiosity,
this program
Space-
going to
SpaceX
breathe
is a
life
lot
into the
newer than
life.
NASA's been around for a long
just-
time.
just out of curiosity for that young fella that's Pope, either way. Which bit proves the globe? The fact that someone's rich or the fact that it's a private company?
No, like I wasn't actually talking about a globe. I was talking about.
We were.
Indigo said that satellites don't exist. Now,
So,
why would
let's-
SpaceX exist, launching satellites in the sky as a private company?
They're not
Doesn't make
private.
sense.
They're about
How
as
do we-
private
how
as
do
the
we have
Federal Reserve of the United States is
They are a
private.
private company. They're not
They're
listed
not
on the
okay. Elon
they're
Musk
not listed
testified.
on.
Okay, you just think that because they said that in the news. Elon Musk testified before Congress and said they have over 400 regulators that permanently bridge SpaceX in the government.
They
Okay,
have
he
government
testified to this.
contracts, but it's still a public company. Public companies can still work
They're
with the
not
government.
public.
and have
They're a
government-
private company. Are they
Yeah,
listed on the New
SpaceX
York
is a-
Stock Exchange?
like SpaceX is a private company. Yeah,
That's right. Can
That's
you
what
see
I
their
said.
books? Can you see their books?
no, you can't.
Okay, then. They're a closed
Private
company. You don't know what they're doing. You can't tell. But they do have government agencies straddling them. So they're not a private company like frickin' I started a lemonade shop down the street.
They are a private company in terms they got government contracts. So they do work with like NASA and stuff. Like they lend their rockets to government.
I seriously
agencies.
doubt anybody in this chat has any knowledge of the inner workings of SpaceX.
I'm sure they don't.
No,
To be
let's,
honest,
let's-
So Elon Musk's basically in government now. Yeah, he's well embedded and tied within the government. So
I
he's
wouldn't say
been
he is,
chosen.
actually.
Always been.
SpaceX has been chosen to take on NASA's work. Do you want to know my personal opinion why? Because people were starting to doubt NASA. Because
Is
there
this
is
an opinion or
actual
a fact or-
debunk. No, this is my opinion. Because,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why. Because there is countless hours of footage of NASA making mistakes, using green screens, using harnesses. The moon landings have been debunked by Globus since the 70s. There is a lot of distrust in NASA. So if NASA is the only source, just like if we only had one moon landing or one space rocket launch, people would question, okay,
That's
do
just
we
not
trust
the only
NASA?
source, though. Like a lot of other
But
countries.
it works
have,
well. It works
space
well if
programs.
we share this loadout and then we say, right, okay, let's get somebody else, somebody who the people trust, which is Elon Musk, to kind of front the now face of the space missions because people didn't trust NASA. It's not that hard to believe.
Countries like Russia, China, India, they have their own space programs as well. SpaceX is just a private space program, essentially.
That's true.
But also,
But
too, they...
Please
like,
think
with,
about it. Do you think everybody in
SpaceX-
China is going to believe everything America say? If America's the only one who's got any evidence or any experience of going to space, do you think every other country will trust America? No.
But with SpaceX, though, they literally got satellites going up in the sky, orbiting the planet to give us
And you know that
Starlink.
how? How do you know that?
Because
They said
I've got Starlink right
Well,
now.
Oh,
I can
great.
go camping out in the middle of fucking bumfuck
So,
nowhere and get like full blown like 300 megabytes per second Starlink
that's
internet. And the only
Yeah,
way you
that's
can
great.
do that is from satellites.
That's false.
That's orbiting the planet.
See, no, that's false. The longest radio
it's not
transmission. I'll tell you why it's false. Because the longest radio
Radio
transmission.
transmission, satellite transmission.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah. So the longest radio transmission ever recorded is 10,000 miles. It's Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia. There was no satellites. There's no repeater towers. There's none of that. You think it has to be a satellite because you think there's a giant ball in the way where the radio signals can't travel through. If there's no ball in the way, they can just say, hey, you can talk that far because of a satellite, but, because there's a ball in the way. But there's no ball in the way between you and the transmitter.
Yeah, but like satellites use like
Yeah.
high frequency microwave radio signals.
Okay, and it's like 2.6. What is it? X band? What frequency
So,
do
like,
they use? What wavelength?
Can you
So
guys
like,
hear me?
if I got my Starlink dish, I can go camping in the middle of bumfuck nowhere and still have
Yeah, you already said that.
250 megabytes per second.
Yeah,
Okay.
How come I
right.
can't
And I
get a
just
phone
told you why.
signal out where I can
Okay,
get
tell me what I told you.
a Wi-Fi signal? You
Tell
said
me
like
what
some
I
radio
told you.
transmission can like burst out 10,000 Ks. Okay, fair enough. But
No,
like,
10,000 miles.
miles. Okay,
16,000 K.
but does it get interrupted by mountains?
Say that again?
Does it get interrupted by mountains though? Those signals? Like, does it get
What do you
blocked?
mean mountains?
Yeah,
mean
physical
mountains?
obstruction will block a signal.
Yeah, like physical mountains and stuff can block the signal.
correct, inclusive of your Starlink. So don't get too excited, boy George.
Well, Starlink's in the air, so nothing can block it going down if it's up in the sky.
So you got 100% uptime? Is that what you're telling us?
If you're up in the
Yeah,
mountains,
You
Starlink
got
does not
100%
work. My
uptime.
parents
Now,
have
this is a
it.
new one, bro.
No, it does work. I've actually
No, I've
kept
done-
my country. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
kept
you
my
have 100%
country and it
uptime?
works. Yep,
Yeah,
100%.
great.
But
100%
what I'm saying
uptime.
is someone else
This
said
dude
that there's
just
no
claimed
such thing as satellite.
100%
Hey,
up-
hey,
Yo,
India,
liars,
India, you're going to
bro.
enjoy this. India,
Bro,
you'll enjoy
I've
this
worked
bit.
in IT for 30 years. Okay?
So India said,
Clyde, don't overtalk me. I've seen and read
no, taught me though.
probably 500 service level agreements. Starlink doesn't even have a service level agreement. Do you know what a service level agreement is? It tells you their guarantee of your uptime. Starlink says we're not guaranteeing any level of service. Any. Your Starlink can go out and there's nothing you can do. It's up to them if they even want to refund you the money. So don't claim 100% uptime. That's horseshit. Nobody in IT would ever fucking claim 100% uptime. Wire doesn't have 100% uptime. Don't say dumb shit, bro.
Why do you guys?
This is the thing. Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy that asked why would they lie? Why did this guy lie? Why did this guy lie and say he had 100% uptime on Starlink?
Yeah.
I was the one.
Dude, he doesn't even have 100% uptime on the device itself. Okay, without any connection. Dude, there's a whole there's a whole segment of the Indian economy dedicated to technical support because nothing has 100% uptime. It's freaking ridiculous to even say such a thing. Reboot your router. Remember why you're rebooting, bro? Is that uptime? Is it uptime when you're rebooting your modem or your router or your computer? Is that uptime? Come on, man.
I want to know why I lied.
Why is there not a room called Earth is round? It's like you're desperate to prove that Earth is flat.
It's already proven. You're probably proving it yourself.
We can like have the same argument in this channel. We don't need a desperate channel. If you have the argument that the Earth is round and flat, you can still have an argument here.
Like, this is the thing I find ironic is that you guys are against testing it yourself. You guys are like, no, I'd rather just trust these other people, even though the test it is so simple. It's super simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. You rather trust other people, even though not less than 5 minutes ago, someone blatantly lied. So you're going to trust other people, even though they blatantly lie to your face and make claims that are obviously untrue. I'd rather trust myself.
Actually, two people. One said unanimity of scholars, which is 100%, which is silly.
Wow.
Bro, like, what? People don't agree on jack shit, man. Like, we got 100% uptime with frickin', electronic equipment made of unobtainium.
Is that Australian dude still here, or was he bolted?
No, he's like a salesman. Maybe he's like a salesman for Starlink or something.
Maybe.
Dude, like if you hired him as a Starlink salesman and he tried to sell it, hold on a second. If he tried to sell Starlink and then like he went and he was like, we have 100% uptime, he'd be fired.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you when you're not talking through people,
that's good. So just wanted to say that, but isn't it crazy that we have lots of work done on fiber and a lot of work done in other cabling networks and everything, and we're saying that with satellite doesn't exist? I don't think that makes sense. But you said, yeah, we do have a lots of frequencies, and then it has with various difference of radio frequencies and various systems of antennas, we can reach a lot of places. But we can't reach some places at all. It's impossible. But satellite makes it easy.
Really?
Wow.
Impossible, huh?
I mean, no one's going to deny things in the sky, dude, but you're invoking something that rotates around a sphere in a vacuum. That's the problem.
Well, look, we do have the orbit system, right? There where the gravity eases.
Okay, what is an orbit?
Gravity eases.
What is an orbit?
They don't use gravity in orbital mechanics, buddy. They don't use gravity in orbital mechanics, buddy. It's a kinematic model. It's not a dynamic model.
Anything you want to say, you just don't. You just listen.
Okay,
you talk about over everyone. No. You
I'll
talk
post it if you want.
over everyone. That's a horseshit yours, man. Look,
Still
you
waiting
just
to figure
listen
out
as
what an
well.
orbit
Just
is.
see, you talked. I've been listening like 20 minutes now, and you just try to make yourself prove. Like you
Are you
saying
going to
there's
tell me what an orbit is? Then?
Okay, are you almost done with your
billions
meta
of dollars
commentary?
are being spent on something that doesn't exist. You saying
Yeah.
Still
that we
trying to
don't?
figure out what an orbit is.
NASA being doing, man. Look, there's a lots of work being
What is
done,
an
but
orbit, dude?
it's not a. It's
So
not a
I've asked you
something like
5
a
or
very
6
simple
times, and
thing.
you
Oh,
keep talking to
because I
avoid the
don't believe
question.
it, and then because I don't.
It's really
God
weird.
Less
damn,
yap
dude.
yap, more whack whack. Answer the
Start
question as
asking-
if, or stay on mute.
Dude, that's so funny. Let me get up on my soapbox and blah blah blah. But dude, get off your soapbox. We're having a conversation. It isn't you narrating about how you believe it really, really
Bro,
hard.
look,
I believe it.
I don't. I'm not looking at what your profile or
So,
anything at the
so
moment,
let me. I
but I
know
can see there's a one person among you
you're gonna
guys.
get muted
Or just
again, bro. You're gonna get muted again. Okay, settle down. Okay, let's go back to the original point about radio communication. So before satellites existed, people talked to each other, right? Through radio waves, right? Is he muted or something?
I'm telling to everyone else like everything is horseshit. Come on, man.
Asif, listen, you could learn a lot from these two. Okay, these two are willing to sit here and teach you things that you're getting wrong. When you talk about orbit systems and gravity, you have no idea what you're talking about in relation to satellites and circumnavigation. So if you just be quiet for just a minute, you could learn something.
See, a
So
lot
go
of
ahead.
people think
This
that
person who was that person talking?
those roots.
Don't worry. Why don't you just listen to what the guys are trying to tell you? They're actually willing to help you here. You could learn something. So just mute up for a minute, listen to what they say, then respond.
Okay, yeah, you threw a lot of shit against the wall. I'll just go through them one by one, okay? You have all these issues. I'll address them one by one, okay? Or you already made up your mind and there's nothing we can say, or
I
we're
have
just
been
wasting our
listening
time on
as
you.
well. But you cannot
I guess we're wasting our
stop
time.
the debate by saying that it's a horseshit or anything.
No, we're not.
You can't
Sorry.
debate on
Excuse
anything.
me. Excuse me. We're not just sitting here saying that's bullshit and hand wave dismissing everything. Injo has literally just said we'll go through everything one by one. That's not saying it's bullshit. That's not hand waving dismissing it away. You understand, right? We're trying to explain to you the points along the argument.
For the debate, not for a lesson.
It's not a debate, sir. It's not a debate. Your position is wrong. You've said some things that are just don't even make sense, like orbit systems and things like that. If you just hear Indio and Jedi out for a couple of minutes, and then if you've got any issues with what they've said, you can have the floor and respond to them. But don't bother with the meta
I
stuff.
have listened to two other guys who say that, oh, satellite doesn't work. Oh, what do you mean by satellite
No one
doesn't
said that.
work?
Oh,
NASA doesn't
interesting.
do any shit.
Interesting. We're trying to tell
Okay.
you. We're trying to
Listen
tell
up.
you. But we've been
Okay,
here
why
for
did
5
we
minutes listening to
say
you ramble.
why did we say satellites are impossible? What was the reason?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
was
weren't paying
asking
attention to that
I was-
part. You
I
just
was-
got
I was
triggered by,
asking-
oh my god, satellites are impossible. Oh. You that emotionally invested in that, buddy?
No, I was asking Indio like.
You a satellite
Oh,
engineer
not
or something?
you.
So it's very simple. We have radio communication before they even said satellites exist that are way farther than what should be possible on a globe. And I'll give you examples. So when Admiral Byrd went to quote unquote what they call Little America, he talked. He had a weekly radio program that was broadcast live in America when he was in Antarctica. It's 9,600 miles. Okay, this is in 1933. In 1918, Marconi set up a system where the UK government talked to the Australian government. It's 10,000 miles, right? Then you have a radio communication across the Atlantic. And then you have a radio communication when JFK got shot and killed, right? Where they radioed the airplane of the Secretary of State who was in between Hawaii and Japan and told them to turn around the frickin' airplane. All of this happened before satellites. Okay, we're not just hand wave dismissing it and say we don't like satellites. Okay, so back to the orbital. A lot of people think that they use forces and gravity and masses to predict the orbits of satellites. Okay, now satellites can't exist, but even if they did exist, this is not how they predict their orbits. They use what's called a kinematic model where they just use acceleration and time. That's all they use in position. Acceleration, time, position. They don't use forces like the gravity's pulling it here and this is the mass of the freaking spacecraft. They don't use any of that crap. People just think that's how they do it, but that's not how they actually do it. You can verify this on NASA's own website. And as far as they spend a bunch of money, there's no way they're just doing it for nothing. Dude, they during the United States Great Depression, okay, the United States built all these roads. They were called, this was called a government make work program. They didn't want a bunch of unemployed people storming the White House with their, pitchforks and torches. Okay, so they said, we're going to employ them and we're going to build roads. We don't need roads, but we're going to just build them anywhere. And hundreds of thousands of people built these roads to nowhere. They literally went nowhere. They're just building roads, just going everywhere, but actually going nowhere. So there's precedent for the government doing this, what's called a government make work project, where they just keep people employed by doing some activity, but that activity is pointless. Is there anything else?
Well, you are right about the expenditure of the government. None of them, majority of them, I would say, make sense. But sometimes a country is known by their own roads. But you saying that a lot of different things about NASA and these things. Look, there are billions being wasted, and we all know about it.
Yeah, but it's not their money; it's your money. So this is the problem.
It's our
You should
money.
be angry. Yeah, that's right. You should be mad that they're wasting your money to show you cartoons.
Yes, but when I'm going to camping, I would need that road as well. And also, I'm also against of social, what would say, social, or what's the free money that governments pays the taxpayers' money to others. I'm against it. Why?
Okay, that's interesting.
We can use that main power or that human power, I would say, to build those roads. I think that will be a bit better for those people than just giving them free money. But there are documentaries I have watched that just giving money is much easier for a lot of governments than just making them work. And also NASA shit, man, I am against a lot of things, but that's why we have like a lot of innovations. Like let's say laptop, like I'm using an Alienware. Like let's say how good this is to play game, and see the Nvidia. I watched that. They have a new graphic systems. This is something that is just by
They're
wisdom.
not based on the shape of the earth.
This is
Congratulations.
interesting social commentary, but we don't really care. That's not the topic of this room.
Bored as fuck.
Yeah,
What's
are
this
those
got
roads
to do
being
with
projects
satellites orbiting a sphere?
Yeah.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way, buddy. So we have a person, and they're saying we do a thing, and that thing violates natural law. Okay? Who do you believe? The natural law or the person?
Wait,
Natural,
if satellites aren't real,
yeah,
is
the laws of
International
nature, right?
Space Station real?
Yeah, it's
is
real
real.
in the
That's
sense
what
of
I'm
in
thinking.
your
That's what I
imagination.
believe. That's what I believe. The satellites are real. That's the
No,
benefit.
you're not addressing what again has been said.
Do you believe that natural law, like the laws of nature, are it's impossible to violate them?
It is impossible. Yeah, like I
So
can stop myself within using.
A simple yes or no would have suffices. Okay.
But no. It's not. You can't dictate my answer, my friend.
Sorry,
okay?
It was
It's a
a yes or no
close-ended
question.
question.
Go ahead, Jedi. You can cover this.
No, he's just annoying me. It was a close-ended question which requires just a yes or no answer to affirm or deny that you understand. That's all it was. It's very simple. So natural laws can't be violated. You agree. Now, if a man tells you that he violates them, would you believe that man?
Yeah, the natural laws always can be violated. We can fly nowadays, can't we, my friend?
No. Let me give you an example of a natural law. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Now, can that be violated? It's a law of nature, and by definition, happens always without exception in all space and time in open and closed systems. When a system is open, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment as per the law of nature. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I do agree with this.
Cool. So if a man tells you he can violate that, do you believe him?
Only if he can shows me the ways that he can violate it.
Yeah, good man. If he was to claim that this law of nature could be violated, he'd have to demonstrate how it was violated, right?
Correct.
Good stuff. Now, the Earth is an open system with gas pressure within an available vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, in a thermodynamically open system, the matter will escape, the gas will expand into the vacuum. Now, if a man says that he's been to a rocket through an open system where gas pressure exists to a moon within a vacuum, you would understand that that violates the law of nature. Do you believe him without demonstration of the cause of gas pressure without a container?
That's true. Yes, I can believe that.
Okay,
I can believe that they can't do it without a proper equipment, and then they can't do that. What you're saying is correct.
Good. So, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay. See,
neither does anybody else.
Does the Earth have a container around it causing gas pressure and stopping the free expansion of gas into the available volume?
I think yes, as we have a lot of oxygens, which is not above, and there's all different sorts of molecules, atoms, and these things, they can't expand. They can't disappear because without it, we can't be anything.
Exactly. So there must be a physical barrier around the Earth causing gas pressure. Now, in your heliocentric model, is there a physical barrier stopping rockets to the moon, for example?
I am not sure about this.
In the heliocentric idea, the Earth is an open system and people have been to the moon, so much so that they've gone to Mars, sent remote controlled cars and satellites through an asteroid field to go and take pictures of Jupiter and Saturn. So the Earth is an open system. This declaration is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have a thermodynamically open, pressurized system.
As you argue on this, yes, correct. But I'm not sure with the second law you're saying that, but the person who says that, oh, we went there. But we do believe that a lot. I'm not arguing that how I can prove it, but we do believe that the satellite exists. There are a lot of...
Sorry, you said a key word. You don't know how to prove it. But you said earlier that you would have to demonstrate. You would have to prove, show me how the law is violated. You're saying that you can't. Do you think that they can?
Well, I haven't... Well, yeah, if they have been there, they have to prove that. But have I went and learned about it? No.
Right, this is where you need to stop and learn about the subject then. Because the idea that you have satellites in a vacuum space where the Earth is an open system is in direct contradiction to the second law of thermodynamics. The Earth can't be an open system if it is pressurized.
Understand what he's saying. It's like having a tire, right? The tire is a closed system. Then when you punch a hole in the tire, it becomes an open system and all the air leaks out. Right?
You're
So
right
what they're
about
saying
it, but
is, yeah. And what they're saying is the Earth, which has air pressure, because you're breathing right now, right? That somehow that is not leaking out into the vacuum, and that they're flying around in it, the place where it's not leaking out into. That is a violation of natural law. And if someone says that they can do that, they need to actually demonstrate that that's possible. I'm not going to just believe it because they showed me a bunch of pretty pictures.
you're right. But we did had a lot of things coming from space hit into the ground.
Goes right
into
back to the
Earth, right?
Did you literally just respawn right before our eyes? What happened?
He's correct. He says Indian says, yeah, there's a tire or something.
Why do you automatically
There's
believe it?
something going on.
Don't we
It
deal with
should
that?
be.
You just automatically believe their story first, and then you make them, they don't even have to prove their claim. Shouldn't you be a little skeptical, maybe?
I can be a little spectacle, but
You said
since we have,
you said you will believe. You said you will believe the natural law, not the people who are violating natural law.
yeah, let's say natural law. If I'm falling down, like let's say from a higher
No, they are speaking, man.
ground
In this
to lower ground, let's go that if you do not interrupt me, I do approve your point on the natural law, but I will also say that if I'm going to fall from a higher space to a lower ground, the gravity will pull me down and I would hit and smash. I will be gone. But with some sort of equipment, I'm not smashing. Let's give a good example of that. Airplane, right? No, you saying that that's the natural law has breached.
No, sorry,
There's no
no,
existence of
that isn't
natural
a
law.
natural-
There's a proof.
Sorry.
That's a proof
Excuse me.
that we
Excuse me. Excuse
able
me.
to Jedi.
Excuse me.
Jedi.
You
Jedi.
keep saying this. I'm going to
Jedi.
address what you've said. You don't want me to address what you've said. You want a soapbox.
No.
You want a
I want
grandstand.
you to listen.
I am.
You to listen.
I want to challenge what you've said.
No, you're not. You have not
Oh,
listened.
for fuck's sake. All right, carry on talking. Get it out. I'll put a pin in this and come back to the natural law of gravity. Idiot.
You are the idiot, and you have to listen.
Sorry, do all things go down?
As if people are allowed to challenge.
No. Do all things go down as if?
Yes, but do
Okay, does
everything
gas?
twice. Yes.
Excuse me. You said yes. Close-ended question. Remember? Yes. Okay. What about gas? Which way does gas go?
It's in an open space. It can go.
Yeah, gas moves in all directions, doesn't it? Isn't gas a state of matter?
It is.
Okay, but you said all. Hold on. You said all states of matter accelerate to the floor. Gas doesn't. Actually, gas comes out of the floor. It goes up, fills the available space, doesn't it?
Well, that's true.
Yes, thank you. So your law of gravity doesn't apply to all things. Not all things accelerate to the floor. Do
Everything that they have the level of the heaviness they do. I'm not going to talk about.
It's got a level of heaviness
I'm not a
within his
physician
gas.
here. I'm not a person. I'm not a. But you're just trying to being a very argument. And
yeah, I'm disagreeing with what you say. Sorry.
You do. I am disagreeing with you say, but you.
Why?
You're
Do all
trying
things
to
go
make
down?
your point by.
Do all things go down?
Argumentative.
Do all things go down.
True, everything goes
No,
down.
it's a
That's
question.
heavy,
So you
heavy
think all
things.
things go
Yeah.
down? What about gas?
Yes.
Are we going to go
There's
around
a-
in a circle again?
Yeah, we can go always in the circle. I'm not going to back down, mate.
Why,
And
brother?
yes, there are
How about
certain
this? How about
things
this? How about
such
this,
as
buddy? How about this? How about this?
such as gas does not
Yeah,
go
okay.
down,
How about
but
this?
it does go up
Okay.
and it come back. But there's a
It
different
comes back, does it?
physics and molecules,
So, excuse
chemical
me.
things
Excuse me.
happens, right?
Excuse me. It comes back, does it? How does gas come back?
It comes back through rain, through a
No.
different.
We're talking about gas. It's now coming back as water. We're just going to be talking about gas. We understand gas expands into space. It has physical collisions with other gas molecules, which get less rapid as the expansion increases. Now, you're telling me that the gas comes back. I'm asking you why. Why does it come back when it's expanding?
There are how many types of gas you're talking about? Do you think we
types
have
of
one?
gas.
All atoms joins with other
All
atoms.
types
There
of
are
gas.
some.
You're telling
All
me
types
that
of-
it comes back.
He's not even
I want
listening
you
to
to
you,
tell
man.
me why.
Yeah, that's true, Indiana.
Yeah.
He's got
So go on
a
mute, dude,
child's
if you're not gonna
understanding of
listen.
the world.
Well, what about clouds? Clouds are liquid water. You know that, right? Why don't they fall to the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, why
They
don't they
don't?
fall to the ground? Yeah, they don't. Why?
There's in a form of gas, and then they
No,
don't
they're not
have
gas.
heaviness
Clouds are
to
not.
come
Hold
down.
on, clouds are not gas. Clouds are not gas. Clouds are liquid water.
But how come liquid water comes down and then cloud doesn't? You're saying that they haven't got that physical and the chemical expansion yet, and that's why they're not water, mate.
They are
They
water.
have to
You
be
can just look it
water.
up on
They
Google
are
that
not
clouds are
water.
water. They're water droplets
They
nucleated
become water.
Okay,
They
no,
become.
they are water.
They become
Clouds
water. They
are
become water later.
Bro, you can say it all you want. Clouds are liquid
You can say
water.
whatever.
You can look up on Google or wherever you want. Clouds are liquid water. Little teeny particles of water nucleated on dust.
And they
don't
merge,
fall.
and then they become. They merge.
Oh, and then they become because they weren't in the first instance. Is that you conceding that
true.
they've changed state?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
What
not
the
a water.
fuck, dude?
Dude, your head must be wet because your head's in the clouds right now, dude.
I think, yeah. Tequila is making its own way.
No, this is becoming egotistical on your behalf. You're not going to back down because you're going to feel humiliated and embarrassed. We're not trying to do that to you. We're just trying to explain simple things. And when you talk for him, it's an emotional response. It's supposed to be a man. You can deal with being criticized, right?
I believe that your voice is increasing, which is sign of anger and emotion.
Yeah, frustration with people who clearly don't understand. Yes.
That means a weakness.
No, it's frustration.
Which is a sign of weakness.
We could be frustrated
I really
at your
couldn't
mental
give a shit
weakness.
in your psychological bullshit right now. I'm more interested in the subject on the table. I really would like you to stop responding emotionally.
I'm not
stop
emotionally responding, my friend.
Start trying to understand. Stop being defensive.
I can be defensive if you're behaving in
Does gas
such a
expand
manner.
into vacuums?
You can keep discussing that, and if I oppose, I will talk.
He's not listening, doesn't want to answer. He just wants to troll.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is where we stop engaging with you. There seems to be no point.
Alrighty, I'm sure there's quite a few others that would happily like to ask questions. Gowrie, Ayora Tata, Ironic, Cabal, Peter. You better not be the Peter I think you are. Soha. Walter Black. Ooh. And YM56. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Just like we're in the freaking movie Idiocracy, I swear to God.
Oh, yeah.
Gets more and more like it every day.
Yeah. Like Adam Unsalted just said it correctly in the side chat. Low IQ plus large ego.
Mm. Yeah.
And by the way, the title of the event that we're running right now is Are You Brainwashed? And I think
Are you part of a collective delusion?
Better change the room name too.
There's a quick point on that before I go back to doing my job, which I probably need to get back to soon. When people say, well, why would NASA do this? Why would NASA do that? Why would they create this? Why would Elon Musk say that? And I'm just listening, thinking, you are why they do this. Exactly you right now in this moment, making the points you're making. Not you as in the hosts, of course. And they just don't see the irony of it. Well, why would they do why would they go to all this effort? It's like you right now. Oh, why they go to all this effort?
you are the answer. Look in the mirror, my friend.
You got the answer to your own question.
This was my original event title in the side chat there. Mass formation psychosis. So you a victim, but then I kind of thought that might just confuse them. So I just changed it to Are You Brainwashed?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand. I don't want to confuse the brainwashed people. So just ask them simply.
Exactly. And then I got that picture of all the little kids like staring at the globe in the classroom, the black and white picture. It's creepy.
Ooh, yeah, that is.
Imagine being back then when all these kids have been sent off to school, as all good parents would send their kids to school if they could afford to do so, and having your kids come home. You were taught one particular thing, and then they're coming home with this other BS jammed down their neck, and here they are. What did you do at school today, little Johnny? We learnt the Earth was a globe. And there'd be stone cold silence for the next 10 minutes as both parents sitting there wondering, what the hell this kid's talking about?
Yeah, and it was strict back then. If they said to their teacher, like, against that, they probably get whacked with a freaking cane.
It's no less strict now, because I'll be very careful not to break TOS. I know there's certain topics that are very sensitive, but I've got kids in school and they come home and they say, "Oh, Mr. Goats," because that's what they call me. Guess what we learned today? And they tell me what they learned today, and it is absolute madness. It sounds like the kind of thing, anyone who's from the UK will know the Daily Mail. It sounds like made up Daily Mail bait. But it's 100% true, and they're teaching them this absolute nonsense. And then I'm the person having to say, well, actually, that's not true. And then the wife goes mad at me. Keep your opinions to yourself. And I think, well, the teachers don't. So why should I? But then that strictness in terms of the threat of physical violence, that's not there. But if they go into school and they say, oh, well, my dad says what you said isn't actually true, and this is true instead, they'd literally be faced with expulsion for challenging the religion, for challenging the modern day narrative
Ideologies,
that's being forced. Yeah, absolutely. They challenge that narrative, even if they say respectfully. You know, my dad tells me, be respectful to everybody. However, they ask, you know, I don't believe that myself. I think that is incorrect. Respectfully, they'd still be expelled.
Hey, Peter in the chat just mentioned something that's absolutely germane to this. So they're not only taught how smart they are for being in school, for learning these things, but they're taught how dumb flat earthers are. So when they engage us on a topic, they immediately think, I'm smarter than this flat earther. And if I don't understand something, then this flat earther definitely doesn't understand something. So like the guy that was talking to Indio and Jedi earlier, he doesn't understand anything about, basic laws of nature. But because he believes he's smarter than flat earthers, then he assumes that there's no way a flat earther can possibly understand the laws of nature, because he can't understand the laws of nature. He believes himself to be smart.
Ignorance is a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a child in any school in any country who wasn't taught Christopher Columbus was laughed at. But, oh, you'll sail off the edge of the world. Every child in any school in any country was taught that story. But what they weren't then taught later in life is that it was made up. Nobody was suggesting Christopher Columbus might sail off the edge of the world. When you look at the ancient maps from when they all thought the Earth was flat and all the ancient civilizations did, by the way, you're welcome to go and have a look if you haven't yet. Not one of them depicted some kind of edge, unwary salesman, salesperson. Doesn't matter. Sailor, we'll go with that. Might fall off the edge into oblivion. But everybody at school, every child they get taught that same story, and it's just made up. It's not true. The reason they laughed at him, and they did, to be fair, is because they said you'll run out of food before you hit any kind of land. That's what it got ridiculed for. But this idea that, Christopher Columbus, he's going to sail off the edge of the world, don't you know? It's made up. It's completely made up. It never happened. I was in primary school when I was taught that. DJ, how much of a mopping did Drake get at chess? What have you done to this man?
Oh, he didn't stand a chance. I could have played blindfolded and still beat him easily.
It's just the difference before and after the game.
Well, I don't know. I'm like 1800 rated, and he's probably like a 400. If you know chess ratings.
Yeah, I do.
But yeah, he was all confident before the game.
Hello?
Hello.
I was
Hi there.
wondering what it was so silent.
Yeah, so we're asking
so-
people. Yep, go ahead.
So the event just ended. Like, are you doing the live stream or not?
Yeah, we got 2 live streams running, and the event has only just begun. Do you have any questions? Have you looked into the topic before? Are you there? So, Drake, I'm guessing that you're listening on the YouTube stream, maybe. But yeah, jump in. Let's talk about the topic. Let's see if your knowledge about the Earth is better than your knowledge of chess. Gallery with the troll profile picture. Asif's playing video games. Oh, chess in the park, actually.
I have to give you a game one day, DJ. I suck, but be worth it.
Yeah, you should join. We got a flat Earth chess server. We're going to make a team and everything on Lichess. Well, it's already made. Flat Pawn is really good at chess. He made a nice little server. So yeah, you should come over. And
my only issue is the name Matrix. Believe it or not, there's only years ago there used to only be 2 people that used to use it. Myself and a Canadian chess player, and he's actually really freaking good, just quietly. But yeah, he actually started using the name probably about 5 years after me. So if I start playing chess, maybe some suckers might believe I'm the wrong person.
Drake, you are asking me a question. If you are good in math, in a chess, you must be good in geometry also.
I don't think
What's
so.
maths and chess?
I don't know, but I'm saying if you're good in chess, you could be good also in geometry.
How so? What's the link?
You predict the moves, you know, you predict something. Maybe Earth will breathe, or maybe Earth will show that kind of sphericity, some kind of that stuff. And then you play with that, you know, with the numbers. You move the queen, you put the queen on the 30 centimeter height, and then you observe the distance.
Chess is great
And
for like
The
learning
queen can only
strategic.
move 8 squares.
Chess is great for learning strategic thinking patterns and that kind of thing. It's great for like enhancing your memory and learning to think in advance and to try to predict things, right? And you can relate it to things outside of chess as well. It's beneficial, but it's not like if you could be an idiot and be really good at chess. You might, you might be an idiot with a really good memory and you can memorize all the lines and be really good at chess and then be a total moron. But generally not. Generally not.
yeah, generally they are mathematicians, good mathematicians.
Yeah, like most chess master, you're not going to get a dumb chess master. That's for sure. But yeah, it's very similar to jiu-jitsu.
What's your chess elo?
Well, I was like 1900 last week in Bullet, and I had a bad week, and I'm down to like around 1800.
Hey, DJ.
Yo.
What's going on, man? What's going on, panel?
Not much.
So,
I'm about to get to work.
Oh yeah, me too. No, I was laughing. I got tagged in a message overnight because I muted Twanger, or I banned him for like an hour just so he'd go do something else. Because he hopped in the VC last night and was just being Twanger, you know. I just can't stand that he came over from politics just to follow us over here and just try and start trouble. You know what I mean? Wasn't even discussing the server topic. It was just meta about Jin talking a lot or something. So yeah, I just muted
Yeah.
him because I'm like, dude, I don't want to do this.
Yeah, Twonga's a clown.
Yeah, I was just half tempted to just permaban him from this room because I don't even want him over here in the hub.
Yeah, just do it.
Just go over
Twonga
to
should be Twonga should be was happy that you got him instead of someone else.
I didn't even say that. He's like, I'm just getting mod abused. It's like you're not even discussing the topic. You're sitting here telling Jen, you talk a lot, and they're trying to excite a reaction out of somebody. It's kind of like, well, if you're not here to discuss the topic, you're here to try and attack people's character. It's like, get out of here. What are you even doing here?
Oh, there we go.
Aren't you
Done.
trolling him? There you go.
Oh shit, that's great.
Yeah, he's like,
Oh,
I'm going to report you to the owner. He said, I'm going to report you to the owner of the server. I was like, go ahead. I'm like, please. Go ahead and tell Vivek.
The owner's a flat earther as well.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, tell him. Yeah, I love that meme. That meme with Twanger in it, dude. That one's pretty gold. I think it was Jenna who made that one for him, right? That was a good one. Yeah, but I'm about to start a real fun work day. By fun, I mean not fun. So, y'all have a great rest of your day, or good start to your day, or whatever. wherever you're at.
I'm about to go to bed. And on that note, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you all a good day and peace. Have a good one. See you guys.
Catch you later, mate.
You well, brother.
Any of you's got some Bitcoin or ETH?
There's one guy in here who's not in here at the moment that's right into crypto, who kills it. But yeah, I got into crypto right when Bitcoin used to be at 69,000 or something, and then as soon as I bought like $3,000 worth of like different coins, and then there was just this massive crash, and I lost a stack of cash. Then it just turned me off crypto. So should have held it all.
I've been in it since 2016 when Bitcoin was under $1,000. Done all right.
Damn, nice, man.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah. we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Space is fake and gay.
Does anybody here have any questions about the flat Earth? Why we know the Earth isn't curving? Anybody?
Nice.
Gotcha, bitch!
technically, you can't just go down there and just start doing scientific research, quote unquote, because that requires a special permit.
I don't imagine that they're going to expect a permit to look at the sun.
Literally for the past couple of years, it's been hard. It's been really hard. I cried.
So what happened? That dude spurred out?
Probably.
You try to land on the sun again?
I think he just went silent.
Oh, must have. Yeah, so I guess the answer is yes. He just like went up in flames and lost radio communication.
Oh man, it's been so busy in this server the last couple of days, but the level of arguments from the Globe side have been absolutely hilarious. Hilariously bad.
Endless comedy.
It is, yeah.
It's actually your fault, dude. You know that, right? That it's been so busy. Not the bad argument. Because I wake up in the morning and I look in the lobby and I see a post from you about an event. So it's your fault.
Yeah. Yeah, the one the moon landing hoax event yesterday brought in a lot of people. Today's one is, are you brainwashed? I made it mass formation psychosis. Are you a victim? But then I figured that might be a bit much for the English learners to comprehend.
Yeah. Most English speakers don't know what that means.
Exactly.
I mean, when they come in, they to answer like we don't even need an answer. Just talk. We'll figure it out.
I found the event with the horizon, the question, what causes the horizon, I found it more interesting. Especially with that guy who gave us the real cause of the horizon when he said that it is due to the limitation of your optics, your eyes. And then he tried to flip side to say that, it is due to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all know if you want to see Olympic level mental gymnastics, just ask them about the horizon.
You should have put the question as, are you being brainwashed? Are you being brainwashed? I think would have been better. Yeah.
I love it when they bring up the horizon, boats over the horizon. As soon as they bring that up, it's like,
Yeah. Here we go again. And then India spurts out. It's like Groundhog Day again. That was funny earlier on. That was good.
it is like that, right? Sometimes you'll spend 2 hours just explaining all the basics and going over everything, and that person will pop out, and then another one will pop in and just ask the exact question that the last guy answered, and you know that every follow-up question is going to be the exact same question, so you're going to have to repeat the same answers all over again. And sometimes I just can't be bothered. I'm just like, yeah, bye.
Yeah, it's the globe. Goodbye.
Well, it bothers me. A lot of the times they're listening the entire time. They're in the chat the entire time you go through the first explanation.
Yeah, that happens a lot with the Indians. That I've noticed that you're explaining it to one, and then as soon as you finish, the same next guy asks the exact same question straight away.
I mean, they also, like, you're in the discussion with them, and they're like in this semi-catatonic state where you're talking to them, but they're not even. It's not that they're not like listening. I think they hear every word you're saying. It's just like they're not letting it penetrate into their thoughts, right? It's like they're blocking it out.
Yeah, they don't process. They don't process the information that you give them, and sometimes you will notice they don't process the information they are telling you too. Till the moment that you try to break down what that stupid sentence that they said, and they realize that it was clearly stupid to think that and say it.
Me and Jin were talking about this 2 days ago. That they'll do all sorts of mental gymnastics and put an extreme effort to defend something like the horizon, right?
Yeah.
And do all sorts of explanations. But then they'll come in and say, oh, why can't I see Spain from New York?
Yeah.
Like they didn't think about it for even 2 seconds.
At all.
How they wouldn't be able to see Spain from New York. Not even like 2 seconds.
Yeah, when you think about it, you wouldn't say that at all because it's stupid to say it. So
it's like you can't even see the end of your street. You think you can see Spain from New York? Like, are you okay? Like,
like the objects wouldn't get smaller and smaller, but with distance, their angular size will get unresolvable for your eyes or any type of optics that you are using. And also,
but not just that, like the opacity of the air, right?
Yeah, I was about to say.
You think you can see 3,000 miles of air? Like,
yeah, and all that weather. They forget about the weather that's going to be in there. Wow.
Oh yeah, like how many thunderstorms are in your line of sight at 3,000 miles?
You know,
if you can do that, just take that type of binoculars that you use to see something that is thousands of kilometers away from you, just to see the bottom of the ocean. It works the same. That shit that you use to see through that humidity and that opaque air that is accumulated in distance, you would see the bottom of the ocean too.
Yeah. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, and it's too short distance. It's just what how far is the bottom of the ocean? Is just like 2 times Mount Everest or 3 times like that. So it's so much shorter distance than those thousands of miles through that mist, dust, humidity, small particles of water in the air.
Well, yeah, it's like they don't even think about their own experience of the world, right? So say you're on a boat on a lake, crystal clear water. If you can see 30 feet deep, you'd be like, oh my God, I can see 30 feet deep. That isn't even that far, right? No, it's just absurd. Like they know the answer, but they just, like I said, they don't think about it.
I think 2 nights ago, I was smoking a joint on the roof of the house, and I was looking to the distant houses and buildings. So when you look at the lights of houses or street lights that are in distance during the night, you will see those lights like they are underwater. You will see them blinking and waving like if they are underwater. Try to do that. They are not underwater in reality, but they are in the middle of humidity and small particles of water that are distributed in the air that we breathe. So that thing will accumulate more if that thing is farther distance, or you won't be able to see it at all because of attenuation of light, inverse square law of light too.
I mean, the main thing that happens is the air just straight absorbs the light, just absorbs it. The energy from the photon or wave or whatever way you want to characterize it, it just gets absorbed by the air. It interacts with the air molecules and just gets absorbed. That's why it isn't like, negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit everywhere.
Yeah, like what happened when you are looking at the sun through a cloud. That cloud is not something that is really opaque. It's just particles of water. It's vapor. It's just vapor. It blocks the sun. Fogs blocks the car in your way. There is no fog, you would be able to see that car. But because the humidity of the air is accumulated so much around you at the surface, it's called fog. And you won't be able to see that car in distance anymore till it's
exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you got the lights.
You ever notice a weird thing about fog, where your headlights actually go through the fog and then reflect back to you?
Yes, I've had that many a time on a motorbike. Yeah, that's frightening, that is, because then you can't see ahead of you. Yeah, because it's so dense, the fog. The visibility has been reduced to practically zero there. Yeah, I've had that lots of times.
And when it's not foggy anymore, when the fog dissipates, it doesn't disappear at all. It doesn't disappear completely. We call it fog because we see that accumulation and it starts to be like a little bit opaque to be able to see it. But when it's not foggy, you don't think that those small particles of water vapor are not around you anymore. No, they are just dissipating. They are taking more distance. They are less dense than when it's foggy, but it's still there. So you will have to, it will accumulate with the distance. The more the object is farther from you, so it will start to fade in distance till it's not visible at all.
The other thing that makes me laugh is that they're so just like that. As sure as you can get a taxi to get to a destination. That's what I mean, yeah? That's how much they believe you can go to space. The way they deliver that one. Well, you can just get on a rocket and go to space. You can be an astronaut.
I have a question for everyone. Why is it, I was watching a guy's YouTube live with the words vegan on his hat, and it's taking me to this channel? Because the guy had the Discord link saying if I wanted to join the call. Why is it now taking me to this?
That's funny. That's like the third time I've heard that happen to someone, actually. Quite interesting. You're not the first person, by the way.
I think that has brought me onto this server.
Well, welcome anyway. Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
server.
So what's the topic of conversation?
Are you being brainwashed or are you brainwashed?
Okay, so you want mate to start a conversation? Do you know what I mean? Find out.
Topic is the surface of the earth.
First, though, okay, is that I am ex-forces. I served in Afghanistan for 4.5 years. All right. I will state that now.
Could you say that again? Because you broke up a little bit. What did you say? Sorry.
I'm ex-British Army. I'm a veteran.
Okay, well, so am I. Royal Engineer. But back in the 80s. Yeah, I'm 63 years old now. All right. So the question for you is, like we've just been mentioned, the surface of the Earth. So, is the Earth an oblate spheroid? And if so, what is your best proof?
If you don't mind me saying, that's a little bit of a silly question, don't you think? Where we have satellites, if the Earth was flat, okay, do you not think it would not be possible for a plane to travel hundreds of thousands of miles and then just go to a different country? If the Earth was flat, the plane would go on and on and on and on into space.
And how we will know if Earth is flat or is not flat?
Yeah, that's it, you see. Got to approach this logically here, okay? One soldier to the next here. Because there's many
John, how I will check now if is that what airplane's flying, if it's down, it's flat or is not flat?
Don't forget to use your initiative here, as well as to remind us of the military. Where's your initiative, laddie? Okay, let's try again. If Earth is an oblate spheroid, what is your best proof? Don't start insulting the situation. Just deliver your best proof. Go ahead.
My best proof is that I have worked with NASA and that I have actually been to an international space station and I have actually seen the Earth as a sphere.
Oh, why you are lying that you was in the space?
Really? You think I'm lying?
Yes, I think that you're lying.
So you're going to insult me as a soldier?
You probably would have led with that one. You probably would have led with that one. Not that you're a soldier.
Okay.
You would have led with that.
Okay.
You would have led with that, buddy. Come on.
The first rule, okay, that we
even doubting his military power.
To each other, we agree not to call each other liars. First rule of diplomacy. All right. So you don't stop me, and I won't stop.
I don't think you're ever in the military.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. I met Santa Claus too, and while I was at it, I saw a couple of unicorns.
You know what? I'm going to delete this server because you're all idiot.
No, I have
Come
a
on, man,
question.
that's
I
not
want
right.
Please do us all a favor. Spare us your freaking lies, dude. That'd be great.
I don't know if he said that he went to space and saw the Earth as a ball, because I heard him say that he went to NASA. And
yeah, he said he worked for NASA and he went to the International Space Station, is what he said.
Yeah, space.
I said he would have led with that story if that was true. He would have led with that. You guys are crazy. I've actually been to the International Space Station. It's like, oh, really? So you were in the British Army and then you became an astronaut? You figured you would have led with the astronaut thing.
Maybe he went to NASA as a soldier to do something there, but he saw the Earth as being a ball through the logo of NASA or in the screen at NASA itself. But I don't think he it would mean that he went to space or the International Space Station.
But that's what he said, though. That's what he said, though. He went. That's what he said. And he said the first rule is in diplomacy, don't call each other a liar. All right? There you go.
Just believe everything everybody says.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Jen. Wow, that was rich. That was great.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And then he leaves by calling us all idiots. And he practically started by calling us idiots. He started calling us idiots at the beginning, which is why I said to him, don't insult the situation. Start again. If the Earth is an oblate spheroid, what is your best proof? And then I reminded him about using your initiative, because that's what they drill into in the army. You've got to use your initiative. Think out of the box. So start thinking. That's what they tell you in the army, especially in the British Army. Where's your initiative, laddie?
He thought he had a great idea. He's like, I'll just tell him that I've been to the International Space Station. And they'll believe me. Oh, my God, what a fool. Oh, man, that was funny. That got me going. That's a good way to start the day. Smiling.
Exactly.
In the military.
It's embarrassing. I told him I was in the Royal Engineers. So I thought he would have said what unit he was in. But he didn't.
Oh, bro, if he was lying about being an astronaut, it's a good chance he was lying about being in the military. It's like, I'm a combat vet, you know? Okay, dude. And right after you tell us you're a combat vet, you tell us you're an astronaut. So basically chucked all your credibility out the window.
Yeah, there's a drill movement that would catch him out anyway, because I would have asked him, if you're in the ranks and then the drill sergeant says right incline, everybody move in threes, right incline. What do we mean by that? Catches him out big time.
T-Dub, you got some crazy feedback.
Yeah, who is that?
It's T-Dub.
T-Dub, what is up with that, man? That sounds pretty wild. Sounds like you're in a call center from like the 1950s.
Thought it was some kind of distress.
Yeah, it sounds like some distress signal or something. Yeah.
Yeah. He's being attacked by the federal agents.
For me, even those people who claim that they could see the curvature of the Earth from the plane window of the plane, I consider that a lie, because we have many people. We know many people who flew on a plane. We have videos that we use as an argument, like those videos from Jay Tolan channel.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we know that planes don't have that don't show that curvature from the window. So
we don't.
So if someone come and claim that he saw the curvature of the Earth from a plane, that's cap. Because people, when they fly on a plane without having that intention to see the curvature of the Earth, they don't consider that. They don't pay attention to the horizon if it is curving or not. If they don't have that intention in their mind that they want to fly on the plane just to go and see the curvature of the Earth, they don't do that. But they come here, those who come here and claim that, those are coming from Professor Dave, not Professor Dave Chan, or some channels like that, Mctoon, or someone who claims that you can see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. Or the memes too, because there is some memes who show that. But it's not the reality. It's just cut.
Yeah, Necros. Yeah, Necros. I posted pictures I taken myself from an airplane. You can't see any curve. So, and then people say, "Oh, can you be any lower?" It's like I was in the middle of my flight. I was like cruising altitude, dude. Like, and it wasn't a small plane. It was going from JFK to LAX. So, wasn't a short flight either. So yeah, ridiculous. They don't want to see it. Like if you show them an actual image, they'll be like, "Oh, that was low altitude." It's like, no, it's 35,000 feet, brother. Like between 35 and 45,000. So, but no matter what you show them, they'll be like, "Oh, that's AI, that's doctored, that's whatever." So it's just cogniz. It's really all it is.
DJ, you said that you took the plane many times. Was there one single time because of the window? I don't know. Maybe where you were able to see that this horizon is curving from.
Not ever. No, not ever once. I'm always amazed how completely flat it is the entire time. Like so many different flights, and you never see it. Right. The only time I saw it was when I was amazed at how flat it was. So I used my Sony action camera and I filmed it, right, a whole bunch. And then when I watched the footage back at home, then it looked like it was curved, right? Obviously, because the horizon was above the center frame. And then when I see myself pan, then obviously it distorts and it curves the wrong way. But that's the only time someone will see curve is if they're looking through a lens that has a low focal length.
Yeah, I know the answer because I saw your videos. So I just want confirmation. Many of your flights, it was during the time where you were flat earther.
Yes.
You had that intention in your mind to look at the horizon to see if it is curving or not.
Yep.
Was there any flight when you were a glober?
I didn't check. I didn't even think about that.
Nice. That's what I wanted you to say. That's what I knew that you were about to say. That because I know the response. You will never check because
there will never cross my mind.
No, it never crosses your mind.
Nice. There was no debate at all because there was no idea of an opposite paradigm, which is flat Earth. So you would have that idea to check. You wouldn't check if you are a glober. You follow what everyone follows. You are indoctrinated. In other words, the theme of today, you were brainwashed.
Exactly. And you're acting as if you're being brainwashed constantly because it doesn't cross your mind at all. You're looking out of that window. It's a beautiful view. It's flat. But the idea that it's not curving, it doesn't come into your head at all because you've already been conditioned that you're on a globe and you've accepted that through your education and the reinforcement of the idea of the globe throughout your life. So you've been well conditioned. No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. Clever words like global warming, globalization, yeah, across the globe. Things like this, you see, that all keeps you invested in the idea that you're on a globe all the time. Corporate images with globes on them. BBC's got a globe. Okay, so you see that every day. That reinforces the idea you're on a globe because you're watching the BBC News every day if you're in Britain. So the conditioning is constantly being there. Are you being brainwashed? Yes, you are. Great point. Great point you raised there. Very good point. And how powerful is the brainwashing? It's so powerful that individuals, when they're now confronted with a true fact that the earth is indeed flat, you are completely wrong. It's not flat, but yet they haven't checked it. They haven't confirmed that it's a globe, but they're defending it as if they had done. Okay, now that's the power of the indoctrination, that you are defending something that you don't even know the model, its specifications, size, you know nothing of it, and yet you defend it to the highest level, as if you were the one who invented the thing or created the earth, the way they carry on. And then when you put it to them, but have you actually gone out to check? Then there's a little bit of a lull moment there where they're thinking that through, because they've got to now say, no, I haven't. And then the realization of what they're doing starts to seep into the reality of their argument. That if you haven't checked something, then how can you say he's wrong, you see? And I'm already saying that to them as they're thinking it. How can you say that we're wrong when we've done the checking, we know the numbers, we eat, breathe, sleep this globe, we've gone out to check it. I mean, you don't know the model and you haven't checked it. So how can you begin to say we're wrong? What right do you even have? Yeah, that's the power of the indoctrination right there. When they don't know the model, and yet you are the one that is wrong and you've checked. I had a discussion with a woman. She had 3 degrees, she said. Didn't pressure her on that. She had 3 degrees. Okay, so you've got 3 degrees. She didn't know anything about the heliocentric model. And she kept making the mistake that it's science. You're ignoring science and all this, you see. So your point is very important point to be raised there regarding the brainwashing. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the chat there. Is everybody okay? Or maybe I should leave.
He actually left.
What the heck? I was just busy in the side chat with this Peter guy.
Yeah, me too.
Asking stupid questions. A berserker, yeah, they're projecting. That's what it is.
Hey, Peter, open your mic up. Chicken shit.
Chicken shit. Did everybody hear
It's his profile picture, so it's okay.
Okay. Did you hear my delivery of the power of the indoctrination? Because I wasn't sure if my mic came through.
No, we heard you. Yeah. I couldn't respond because my wife was talking in the background.
No problem at all. No, that's all right. Just as long as it got through there, yeah. Because it is a powerful thing, that indoctrination and the brainwashing. It's definitely a powerful thing. And it's clearly evident when they come in and try to defend the globe and they haven't checked for themselves. So, yeah, very powerful, the indoctrination. And it's being reinforced through, like I said, corporate images, BBC News, globalization, global warming across the globe. Yeah. You're down under.
Absolutely. You're conditioned. You aren't educated. People think, I've been educated about the globe. No, you haven't been educated. You've been conditioned.
Yes. as what's his name would say, Carl Sagan, you've been bamboozled, you've been hoodwinked, you've been had. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no different to like, so it's on a worldwide scale. I'm not going to say global scale, right?
No, we're not going to say that. That's right. Yeah, the worldwide
but
scale.
it's similar to like a family having a specific, a tradition or a community or a group or an ethnic
or a
group
tribe.
or a religious group or a whole country. Even they have a certain thing, that they adhere to, right? Yeah, exactly, right. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the attributes that are are good or true or anything like that. It's just that's just become part of their culture, right?
Yeah, it was like that guy who was talking about the Islamic scientists and that, and they all agreed that the Earth is a globe, so they've all come to a consensus. But it doesn't make it right because they've all agreed, does it?
Exactly. And it really, like, the globe really is like an idol.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they seem to have this kind of like taboo, this kind of hidden, that's the word I was looking for, hidden code whereby you don't question the scientists, right? You have to accept what they tell you is true. That kind of like hidden agreement, created by everybody by themselves, So when you say to them, when you have to actually ask them, do I not have the right to question the scientists and then go and check for myself? Am I allowed to do that?
They could do that because they were able to just make it like vague definition of pseudoscience in the mind of people. So now they present pseudoscience to people, something that is not understandable by anyone, only them. Something that can't be verified by anyone, only them. They are the only ones who can check the core of the earth, the lava that is underneath the surface of the earth. They are the only ones who can check the outer space, that fake outer space. So they created that idea in the mind of people by just presenting pseudoscience as being science. And because people can't distinguish between science and pseudoscience, they just stay baffled and they open their mouth. Oh my God, they are awesome. And it's spread like that. They are the only ones who can know, because the thing that they are checking or verifying, it's not even real. So
they are very clever magicians. They're like magicians with the sleight of hand.
Yep.
Unless you watch them closely, you'll be fooled every time. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good event, this one. Are you brainwashed? Yeah. Because that's really going to help them realize that they have been conditioned. That this is I love these events, and then you got to repeat them again and again and again, as time goes on. There's nothing wrong with repeating. You do this, have you brainwashed now? You could do this again next month or the month after next. Are you brainwashed? It's okay to repeat these things because, remember, the globe is forever being taught at the moment on an everyday basis. So repetition is definitely going to be key here. So there's nothing wrong with having this event again next month or the month after next. This particular one. Are you brainwashed? And then the other one we had earlier on was the moon landing ones. These are all good events. So great idea. Great idea.
The other intelligent thing they did is in school, is in that system of indoctrination for kids. They mixed the reality, the real information, the correct information with the false information. 50%, 50%. That's what you find in the entire school, branches of school. history, you have the correct history, some parts, some shreds of correct history, and the rest is just bullshit. The story that they want to tell you. Science, they give you science. They show you science. They teach you some parts of real science. That's how you understand gas pressure, and how we flat earthers could understand flat earth when some people had that click moment with water, because they understood the physics of water, because they teach us that in school. But it's mixed with pseudoscience, gravity, bullshit, atmosphere. So they mix the nonsense with the correct information.
Yes, absolutely correct there as well. Yeah, they do mix it in. And part of this mixing in, of course, is actually going to support the industries that are there deceiving people as well. Remember that. There is a means to the ends of that as well. So they're creating this fantasy world that we live in, okay? But this fantasy world is also supporting the industry, which is making it look real. You know, your satellite industry, your space industry. See, they're all getting money to perpetuate it. So you're learning it, and it's happening whilst you're learning it. So you're correct again there, yeah. Yeah, it's a very clever. This is why some people have said, like at the beginning of this flat Earth movement, people have said it. Even India said it as well. That you have to give them kudos for the way they've actually managed to indoctrinate everyone. It's a very clever means and mechanisms. You know, India have said that. You know, going back a number of years ago, he said it in particular. Was the guy that? Yeah, he definitely said that. You know, it's very clever the way they've done that, and he was giving them praises. And I was thinking, should we be praising them, these bastards? But then I understood what he meant. You know, when he carried on. Yeah, it is clever the way they've done it. Very clever.
And guess what?
Psychological manipulation is very clever indeed. But carry on. Sorry.
Guess what, Jin? It's free for them. You are paying the shit. You are paying that indoctrination and financing it and making it happen. We, the population, people.
Yeah,
so people,
absolutely. We paid for it. I've said it many times. Yeah. Oh yeah.
They are just managing that indoctrination system, or those indoctrination facilities, if you want to call them like that. They are just managing this shit, but it's the population, the ones who are indoctrinated, who are paying or financing the indoctrination system.
Yeah, we are financing that without a doubt. I mean, they're just taking it from our wages anyway, because if it was down to me to hand it over, I wouldn't hand it over.
That's the most evil genius I can find.
There you are, evil genius. That's it. Exactly. So they know what they're doing, and then those who have been educated at the elite level, they're the ones who tend to succeed, because they know everyone's under indoctrination. They know this, and then they take advantage of that, manipulate that, and use to their ends to make more money. And so it is a horrible genius system, but there you are. And there are so many avenues that they can use. When you start to wake up, they've got a myriad of avenues to try and drop you back into the indoctrinated state. But when you're a flat earther, it doesn't happen anymore. You know, and then that's when they start to say you're a science denier. I'm talking about the professors now. Those who are educated, and you're showing them that they're lying, right? You're exposing the deception. They start to attack your character. And you're a science denier and all this and that, yeah. Once you've broken out of that indoctrinated state, it's one of ridicule, because there are still more people who are indoctrinated than you, who's just woke up. So they try to embarrass you and make you look silly, and then the rest of the world is looking and saying, yeah, all indoctrinated like sheep. Yeah, what a fool he is, you know, the earth is flat. His head should be flat, you mean, etc., etc. Yeah, they've got it all sussed. very well calculated and laid out. But the tipping point is coming. Hence, so many rockets are going up per day now. They can't get those rockets up there quick enough to keep everybody indoctrinated. Every other day, there's something about space. I've noticed it over the 10 years, the amount of space news that's happening. Back in the day, you might get one bit of space news in 6 months could go by, and you don't get any news about space, and suddenly something comes along. Now it's every bloody week, soon to be every day. I'm telling you, they're panicking. Yeah, keep watching. Okay, well, and keep looking out for the space news because it's an everyday thing now.
Oh yeah, that's kind of my thing. Science and space news, zany science and space news.
Yeah, welcome, Chris. Welcome. Now our panel is just getting stronger now. So welcome. Yeah, great to hear your voice again. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's good to show the globalists because they read that stuff and they gotta say, "Wow, that is fucking ridiculous." Like today's news is skyscraper-sized spikes of methane ice may surround Pluto's equator. Giant ridge-like structures of methane, known as the bladed terrain, may be much more abundant along Pluto's equator equator than previously realized. A new study suggests.
Here we are. This is the new idea being interjected into your fantasy world that you don't realize you live in. There we are. You see, new studies suggest. Here we go. But give that a few more weeks and more news will come about that and then it'll be a thing. Yeah, they're very clever. Very clever. But as I've said, I've now got to get up earlier than a sparrow's fart to catch me out. In other words, you cannot sleep. But I'm enjoying it though still, 10 years in. I've enjoyed the waking up and then the actual spreading of the news to the indoctrinated to try and get them to wake up now. It's all good. All good.
Fucking shit.
Hello. Okay. Goodbye. Raymore.
Yeah, Jin, you know what's crazier to me? It's the people who've checked and are still having a hard time understanding that the Earth
Yeah,
is not moving.
yeah, yeah. That's also a yeah, yeah. That those characters are still there. Absolutely, yeah. Because somehow they
Yeah, they see
checked.
the long distance. Yeah, they see the long distance observations, and they somehow try and rationalize it. It's like they're like, no, no, it's possible. It could still totally be a sphere. It's like what?
Yeah,
Like
exactly. What do you
you
mean?
have the data. Like how can you I just can't understand how they could wrap their head around it after seeing the long distance observations.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, they've checked it, they've seen it, and it's still a globe. That means the Earth is bigger than the globe they're telling us the size. That's what you're saying, and that's not true, is it? Because you're still not measuring curvature. It cannot be a globe if it's not curving. Come on. Fuck. How can it be dead level? You know, yeah. And it's those idiots that have gone back to the globe, though. They knew everything. Well, clearly they were just in it for the trend, weren't they? You know, they think it's a trend to be a flat earther or something. Because to be a flat earther and then to go back to the globe, that doesn't make sense at all. Not one proof that you're going back to the globe. You know, the ones like the Gerrans and the Robbie Davidsons and who else is there that's gone back?
I don't know about all those clowns.
Yeah, you
There's
know what I'm
plenty of
talking about.
people who think. Yeah, there's plenty of people who think they've been compensated in some way, and I would say that's a healthy step. That's a healthy thought. Um, it makes sense, like you were saying yesterday, from a detective's point of view. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You've got to go through it forensically and get it right. Once you've done that, you have no right, no business going back. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, like if you want to go and just recheck it double again, but not when you've been 48 years. Nothing there. It's a 48-year error. I don't want to make another error like that ever again.
With some of these celebrities, like these flat earth celebrities, it's good that they're getting out because they were a bad fit to begin with. They weren't someone. I mean, they were out there doing weird shit, saying weird shit. Just really getting a very bad light of flat earthers, and they were like celebrity figures. So it was okay to talk to him about that as a celebrity person, as a public persona. So it made this idea where people could just say, hey, X popular flat earther just did something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now you got to defend that. I'm like, well, why? Why do I care? Like, your astronauts are doing shit ridiculous all the time. You don't care about that. I mean, there's some sort of weird love triangle, cyber crime. I mean, like get the fuck out of here. It's like the ISS is like a drama show. If you watch everything that's going on up there, astronauts trapped in space. Those, and what's interesting too is like no one in flat Earth is saying we as some sort of collective. It's I.
No. Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're over there saying we all the way home. And then you say, do you also have problems with respecting people's like whatever, space and all this other crap, right? That is going on in the ISS or space station. And like, well, no, that's not me. That's the government. I'm like, well, you said we like 12 times in a row. So where did the we suddenly stop when you realize that these people are a bunch of freaks? Like, do you think then maybe?
Yeah, you're absolutely
like if they are a bunch of freaks, then why don't you step up where they failed and you become the new space program? suddenly they can't. They can't do that. I'm like, well, why? Oh, you don't have enough money. You don't need money, dude. No one's gonna sell you a rocket. That doesn't exist. It's like the Wright brothers be like, oh, I would invent an airplane, but I don't have enough money. I go, dude, they invented the airplane with their own blood, sweat, and tears. They put in the work and they did the job. That's what you would have to do to get your ass to Mars or Mercury or Venus or the moon. No one's going to be able to do it for you and sell you a ticket. You're going to have to put the work in, turn the wrenches, ram the numbers, and get there and do it yourself. And
yeah,
if
do all the
government can't
logistics
do it for
involved in
you,
that. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, go ahead, Jed.
No. I said all the logistics that's involved in that, plus and some. Yeah. It's not just turning those bolts, but all your suit made up and everything else. There's a lot. Food supply, water, drinks. There's a whole lot of shit you've got to get together. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, just even simple is like you try to watch them organize a Discord server. Like over the past year, I mean, how many of these like really cringe anti-flat Earth Discord servers popped up and then disintegrated, like instantly disintegrated?
Yeah.
Like, are you on that server with like Omni, the newest one, like Omniverse or whatever it was called? Like
Yeah, the OmniTalk. Yeah, it has its moments where it's overcrowded, busting at the seams, and then like today, it's a ghost town. Like everyone's dead, no one's there. I've just been there, just checked.
Well, it'd be kind of like trying to open up another McDonald's store inside a McDonald's store.
Yeah, that doesn't serve any food though. It's just people just bitching about like there's like how come then the cashiers, you know, it's nothing's open. You know, like, well, yeah, you go over the cashiers are over there. This is where all the idiots are just standing around and we're laughing at you.
Yeah, and those, as you put it, those famous flat Earth celebrities, they weren't the leaders anyway. Do you know, they weren't my leader.
No, they pretended. They pretended to be so because the media propped up a bunch of rejects as the face of flat Earth. Like, here is the face of flat Earth. And no one's like, well, no, thank you.
No, thank you, exactly. And I noticed that they did have a little bit of a standoffish manner when I actually tried to talk to them in the chat or, you know, on their live streams. You know, they're trying to distance themselves from you. I thought, you're lucky I'm in your fucking server, you arseholes. Fake flat earthers.
Jaron said he thinks that he was the leader of a cult and he didn't even realize it. The leader.
Yeah, it's all drama. What's a Wally thing to say?
He was a participant at best.
Yeah, that's the best part too, because cult leaders don't like when they're questioned. As soon as he was questioned, people are like, hey, I got some questions about this thing you said you did in Antarctica. Suddenly he just melted down. Thermonuclear meltdown.
Yeah.
Like, so maybe you fancied yourself as a cult leader.
Yeah.
But you never were.
No, he was not a leader.
The delusions of grandeur are strong with that one.
Yeah.
He made great videos debunking NASA. He never had any solid technical flat Earth arguments. He never spoke about the Earth. I never saw him go over observations or anything like that. It was always just, let's mock some NASA footage.
He was shit at debating. He was absolutely shit at debating flat Earth. He lost.
Yeah.
The wanker. He got battered. There was one called the the non sequitur, and he got totally annihilated. I was pissed off with him. So why didn't you attack the cunt
Yeah,
back? What are you doing?
That's why. I mean, that's why there's so many theories about him being an agent from the start. You're a fan of you, Jen CBR, are a fan of Jake. So Jake has
Jake
been
the
calling out
Arsenal,
Jared.
yeah, and Jaron as well. I was a fan.
He's been calling out Jaron since like 2017.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, yeah.
he's been calling him a shill for like a really long time.
Yeah.
And basically saying that he loses debates on purpose. Now, that's his opinion. He's entitled to it. But I would tend to agree with him. I've never seen Jaron even try to present, like DJ said, to present any good flat Earth evidence, or to actually win a flat Earth debate, or win a debate on the behalf of the flat Earth community.
Yeah. He always
claims to
loses
be
the
a
debate.
leader of.
Yeah, he loses the debates all the time, to the point where I think, don't ever do a debate for flat earthers, because you're absolutely shit. Stick to attacking NASA. That's good. As a debater for flat earth, you're absolutely poxy. You're shit at it. Fuck. I couldn't believe how crap he was. You know what I mean? He loses the debate. He does. Fuck.
Yeah, he does, man. Yeah. Clean it up a bit, Jen. Getting loose with them F-bombs.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah.
Getting real comfortable. Or as my buddy used to say, you're getting too happy.
I'm sliding down the slope there. Yeah, I better hit the brakes. But yeah, no, he was absolutely useless at it, and much to my dismay and just surprise. I can't believe this is Jaron. What's he doing? He's making us look bad here. And then there was a point where I felt that how many laser beam tests do you need to do to prove it? You've got a few out there already. They did it too many times, to the point where they actually ended up making a mistake. And then you got, what's his name from the Blockbusters? Bob Nodell, may he rest in peace, of course, with the big mistake with the gyroscope and all this nonsense. Just really annoyed me.
Well, he basically sealed his own fate amongst those who were watching him with scrutiny. You know what I mean? Those who were watching him with a skeptical mindset, right? Whether or not his intentions were pure, like Jake and others, right? That basically had no other choice but to conclude that he was doing it on purpose. They said nobody with reasonable intelligence would be failing so terribly with the amount of evidence and good arguments that were out there for him to utilize, right?
Yeah.
Especially the way he was cherry picking other content creators' content and arguments. He had a vast catalog of other people's content to
he had a
derive
vast
his
array.
content from.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You could say he was sport for choice, really. Yeah. There was no way he should have been making any mistakes. And it should have been a solid. Dave Weiss isn't too bad, but even he could do better as well. He goes into those speculative moments when there's no need. But yeah, he does a better job than Jaron, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, suspect as well. And Mark Sargent as well, actually. He never debates Mark Sargent.
Jake, he's always said Mark Sargent, shill, government shill. He's always said it, man. He said Dave Weiss, definitely shill. That's just Jake's opinion on those characters. He doesn't trust any of them. Dubay, any of them. He's
Eric Dubay
very much on his own.
Eric Dubay was calling them out as well as shills, actually. By the way, Eric Dubay himself was calling out Mark Sargent and Jaron and Dave Weiss as shills.
Yeah, that's true. He was.
Yeah. Patricia Steer, she's a shill. He called them all out. He called them all out as well. Only to be ending up him being called a shill by the others.
Yeah.
I was a bit skeptical about Jake Gibson because he called himself the flat Earth a-hole, and I thought, now why would you call yourself that? You know, why would you do that? It's not a clever name.
Well, because he was planning on just being a douchebag to everybody because he didn't care. You know, that's his whole that was his whole persona, and you know, kind of trying to trigger the snowflakes, really, because that seems to be his MO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that part. You know, like this is the same thing. Like I disagree with say like Nathan and QE in the way they treat globalists, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Because at some point, like it's no longer like trying to explain anything to a globalist. Like they're not going to get it. They're bricked. So you know, just fight fire with fire. And then you saw that the globalists didn't like it. They didn't like the way QE or Nathan was treating them. And they started complaining about it, and it showed what a hypocrite they are. Like you'll do that to some random flat earther, just some guy that you approached. You're like this anti-flat earth globalist. Will approach somebody like, "Hey, tell me about your flat earth," and then treat the person like shit, and then wonder why people are like fight fire with fire, and now they're upset by that.
Yeah, I remember I went into the Jose server for the first time, and they tried that on with me, mate. I killed them all where they sat. On the debut day, Jin, live stream debut, Jin's gone in, and they tried to make me look like I was some kind of crazy flat earther, and I just totally destroyed them. All of them got battered. Do you know what they said? They said, Jin, you gave a great fight. You know, well done, man. And that was the enemy saying that I gave a great fight. Yeah. Totally hammered them down to the ground. That's when I knew I was going to go a long way. That was one of my first debates on a server, and it was Jose's. I thought, I'm going a long way with this now. Felt good. And then I got another invite, and yeah, they knew I wasn't a person to be messing with there because I knew my stuff. The basic stuff I had it dialed in, and that was the stuff I worked with. Yeah. I wasn't having it. But I know what you mean. You know, they tried to ridicule you, but then I went on to Gem Pandas and totally killed them in there. And then there was a medicinal mass media. They died where they sat. Yeah, you know, to the point where they rigged a special kind of technological hiccup that kept me out of the server in the end, because they didn't want to appear like they were pushing me out. So they created this technological hiccup where I couldn't join for some reason, you know. Oh, yeah, gentle push out. Yeah, don't worry, I understood. Right, and now I'm in the omnivores, and already they were trying to put up barriers to try and restrict my delivery prowess. But I said, you cannot be stopping me from posting. You have to afford me what you afford the rest. It's not that I feel I'm entitled. I'm asking for the basics. Can I be able to post? Can I actually post memes without you complaining? One meme speaks 1,000 words. Yeah, so in the end, I'm a mod there. They've made me a mod in that one. And people have complained, and Omnivore said, well, I'm sorry, you know, you might be complaining, but I'm going to keep Jin in. It's temporary, but I'm keeping him in his place. So sorry, I'm not accepting what you said. So that's amazing. That's a turnaround from Omnivore, you know. And then I'm a mod in Gem Pandas. There you go. Right? Didn't ask for it, but I got it. And you know what I do? I definitely unmute all flat earthers that have been muted. I've said I'm going to be doing this. You can take the mod status. I don't care. But any flat earther getting muted unfairly gets unmuted by me instantly. And you can ask the flat earthers, because that's what I do. I've always said that. I've always got our backs. No doubt about it. Because we are in a battle with these lot. And they can be very unfairly autocratic with their mod status. Whereas I don't mute anybody. except for Nasser Shul when he comes in way too toxic. He's the only one that I really mute. And the last time I ended up muting him was because he took my name. He took my name and he was using it, saying, "Get the FF out of here." That was his name. So I just muted him. That's defacing someone's name. So he remained on mute till he changed the name back. Yeah, and then he learned his lesson. But I don't mute people when I'm mute them with my mouth. That's it. But I do unmute. Do a lot of that. I do the opposite. I do unmuting is what Jin does with my mod status. I've unmuted more times than I've definitely muted. And that means I'm muting other flat earthers is what I mean. So flat earthers can't complain about me because I've always got our backs, man. We're all together in this. And certain people have complained, right? You know, because I'm unmuting the flat earthers. And I said, well, you knew that was coming because I said it at the beginning. Are you being brainwashed whilst you think you're living in reality?
So this is, in my opinion, this is how they hide the distances, right? They interpolate the error throughout all the measurements by doing repeated curvatures of the plumb line. So the globers say, oh, if you project a globe onto a flat surface, it'll be distorted. Well, yeah, we know that. And the reason why it's not distorted is because they're not doing a projection. A projection is just a ray that AE projection is a ray that passes through the North Pole onto a plane that goes through the equator, right? So you take a point that's on the surface and you project it onto a point that's a plane that slices the equator in half. But they're not doing that. They're not taking a straight line. They're using a curved line, right? So it's a mapping. It's not an actual projection. And the Globers just don't understand this, that they're not actually doing projections. They're doing mapping functions the same way in 3D graphics, right? You make a wireframe. And that wireframe, right, you make a skin for it, a texture. But you have to wrap that texture around this a bunch of triangles. That's a wireframe 3D model. Like, how do you do that, right? So you basically make your little image, right? And you draw it in such a way that when you wrap it around this, right, it maps to the surface, so it looks like some guy in frickin' Call of Duty, right? But if you had access to that part, right, you could remove the skin, you could remove the texture, and you would just see a bunch of triangle wireframes. They're basically doing the same thing. The surface of the Earth is the texture, and they're mapping it to a wireframe reference ellipsoid, but they're not doing a projection. The projection thing, that's an after the fact thing. So they take the celestial sphere, right? They take the surface of the Earth, they project that onto another surface, right? So you got three surfaces now. You got the celestial sphere surface, the inner surface of that. You got the surface of the Earth. Then so it starts off as a projection, the astrogeodetic. Then it goes to the geodetic. That gets projected onto a reference ellipsoid, right? But that's not projected, that's mapped, right? So they go from projection to mapping, right? So because if they just did projection to projection, you'd be able to tell that it's not a globe because all the distances would be distorted. But if you do a whole bunch of measurements and just have a little bit of error in between each measurement point, then you can't tell that there's an error in the distances. And this is what Chris Lemaitre talks about. If you actually go to like a particular location like Australia has their own custom datum because none of their mappings, right, none of their celestial sphere, and this is also where they have the greatest deflection of the vertical and curved plumb lines, as great as like 0.71 degrees, right? So that's greater than the diameter, that's the angular diameter of the sun, right? This is a huge deflection, right? And what I mean by deflection is, imagine I set up my surveying equipment and I can look directly at zenith, and there's supposed to be a star there directly at zenith, directly above my equipment. But I look and the star's not there, it's somewhere else. But I look at the freaking, the ephemeris data and I go, well, that star's supposed to be directly over my head. Gravity must be tilting my level, right? Because I leveled the instrument. When I leveled the instrument, it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. There should be a star directly overhead. It's not there. It's somewhere else. It's off at an angle, right? And in Australia, like I said, it's like as great as 0.71 degrees, right? So when I align it to that star that's supposed to be there, now I have a tilted vertical, and now I have a tilted horizontal. How do I correct that? I have to correct it by curving the plumb line, right? So there's a bunch of these little band-aids and tricks in surveying that are like, they exist because they can't actually measure a globe, right? If they could measure a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid. And this is like my gotcha for globers. I just ask them, if you're measuring a globe, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why does that even exist? Because you wouldn't need it. Right? You wouldn't need it. A globe, we don't need a reference. Right. Yeah, it shouldn't even exist.
Hey.
Was that on the recording, or was somebody in here interrupting?
No, I think that was someone blurting.
Okay. Oh, well, we can continue. Oh, it ended. Oh, I thought it must have got paused. My bad.
You figured out the mystery.
Just setting your mind that this is an option I want to pursue, and then you roll up your sleeves and you don't take no for an answer, and you keep knocking on the door. And in my case, I had to knock on the door 4 times before it cracked open, and I was able to shove my foot in the crack, and then they couldn't close it anymore. And I snuck in. Everybody makes their own future. And maybe one key lesson is to recognize opportunity when it knocks, and then put out the effort to take advantage of that opportunity. Because things can happen where a door may open, and it may open for to go through that door, or do I let that door close and then wait for another door to open? And just up to you to decide which opportunity do I want to spend my effort pursuing.
The space station.
I gotta play the didgeridoo.
I'm done, Pettit.
Another aspect of doing long duration missions where you're venturing off into the frontier, whether it's space station or whether we're going beyond low Earth orbit. And this has to do with the personal attitude of the crew members that are on the mission. And I'll kind of sum it up by saying you have to have a bit of humor and allow things to change from what you originally thought they might be. And I'll use a personal example from my first space flight, Expedition 6, to the International Space Station. We launched on a space shuttle, STS-113. We were deposited on space station. It was going to be one of the shortest missions to date. It could have been possibly as short as 6 weeks, maybe 2 months. And then Columbia happened while we were on orbit. Shuttles were grounded for 2.5 years, and our mission got extended to almost 6 months. And so there's an example that you have to have a mindset that things could change and enough of a sense of humor so that if your mission changes from 2 months to 6 months, it doesn't send you into a state where you can't complete your mission. Another aspect of this mission extension with the shuttles not flying was that the resupply, the logistic resupply of consumables was severely hampered. And we were sitting on a mountain of food and a mountain of clothing and a mountain of supplies that were there for our mission and subsequent missions. But the chances of getting these replenished at the rate needed was all of a sudden reduced. And so we as a crew had to start rationing our usage of food and rationing our usage of water and rationing our usage of clothing, even though we were sitting on this huge mountain of all these resources. And we voluntarily did this so that future crews would have the resources they needed before we got the space shuttles flying again and could get the logistics supply chain back to its normal state. And so we would stretch our clothing out longer than what it was initially intended. Initially, we were to wear a pair of underwear and socks and a t-shirt for 3 days. And having no way to wash these aids in a weightless environment, then they're just discarded as rags to mop up stuff, and then finally discarded with a fiery deorbit trajectory into Earth's atmosphere. We stretched our clothing out to 8 to 10 days. And we would wait until we started to get a little rash around our waist before we change our underwear. And that was sort of our signal that says, hey, I think it's time to get a new pair of skivvies. And we did this voluntarily. We did this with a sense of humor because it was necessary in this frontier environment to preserve these resources for future crews. And human beings as a species are incredibly robust. We may like to take a shower every day. We may like to stuff our belly full of all kinds of delectable things for dinner. But if you live in a situation where you can't do that, human beings can continue and flourish in spite of the lack of all of these pleasantries. And if this were not the case, I think human beings would be one more fossil layer eroding from some hillside in the plains of Ethiopia. And this feature of human beings to do this is what is going to allow us to expand and into the space frontier and eventually colonize and settle our solar system.
perturbs it. And when the sun perturbs the atmosphere, then it looks like there's an artificial geometric horizon in between the bay. But the bay's not actually big enough for that to happen. Is that what you see?
Yeah, so that dotted line at the bottom of that image, what is that?
No, not that. That's artificial. That's artificial. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual footage from the time lapse. When you see clearly during the morning, and then the sun midway through the GIF or the footage, it perturbs the hell out of the atmosphere and creates an artificial, what looks like a geometric horizon, but we know that's not what it is. So what we're actually demonstrating with this GIF, and I'm glad that you said that you like it, I hope you share it to all your friends, is
I put it in my video.
The heat of the sun causes an artificial geometric horizon that's not actually there.
That's
right. You guys are saying the opposite is happening, and that it's making everything look flat, when actually the sun makes everything look curved.
So I'm not saying the opposite. I'm saying, hey, look at how much that bounces around, and how are we going to make any useful measurements off of that wobbly image?
Yeah, so how did they measure it then?
Sorry, how about during the morning before the sun perturbs the atmosphere?
I would say it's hard to know whether it's being perturbed or not. So I would say we can't use that as a reliable place.
Really? What's the definition of temperature, Matthew?
The heat in the air? What do you mean?
Well, how do we measure temperature? Isn't it the rate of vibration of the molecules?
Yes.
The frequency at which they move around? So when the sun heats up the atmosphere, would you call, does it disturb it?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. So is this going to make the conditions more reliable, more still, everything more serene so we can see further? Or is it going to actually stir things up a bit and kind of make things harder to see?
Yeah, it's going to stir things up and make it harder to see.
So the sun perturbs the atmosphere. So it'd be best to do these measurements shortly after sunrise, right?
I'd say it'd be best not to do the measurements at all. This is too unreliable. That's what I'd say.
But boats have been going over the horizon for like 2 centuries. And it was reliable all up until flat earthers came around and said, hey, wait a minute, the horizon's not where it's supposed to be. Now all of a sudden, throw that 2,000 years worth of boats going over the horizon, we'll just throw that out and say, hey, look at the stars.
Yeah, that sounds like a better way to do things rather than squinting at the horizon through telescopes at a wobbly interface of the land and the sea.
So you're using a special case to disprove the general case. That is silly.
No, it's good science. You don't want to.
So we also don't. We wouldn't do this observation when it was snowing or raining, right?
Yeah. So just don't do the observation if you can't.
Oh, because are you serious? So we have a general condition that's usually happening, right? So say 360 days a year, but we're not going to do any of those observations because 5 days a year it's screwed up.
Unless you can tell if it's screwed up or not, then I would recommend not doing any measurements.
But you can because they've done these tests, you know. But you guys just I don't know if you're not aware or you just ignore them. I would go with ignore them. So refraction has been measured, right? Quantified using 2-frequency laser LiDAR, right? So it was done in the Alps in summer, 2 72-hour periods, 1 year apart. And what they found was the deflection. So there's a couple ideas of. One is called angle of arrival. So what they measure is the deviation of the angle of arrival of the LiDAR array, right? They compare it to the other frequency. So the deviation, the max deviation over a period of time is 9 mgon, which is something like 0.000001 degree. Okay, it's infinitesimal. That's the max, and the mean is 0, right? So you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, I just think that if you see that wobbly interface, then maybe we should use other means to determine whether the Earth is flat, not like squinting at the horizon through a telescope when there's heat waves. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you don't make observations during bad times to make observations. They don't do astronomical observations in hurricanes. I mean, we could say the same thing, right? Because it's cloudy 50% of the time, we shouldn't rely on the stars to make observations. I mean, we could just say that same silly thing, right? Because the stars, they're not there. We can't see them. So, that isn't reliable observation because maybe they're not really there.
Can't argue with that.
That's called a reduction to absurdity. I mean, it gets absurd at some point. I mean, what are you gonna do? Well, we gonna let's all take up a GoFundMe and we'll use a mechanical method to measure it, right? We'll get custom alloy steel that is it doesn't bend, right? It's not brittle, so it won't break, and we force it straight, and then we compare the surface of the Earth to our structure. I mean, that's the only real way, right? Is to use some mechanical method.
Yeah, I think that the mechanical method wouldn't work because it's really hard to get something exactly straight. I think that over the course of a mile, it would still probably bend some.
So to solve that, get a long vacuum tube and you shoot a laser through it.
Oh, they did that. They called that LIGO.
Yeah,
that would be a good way to do it, actually.
And man, when they surveyed LIGO, they had to do that like 3 times. Yeah, they had to survey LIGO 3 times and cement in their GPS stations because they kept getting these odd things that their expected curvature didn't exist. And you can look up all their survey documentation. It's well documented.
No curvature could be found. Uh-oh. Even in the Skunk Bay, the whole thing that kills it is that the horizon back behind is still rising as it gets further back. It's still ramping up. I don't care what's happening in the foreground. It's still ramping up behind it, which would never occur on a spherical surface. Does everybody get that?
Can I ask Matthew one question? Are you literally trying to claim that we don't have the ability to accurately measure of what we're standing on? There's nothing reliable that we can measure with. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that if you look across the humidity of Skunk Bay right over the water at the wobbling atmosphere, then that's an unreliable way to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Matthew, how was the second one?
How do you know it's a curve?
How was?
Sorry, how do you know it's a curve then?
Other common sense ideas like
what?
Looking at the sun and the stars and the moon.
So looking at the stars and inferring,
looking at different lights
and postulating
ideas based on the ceiling light about your floor. Okay.
Hey, when you look at those stars, are you looking through the atmosphere?
A little bit, not much, but if you're looking
same. Okay, so if you're looking straight up, it's okay, but if you're looking straight out, it's no bueno.
Yeah, if you're looking straight up,
that's hilarious because there's a different density according to you all the way up there and all the way beyond the moon, and so you're looking through a gradient, whereas you're looking through a single level of the gradient and you think it should all be curving.
No, I'm saying that if you look straight up, you're only looking through 30 or 40,000 feet of atmosphere. But if you look straight up the horizon, it could be many miles, and that's why ancient mariners
if you look the stars, how much refraction you have between you and star?
I might have to finish my sentence before. That's why ancient mariners didn't shoot the stars below about 20 degrees above the horizon. They tried to use stars for navigation above 20 degrees above the horizon, so that there wouldn't be these distortions. And Skunk Bay is a perfect example of why.
Wrong.
No, it isn't. You're just mixing things together. You don't know what you're talking about. On navigation, I've already totally damaged any ideas you have about navigation. And I suggest you go talk to some skippers, which I doubt you have. So I want to ask Matthew a question. Matthew, how do you reconcile the specific drops over distance that the Earth curve charts show? Sasha.
Sorry.
Matthew, how do you reconcile these specific drops over distances that are in the Earth curvature charts?
What do you mean reconcile them? You mean the 8 inches per mile?
Well, are you saying refraction is causing the horizon to rise up and appear flat every time we look?
No, not every time you look. Just if you happen to
Not
look right
every
along the top of the water during humid day, then you get all kinds of.
We're only talking about looking across water.
Yeah, because that's the only time you get those distortions that might.
That's what I'm saying. We're only talking about looking across water, so that's a moot point. Yeah. So how do you reconcile the actual drops? How do you reconcile the actual drops that are specific over distances? And I want to see your method that you use to determine that this horizon is rising up exactly. Can you provide that to me?
Just go a couple hundred feet above the water where those
just go.
Happen,
no, I'm asking you for specific. No, I'm interrupting you because
it's
don't. Not true. I need a verification. How did they verify that at those distances your horizon is rising up that exact amount? Can you give me the technical information on that?
No, I don't have a citation. I'm just reporting a belief of mine.
Okay, that's good. Very good.
My question is for you. How come you're holding contrary beliefs? Is it you don't agree with either? You can't agree with either belief fully, or you can't have looked into them fully enough to hold contrary beliefs. Yeah, but let me get to the point, right? Because Matthew, you've been here long enough, right? You claim to believe in the good book, yet you're holding a completely contrary belief in terms of what the good book says about its creation, about the creation.
I agree that would be a bad thing. What's up with that? Yeah, I agree that would be a bad thing. That
it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. It fundamentally is broken mentality, right? It demonstrates that either you're unwilling to admit something, or that you haven't actually looked into either one sufficiently.
I think that I've looked into both, and I would say that there are no contradictions.
Yeah, you always say that, but you have no proof or evidence.
Just lying to us.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
where is there no contradictions at?
There's no contradictions.
You mean in the globe model?
There's no contradictions in the globe model versus scripture versus our observations.
Oh my God.
Really? Okay, so was the sun created first or was the earth created first, Matthew?
Probably the sun.
That's not what it says.
That's not what it says in Genesis.
Yeah, it also says that there was evening and morning and the day.
Light was created before. So what, Matthew? What day was the sun created?
On day 4.
Dun dun dun.
So when carpenters build a house, do they hang the light first, or do they build the house first and then hang the lights?
Oh, they build the house first, then they hang the lights.
Right, well, the heliocentrists are telling you that the lights came first. So, are you going to believe these Nazi Satanists like, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley
and the Vril Society and Madame Blavatsky and all of that crew?
Yeah, are you going to believe?
Sure. Yes, I would agree with them if they're right. Of course, I don't like the fact that they're Satanists, but it doesn't matter who says something. Something is either true or false.
Yeah, so you're going by. They think they're right, so you do too. They think they are right, and you do too because they think they're right. That's your excuse.
That's the literal definition.
Remember when you told me that Andrew Thomas Young believed in the globe, and therefore I should believe in the globe because I was quoting Andrew Thomas Young? So you're a Satanist then because you believe in these Satanists, correct?
Yeah, you're a Satanist.
No, I hate Satanism.
Yeah, you're a Satanist. No,
you're using your own body. You just said so.
Listen, Matthew, you're a Luciferian, and you don't even know what religion you're in. That's how bad this is right now.
I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm not a Luciferian.
Yeah, you're lying to yourself. You're a liar. You're believing a lie. You're holding two dichotomous thoughts at the same time.
Let me ask you a question.
What is evangelical logic? Just like somebody said.
There's no contradiction. You said there's no contradiction. So, let me just ask a few simple questions. Did gravity create the heavens and the earth, or did the Creator create the heavens and the earth?
God set up the rules of physics, including gravity, and He created the heavens and the earth.
This is such a bullshit answer.
It's the right
So
answer.
God created a man-made concept known as space-time.
No, man discovered God. God created rules and laws and stuff like that. I mean,
so Einstein discovered
learning about it.
So Einstein discovered the freaking miracles of God's creation because it wasn't known about until 1915.
Lots of different scientists have learned lots of different things about God's creation.
Yeah, really? How did he discover that?
Well, I don't know. That's a history of science question.
On a blackboard with
You
some
don't know because you haven't looked into it, Matthew.
I don't know
We
anyone in
know God
history.
exists in the Bible because he split the fucking Red Sea, so...
And you cannot be Christian. You only can think that you are
Look,
Christian.
for the most part,
I am a Christian.
No, you are not
we
Christian.
try to
You can
avoid
think
religion.
I'm baptized.
You know,
Hold on,
you
guys.
can think.
Hold on.
One at a time, one at a time, Hank.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that for the most part,
Don't say I'm not
I was
baptized.
saying, let Hank talk.
yeah, just real fast, guys. We try to avoid religion for the most part, but Matthew is a Christian, and we're just trying to ask Matthew what his foundation is, and he's saying that it's not the Bible, it's actually men. He trusts in men rather than God, and that's fine. He can do whatever he wants, guys. I don't think you should jump on his back for that. That's in between him and his creator.
True.
No, he can think that he is Christian, but he is not. You know, he can think that he is Christian, but he is not. That's the two different things.
Tell me what it is, what it takes to become a Christian.
You need to believe what Christians believes.
I don't think any Christians know, or most Christians today know exactly what it means.
What is the saint book of the Christians?
So the basic idea of becoming
What is the saint book of the Christians? What Christians follows? Does Christians follow Bible? Okay, what Bible says?
Let him answer one at a time.
Okay, he said Bible.
The main part of being a Christian is trusting Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of sins and belief.
But you're still in a space monkey space spinning ball in space. A monkey ball in
beliefs about
space.
science have anything to do about my salvation before my?
Yeah, it's against what creation is. That's why.
That's true.
So if I have
the opposite of what creation says.
You cannot make your religion in religion.
One at a time.
You cannot make your Christian religion and say, okay, this is Christian religion, but God made the spheres. You know, that is never written. No, you cannot. You will be the one guy who said that, or more, the new religion in the religion.
So you're adding to God's word
making
to
new
say that in
religion,
order to
man.
become saved, you have to have a particular belief.
No, you're presupposing that
you're adding to God's word.
You presuppose a new creation, man. In the Christianity,
it's not.
That's why the Great Schism That's why the Great Schism was crazy, because it's like, who do you ask for things from God?
Okay, so I would say that in order to be a Christian, I have to believe that Jesus Christ saved me from my sins. And you're saying you would add on to that I also have to have certain particular beliefs about the shape of the earth?
No, when you don't believe the Bible. You don't believe the
Just
Bible.
what God said in the Bible, or what they said God said in the Bible.
So what's
that? Particular beliefs about what the Bible says.
You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose and make up your story as you go.
Who is other Christian? I want to ask, who is other Christian here inside?
Wait a second, that's not important. Listen,
Yeah, this is
Matthew,
important.
what you are is you're a pseudo-Christian believing pseudo-science. That's what you are. That's your religion. A pseudo-Christian. You're not a
The thing
Christian.
that disqualifies me from being a Christian is the fact that I have the wrong belief about the scientific.
No, I want to one Christian who doesn't follow the Bible. One.
I'd say you have wrong belief. I believe you believe something that is not Christian fundamentally at its base. Yeah.
So you would put the.
All right. Well, I'm also
more Christian.
I also don't.
No, you don't believe in the Bible, and you believe in scientism, which is it's a dichotomous. It's another religion. You're mixing
Christianity and the law
scientism.
systems against Christianity because we don't stone wives that beat down their husbands.
Who's that?
I mean, everyone's doing that.
Why, cousin? Why are you talking out of time? Man? Can you hear Sonny talking?
Just talk right over me, huh?
Yeah.
That's really nice. Yeah, so it's it's scientism. That's a religion, and you're mixing. You think you're Christian, mixing scientism with it. The spinning space monkey ball with
I'm
Christianity.
Scientism.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is, bro. Honestly,
It's a belief that science is the highest truth, and it's incorrect.
You just came with scientism and said the Bible was reflecting that when it doesn't. It clearly states stationary and like a seal and enclosed with a firmament. So that doesn't fit your ball. None of it fits your ball.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, what's up?
Yep.
Okay, it's not about Matthew's salvation. It's about his foundation. Does he believe in men or does he believe in God? Because the Bible says one thing, and man's wisdom says an entirely different thing. It's not really about your salvation, although that may be a byproduct. The point is that your foundation is either the Bible or it's not. It's okay if it's not.
I totally agree.
Just don't pretend that it is.
And the Bible can have like a vast different array of perspectives. Like you can go from a person who's like agnostic to like a person who's like Al-Qaeda, and both will believe like equally in that shit, and that's why we have wars.
Well, we're here, Glenn Humplick in the studio. This is the first ever solar-powered Barncast studio in Ontario, and we're doing good here on the podcast. Getting close to being, working our way towards being one of the top 5 podcasts in Eastern Ontario, and the future looks bright. And
things are looking up.
This is exciting, though. People who have been longtime fans of the show will probably, and no doubt, be doing cartwheels right now in their parents' basements.
Not too sure about that, but
to see that Glenn Humplick is here in the flesh for a podcast here at the Funny Farm. So great to see you, Glenn.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Do you think maybe
it's been a while.
We could start doing this regularly?
I'd be up for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been back in Canada for a few years now, and firing up the podcast. And why not get the band back together, huh?
I'm getting ready to retire from my regular gig. I'll have more time to do stuff.
Absolutely, can come hang out, and we'll do some podcasts for the people. I'm sure. When we look in the comments of this video on my YouTube channel, we're going to see that there's going to be outrageous demand for you to return, I'm sure.
Yeah. Or my God, he's aged.
No, I think they'll be quite happy to see you, actually. I wouldn't worry about it at all. We've had a fun day at the farm here without giving too much away. We were meeting with some people from Ottawa Shortwave Radio Club, an amateur shortwave radio club, and we are going to begin to start broadcasting this show on shortwave around the world. So in the case of a Armageddon type, apocalyptic type event, maybe a supply chain shortage, maybe some sort of internet breakdown of some sort, we will still be able to broadcast the show on shortwave. We're going to get all that information to you. I just have to take a shortwave radio ham operator.
And it's not easy, though. Like, I saw the book he gave you. It's like a thick, detailed book of information to learn to...
Yeah.
You have a best... It's an online test?
Yeah. You've read a book before, right?
I've read a book, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not that hard.
It's been a while, but...
It's not that hard to do, though, right?
No, it's time-consuming.
It was just one book.
It's technical. I'm sure it looked like a very technical document.
It was one book. How many books have you read in your life?
I do a lot of audiobooks.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, though. That's like watching television, right? How many books have you read in your life?
In my life?
Yeah. Like over 10?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, over 11, 12, 13?
I would say over 100.
Oh, over 100 books. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're quite the reader then.
Not really, no. I did a lot of audiobooks.
That's like 2 books a year, basically?
I was doing one audiobook a week for a while.
No, I don't count audiobooks. That's like watching television.
No,
it's not. Do I get to count every episode of Maury Povich that I watch? Is that considered a book?
Very different.
Is that considered a book?
I learned a lot from listening to those audiobooks.
I learned a lot from watching Maury Povich. You are the father. I could tell he was the father from the beginning, but then I learned that he actually was.
Have you ever tried an audiobook?
Well, no, but I don't consider it reading, though.
It enters your brain the same way.
I don't think you ingest it the same way. I think you're listening to another voice, so it's painting a different picture than your mind would have painted.
Well, yeah, but often it's the author who's reading the book, and the way he reads it, kind of the tone of his voice tells you more than the words that you're reading.
I like my mind's eye to kind of create the own world for myself. I find I go into more of a sort of a mysterious place when I'm creating it all in my own head.
So I read mostly nonfiction.
Yeah.
So maybe that's different, but
like pornography mostly, or
no. I've been into cognitive biases and the effects that it has on people lately.
Okay.
And it's just an area of interest, especially in the world that we live in.
Are those just some big words you're using?
No. It's been something that's been fascinating to me, and it's something that I
cognitive biases. Yeah. What is that exactly? What is a cognitive bias?
So it's your belief system and reinforcing your belief system all the time. So let's say you believe the Earth is flat, and you're consuming information that the Earth is flat. You're always digging deeper into that as a belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So right now we're caught in this world where people are being spoon-fed information that's just really tailored for them based on YouTube feeds and all that, and people are going down these silos where they're fed information. Their belief system is being controlled by that.
Yeah, that's the way I felt when I was given a globe of the Earth by my grandmother for my 6th birthday back in the 70s. I looked at it and I said, as if. This is some bullshit. It's not round.
So
you clearly look across like a lake, it's just flat, right?
I find it concerning.
Well, how come when you're flying in a plane, like the pilot doesn't have to keep steering downwards to go around, right? He just goes straight and it doesn't fly off the Earth.
Oh my God.
Have you ever thought about it a little bit?
No, I haven't.
Think about it. The plane, if he's just flying straight, he's not like steering down, so he just would fly right off the Earth.
Right. We've flown enough, I think, that we know that. Anyways, that's just one example of that, but it's political beliefs.
How come when you jump up in the air, if you jump high enough, when you land in the same spot? Shouldn't the Earth be moving under your feet?
I mean, I'm sure physics plays into that, where the force of.
I don't know. I just think it's kind of, myself, as long as well as a growing movement of people on the internet, have pretty much determined that we've been lied to about that whole round Earth business.
There's a great documentary about flat earthers and their movement. And have you seen it? I think it's on Netflix.
No.
It's really, really good. But they go to a hell of an extent to try to prove that point.
Really?
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah, you should watch it.
What are some other cognitive biases that you
just political beliefs, religious beliefs, things like that, where you get pigeonholed into a world where you close your mind to anything else, and it's concerning to me that everyone is starting to go down these political silos and stuff where you just can't open your mind to anything else besides what you're reading constantly.
Banging the table so much is bad for the sound.
But anyways,
I know it's exciting though, but I got to get a better table.
I feel like I'm getting older.
I got this table in Facebook Marketplace for $25.
Oh, did you? Well, I mean, it looks nice though.
Yeah, but it's $25, but it's not solid.
Yeah,
so I'm just careful.
It's a nice table.
Yeah.
Did you varnish this?
No. It came like this perfectly.
Came like this? Yeah. Okay.
And the studio's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. it was getting a little too serious with this whole cognitive bias thing. I want to kind of change the subject a little bit.
No worries.
I mean, you can talk about that stuff though on the internet. That's the kind of stuff people like to talk about on podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what are some other things that you think specific things that you?
No, this is just to me. Like I'm getting up there in age, and I know that my time on this planet is limited. So I want to make sure that I spend the rest of my time being happy and not going down these silos that are making people unhappy.
Yeah.
And I find there's a lot of that lately, and I'm seeing it in a lot of my friends. And I'm sure you are as well. Mm-hmm. And it's just how this is kind of like how I'm trying to live the rest of my life.
What are people so unhappy about?
I don't want to get into
what.
I don't talk about politics anymore.
Oh, it's politics.
Politics is one of them.
Okay, I thought it was
yeah. But everything that surrounds that.
Oh, okay.
It's getting annoying as hell for me personally.
Yeah. You can't stop watching it, huh?
No, I've stopped myself. I'm controlling it, but I find the people around me can't stop themselves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like who?
I don't want to name names, but really? Most of my friends.
Who? Like Phil?
He's one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Really into politics?
Yes.
I don't know. He doesn't seem to talk about that too much with me.
Not with you.
He does with you? Always arguing about politics?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
He's mad.
They try to fish me into arguments and stuff like that, and I just kind of.
It's always been like that, though.
I don't bite it.
We used to argue about what would win in a fight, a bear or a cougar.
You know what? That was fun.
A mountain lion or a cougar.
That was innocent and fun.
Or whether there were more refrigerators or AK-47s on the planet.
Right.
Remember we had like a 3-day-long argument about that?
Yeah.
Well, who won? Were there more AK-47s or more refrigerators on the planet?
Probably AK-47s.
I believe it was. And who would win in a fight? A bear or a cougar? A mountain lion or a cougar?
Mountain lion. No, sorry. No, it was a bear.
A bear.
It was a bear.
Yeah, because we had a long debate about that about 20 years ago as well.
And this week,
we did an episode of the show called Biological Crossfire.
That's right.
About that.
And this week, I looked it up on ChatGPT in a battle. Who would win, a bear versus a cougar? And
on chat what?
GPT.
GBT?
GPT, yeah.
You said it differently, though.
GPT.
You sort of said D, almost like a D at the end.
Okay. Again,
Pat GBT. French. You really are French. Are you really French?
Ben oui. I grew up French.
Is French your first language?
No.
No, so that's what I mean.
No, but it kind of was. Because I went to a French primary school.
Okay, I don't think of you still having a French accent, but then sometimes you do have a French accent.
It comes out every now and then.
Chat GBD, you said.
GPT.
GPT, you said.
Just
GPT.
Mispronunciation on my part.
Tu parles français? Parfait.
Oui, je parle français.
Je parle français aussi. Mais une bonne idée juste pour blague. Maintenant, tout le podcast ce soir parle français.
Ou un podcast spécial pour les Québécois.
Un podcast spécial pour les Québécois. Français seulement, parce que je suis un Québécois. Oui. Je suis habité dans la province de Québec pour 14 ans dans ma vie.
Je suis né au Québec.
Pardon?
Je suis né au Québec.
Quoi?
Je suis né au Québec.
Je suis né au Québec. Your nose is from Quebec.
No. I was born. Born in Quebec.
Né is nose.
No, né. Double meaning.
Né is nose. Your nose.
I was born. Born is né.
You have a Quebecer's nose.
I have a Hungarian nose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, this is good. What else could we talk about? I'm getting hay fever from the barn, actually. I'm going on to special, I have to get some special allergy medication. So we've got the barn all ready to do the podcast, and I actually start to get very kind of a...
So it's not... Is it... Because I have ragweed...
Take a look at I guess I'll take a look at politics. Decent little crowd over there.
So New Perspective dropped a new video. It's freaking hilarious, bro. Absolutely hilarious.
You did what?
He was debating some kid, and the kid said, he said the atmosphere is in the same reference frame as the rotating Earth. Rest in peace, Coriolis.
Yep.
Coriolis, do they even argue that still?
Yes. And no at the same time.
Yo, is that the one from earlier, or was that the one with bacon that Alan posted? So you're talking about the one I just posted today?
Yeah, the one you just posted today. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I got it like 10 minutes in. I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah. First, he's like, I don't know why you guys are arguing the atmosphere, and that isn't. It's the jet engines it's the thrust that makes the plane actually be able to go anywhere. And then later on, when I get to the point where like, wait a minute, they're going to be landing at a different tangential velocity than when they started at, and they only have a conserved momentum of 500 miles per hour. So how are they landing at 1,000 miles an hour? He's like, well, the atmosphere. And then he started arguing for the atmosphere after starting out, saying that doesn't have anything to do with it. So funny.
Classic.
They're stuck between a atmosphere and a jet engine.
Dude, they're such freaking Fundy zealots, dude. They try to argue both positions at the same time. Yeah. It's literally just so hilarious to me. Yeah, they have to, or concede. Like, that's their only other option.
Yep.
And then, like, they're going to pretend like you don't notice. I mean, like...
No, dude, they don't notice. They don't even notice what they're doing.
Oh, wow.
Exactly. It's like they're so convinced it's a ball that there has to be some answer for it, because planes land all the time. It couldn't be a problem there because it's a ball. But there's a real problem. You'd have to be moving exactly at the same rate eastward with the rotation as planes landing. Treat the Earth as stationary.
Yeah, like where'd you get the extra 500 miles per hour? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, right. And especially if you're going west-southwest, like mostly west against the spin, but south towards the equator. You started with 500 and you get to the equator where you're going against the spin. Now you got to imagine that the plane's correcting backwards and sideways, or the atmosphere is pushing it faster backwards than it's propelling forwards. 400 mile per hour cruising speed, it would have to actually gain 500 backwards by the time it gets to the equator.
Look, man, whatever the wind needs to do, it does, because we know the Earth's a ball. There was a guy with sticks a long time ago.
I want to make a skit where like there's a flight instructor and he's got a classroom. They're about to go out for their first flight, and like, well, there's one thing I didn't mention in all of our training. Now, technically, the Earth is spinning independently of the plane. So you're going to have to make sure, well, actually, you're not going to have to. Just put your faith in the atmosphere. It's going to make your plane actually go sideways twice as fast by the time you get to the equator. But don't worry about that. Just make sure that you don't think about it, because you're going to have to put your faith in this other vector happening that makes your plane go faster sideways, regardless of how fast you're going forward.
It's like the Van Allen belts. It's like the Van Allen belts. They didn't tell them about them, so they weren't a problem.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't go far enough to reach them, remember?
They went through them.
No, an astronaut literally said that. He said that I didn't know about any Van Allen radiation belts. We didn't know about that back then, as if that was an answer.
Right.
Because the question was, how the hell did you get through them in the first place? You should have died of radiation. Well, we didn't know about them back then. Yeah, what's that got to do with anything, man? It's like saying, if I don't know it's fire, I won't get burned. Like,
pretty much, yeah.
Hello. السلام عليكم. طب اوكي.
I want to burp right now. Burp. I want to burp.
He don't want to learn anything, right?
That was in charge of Operation High Jump. Now, he didn't get discredited until after he died, and someone allegedly found his hidden diary or something like that, which said a bunch of crazy stuff in it. But that may have just been put there, right, to make his testimony about what he actually did discover in the South, right, to seem like it should be discredited. So that's just a speculation, right? We can't confirm he actually wrote anything that was in this so-called diary afterward. But anyway, I'll post the interview.
It's funny how every time the government finds something that's like a manifesto or a diary that, listen, I've never written shit down like that in my life. Do you guys write manifestos? You guys write manifestos in your diary every day or something? Because I don't. Am I the weird one?
Yeah, I was always under the impression that Americans like write every single thing they do every day down in their journals.
Hello.
Live.
Hello. What's up? All right. Oh, we got everyone on board.
How can I open my cam? You can pay money if you want.
Who's saying hello? The new guy?
Yeah, that's me. I'm the new guy.
What's up, new guy? What brings you to the channel?
I came a couple of days ago. I asked a couple of questions. I think it was to you or it was to someone else. It was some British guy I talked with, I think. But yeah, it's my second time on this channel. Lux. My name is Lux Noctris.
Lux Noctris. I don't remember talking to you, but maybe it was. But oh well. So how was your first time on the channel? Did you get answers to your questions? Did you come out with more questions?
No. I mean, I asked the question, they couldn't answer my question, they dodged the question, and I didn't get the answer, no.
What was your question?
A really simple question, actually. I mean, like, I just said, like, if we had, like, a big drill, you know, we just, like, drilled all the way down, would we come across, like, molten lava, like a hot rock or something, or would we come across something else? And they said they don't know.
Yeah, I suppose it depends where you drill. So the deepest hole that they tell us has been dug is by the Russians. Sorry, Jedi.
We had this conversation the other day. I remember this conversation very well. Good luck, Cyclone. Good luck.
Oh no. Well, yeah, they tell us that the deepest hole that's been dug is the Kola super deep hole, which is like 7.6 miles. So whatever they found down there, that's what's been documented. But we wouldn't be making a claim to anything as deep or deeper than that, because as members of the public, that's not something you can really do.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're obvious, yeah, but I mean, like the technology that we have these days, it's 2025, we have really good technology, right? So,
yeah,
just,
the deepest they've gone is 8 miles.
It's like just buy a bore drilling machine on Amazon or something. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. I mean, like, what about the billionaires, the hackers,
the
Rog
guy
Nation?
again. They've already tried that. They've already tried that, dude. Remember, we told you, and you didn't like the answer.
Well, I remember the answer, I do, but you couldn't give me a precise because you said you don't know. You literally said you don't know.
We said this is what they've done, so how would anyone know what's beyond that?
Well, it's obvious to know because we have good technology these days, and
yet they can only get down 8 miles up until today. So are you going further than that? Is that what you're claiming? You don't
I think we can go more than 8 miles because, like, you put a Mount Everest down at Mariana Trench.
No, we're not talking dumb shit. We're talking about real-life people who drill. You're not talking about flipping Mount Everest over. Don't say dumb shit in here.
So how deep is Mariana Trench? Just tell me how deep is Mariana Trench?
Lux, we don't care. You're talking about drilling. Also, they were talking about drilling the Kohler borehole. With all the technology, why haven't they gone further? What's your excuse? It's
because
2025, brother.
There's molten lava in there. It's hot.
There we go.
You can't
There's the answer. It's hot.
So what's the point with this question? What's like the end point conclusion of your question?
My conclusion is it's not flat, it's a sphere, and in the middle it's hot.
Okay. How are you getting to it's a sphere? Where's your evidence for that?
I told you, if we drill too deep down,
right,
the drill's going to burn up. So
but drilling down into the ground doesn't tell you anything about the surface being a spinning ball.
That's the worst affirming the consequent I've ever fucking heard. I mean, it'll pass, but it's still shit.
And the drill
that's like
like you've explained.
That's pretty illogical, dude.
Yeah, how do you know you're drilling inward and not downward?
Yeah, considering you are drilling downward, how are you going to tell us that's anything else?
It doesn't matter where you drill. You can drill on a flat. You're going to go down to the core.
Okay, so are you saying are you saying that you couldn't drill on a flat surface? Is that what you're saying?
You can drill on a flat surface. It's possible.
Okay, so then they can drill on a flat surface, so drilling is not proof of a globe, then.
Can hot stuff be under a flat surface?
After that, it's the upper mantle.
I don't know why I'm going to waste my time. But can hot stuff be under a flat surface? I'll ask again. Oh, good.
Yeah,
so
it can.
Stuff can be under. So far, your proof that the Earth is a sphere doesn't seem to be proving anything, being as you can have hot stuff under a flat surface.
Right, look at Yellowstone National Park. That's hot, isn't it?
Hot stuff underneath a flat surface.
Do you believe in Yellowstone National Park?
That's hot stuff underneath a flat surface. Third time, maybe it'll ring true for you.
All right, I'll put a picture on the side chat. You can even dig from the ocean as well. You can see what we're going to come up from.
Surface.
So now you're saying that Yellowstone is proof of the globe. Is that right?
Well, it could because he wanted proof of a hot surface. Yes, I gave an example of Yellowstone.
No, I wanted proof that the Earth was a sphere, like you said.
And I told you about that. The more down you go, the more hot it gets.
Yeah, but then you said you could go down on a flat surface.
There's a core. There is.
You said
in the middle there's a core, right?
No. You said on a flat surface you could go down as well, and that it would be hot underneath. So that doesn't mean it's a globe.
Doesn't matter where you dig down.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean it's a globe. It doesn't mean it's a sphere. It can happen on a flat surface. No, you just said it can happen on a flat surface.
Yes, you can do it on a flat surface or in the ocean. Doesn't matter where you dig. You got to dig down in the core.
So it's not exclusive proof that the Earth is a sphere, being as you can dig down underneath flat surfaces and hot things can exist underneath flat surfaces. This isn't exclusive evidence. Is this bell ringing for you yet? Do you understand?
It's ringing for me, all right. But look, let me just tell you this as well, right? When an earthquake
talking bullshit again,
right? Hang on, look, you know, an earthquake's going to hit, right? It sends out two types of waves, right? There's the primary wave and the secondary wave, right?
Yes.
Hang on. There's the Earth's magnetic field, right?
No,
and it's created by
magnetic
liquid iron
waves
spinning in the outer core. Without a liquid metal core, there's no magnetism. This is basic geography. We saw this in middle school.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Let me post something for you since you seem to know everything.
You don't believe in the magnetic field now? Yeah?
Well, what evidence do you have?
Of the globe.
Let's find out. I'm going to post something for you, dude. Ready? I'm going to post your magnetic core and let's see what happens to it. What are you going to say to there is no magnetic core when I show this to you? What's your excuse going to be next? There you go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, loses its magnetism when it gets to its Curie point. So there you go. No magnetic core. Try
also, you're just begging the question.
Oh, that's just a meme. That's just you're putting on memes. You're putting on memes.
Dude, hold on. Hold on,
that is scientific.
You don't have any evidence for the core to begin with. You've got no evidence for the core to begin with. That assumes a globe. That's the thing you're trying to prove. And you're just saying, well, let's just assume it's a globe with a core and then blah, 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 blah. No. You need to actually for these things.
I gave you evidence from the earthquakes. No, we can see from the earthquakes. There's obvious evidence.
No,
so let's get this straight.
He's an idiot.
Lux, let's get this straight. Ground shakes, therefore globe.
Yeah, when the ground shake, what happens? What happens to the magnetic field when the earthquake happens? Tell me.
You tell us. It's your claim.
This is
because
your claim,
the primary. There's two types of waves: the primary and the secondary. The primary moves through the solids and the liquids. The secondary moves through the solids only. So the primary it slows down and bends at a certain depth and proves density from the liquid outer core.
Great. Show us the seismic wave equation, geologist, and let's talk about it.
Sure. Give me that here, sunshine.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to manage on this one, dude. I mean, obviously, you've been like... Sorry, Jenna.
No, you're right, go.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're just like reading ChatGPT, which has been trained.
No, this is just basic geography.
This is stuff he's making up out of his fucking head. If he wants to go this route, I'll just unleash Amish on you. You don't understand what you're talking. Excuse me. You don't understand what you're talking about. That's clearly been demonstrated to everybody. Now you're just seeing how far you can go with this stupid troll. Either that, or you're actually stupid. It's one of the two.
Nah, why are you even like doing this childish stuff? You know, calling people stupid.
Listen,
stuff.
Do you know what you posted in the chat?
I'm here to have a reasonable debate.
You posted a Poincare disk model in the chat. Do you know what that is?
No.
No, you don't. You posted evidence of hyperbolic geometry for modeling seismic waves. The seismic wave equation does not even assume a globe because of a hyperbolic geometry. You know why? Because the radius is curved. You can't have a curving radius on a sphere or in any object, really, in Euclidean space. So the very evidence that you think proves a globe actually relies on non-globular modeling, a hyperbolic equation. So would you like to come back again with a better proof someday, or do you want to keep going with this?
No, I'm trying to give you some more proof, but you're calling me, you're being childish, you're calling me stupid.
I'm not being stupid. Stop. You don't know what you're talking about, and I do.
I'm here to have a debate, and you guys are acting childish.
Stop the meta. Lux, listen carefully. Sporadic called you no names. He explained to you what your image that you posted was. He didn't post that, you did. And you're choosing not to listen.
I'm listening, bruv. I'm listening. You're not listening to me.
It's not sinking in, bruv.
Sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, bro, and you're being schooled, and that hurts your ego, and now you're lashing out.
Nah, man, it's my normal voice. I'm sorry if it's hurting your feelings. I'm sorry, DJ, but that's how I talk.
It's true. It's being recorded as well. I mean, you could listen to it back, right? If you wanted to go play it to your friends and families and say, oh, look how well I did in this debate with the flat earthers, right? Go play the live stream back to them.
Yeah, I want to have a reasonable debate, but you guys are acting all childish. I don't know what you're saying.
So we can have a reasonable debate. It's perfectly fine. Listen, dude, chill out. Like, we can have a perfectly fine discussion, but it does sound like you're arguing about topics that you don't really know much about. So you need to be a little bit more honest and say things like, I don't know, when that's a question that you don't know, or...
This is common sense, Jedi.
Just be reasonable.
It's common sense,
That's
man. What you want to
Cyclone.
know?
Be fucking... Just be aware of what's going on, dude. That's someone else. That's not me. I haven't spoken for 5 minutes. Dumbass. Basically, at the end of the day, mate, you pissed us off the other day when you just started talking bullshit, and now you're going to come back in and make the same fucking claims
you've got no
about the
social skills, but
lava
you're
being
told that, bro.
underneath the ground, which makes the Earth a sphere. We've logically gone through this. It looks like you've ignored everything that we've said. The fuck?
Nah, I've done my research on it. It's still not making sense, man. I'm doing my research.
Really?
It's making zero sense to me.
Things can exist underneath flat surfaces.
This is just out of hand.
Fucking pathetic on your behalf. Yeah, we know. We're laughing at you. Try better.
Really, I mean, like, Jesus, man. You sound like a smart man,
So
bro.
Lux, let's get this
You
right.
sound like a smart man.
You've looked up some shit. Yeah, you've looked up some shit on the internet. It says lava underground, so therefore globe. That's what you've come to.
This is what we saw in high school and middle school. What you on about?
Yeah, okay, stop. I don't want excuses. I want you to stop and listen. I want you to use your brain. You saw it in high school. You saw it in middle school. Did they verify it, validate it, or prove it, or did they just push it down your neck?
Nah, I did my research on it. I think there's enough proof out
Lux, you used the example. They fed it to you in high school or middle school. Did they verify it to you, or did they just push it down your neck?
They taught it to us on the textbooks.
All right, can I ask him a question real quick? Hey, Lux, what makes the globe a valid starting point?
I don't know. What is it?
I'm asking you. This is your claim. What makes the globe a reasonable and valid starting point for your argument?
Well, I told you about it. I told you.
Again.
No, not upset. I'm doing something. I'm multitasking. That's why.
So he's not paying attention.
This is comedy to me, really. I love it. It's comedy. To
Now
me.
it's comedy because you're losing. Yeah, you're losing, so it's comedy, right? It's funny to you since you're losing.
I love it. I'm loving it.
He's unprepared.
You guys sound smart. You guys sound like you have the brains,
That's
right?
a completely reasonable question that you need to answer, yeah? Because in the first place, seismology is not proving the shape of the Earth. It's assuming a model that they would test these observations on, yeah? So what makes them assume the globe model in the first instance?
Well, they don't even assume a globe model.
There's pictures of it anyway when astronauts go outside to outer space, they take the pictures. We can see a lot of proof. There's proof everywhere.
We're moving off of the seismic stuff, right? So I guess all the seismology stuff didn't work out for you, Lux. I mean, they don't model a globe.
I tried to explain about the earthquakes. You didn't understand about the earthquakes.
Answer this for the audience. Why don't they model a globe for seismology?
Why don't they model a globe?
Yeah, why do they model instead using hyperbolic geometry?
Well, they use all sorts of sciences, don't they? Not just geometry. They use other stuff
This
as
has
well.
to do with geometry, not science. Listen, we've exposed to you and the audience that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I mean, mate, I might not fully understand about geometrics and science and stuff,
Good.
but this
I'll
is
take
common
that as
sense.
a conception. Now can we
This
move on
is
to the next
common
topic, which
sense.
was pictures from outer space? A much simpler, more kindergarten approach suited to your aptitude.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about that. All right, so astronauts, they took pictures. We can see it on the NASA's website as well, right?
Did you verify the pictures yourself?
We got lovely pictures. Yeah, I can check for it. Yeah, we got lovely pictures of the Earth.
How did you verify the pictures to be real pictures?
It's on NASA's website. You believe in NASA as well. You give me proof from NASA. The other day you gave me proof on the Salt Lake City.
Patience with this idiot. Dickhead. How have you verified that the images on the NASA website are real?
Because you look at the picture, you can see it's real. It's a sphere. It's round.
My friend,
stop.
Thank you. That would mean that Bigfoot is real then, because there's pictures of Bigfoot. Loch Ness Monster is also real because there's pictures of the Loch Ness Monster. Right?
No, that's a myth. I'm not talking about...
How would you verify between the two, though?
That's obvious stuff. You know it's not real. That's obvious stuff, you know? Come on, what is that? Bigfoot and
Stick to the point.
The Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. It's not real.
Lux, you sound like a child who's trying to defend themselves. I'm just pointing out the logical inconsistencies with your evidence, and you're crying about it. Why don't you just be a man and go, well, yeah, actually, when you think about it reasonably, that's really not good evidence, because I really should verify evidence to be real myself instead of just accepting it. Really, if you're a proper man.
All right, and I'm gonna show you proof now. Hang on.
Now?
Yeah.
Of what?
The astronaut pictures. We talked about the astronauts. Why are we closing the topic? We're getting out of topic again.
The picture itself is the claim. It's not evidence of the claim. You seem to have a blind spot to understanding the difference.
Hey, Lux, how do you debate a measurement?
You measure it.
So once it's measured, can you debate it? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I mean if I understand the measures, yeah, why not?
So,
yeah, you can measure
No,
it.
not measures. No, a measurement. For example, my table. We measure its width. Can we debate that measurement? Yes or no?
Yes, we can.
Why?
How do you debate a measurement?
On what basis do you debate a measurement? There's only one.
Wait, hang on a minute. We're talking about measurement, right?
Yeah, if I measure myself to be 6 foot tall, do we debate about it? Or do we accept measurement?
No, we don't. I mean, yeah, if you're 6 foot tall, you're 6 foot tall. You know, we measure you. You're 6 foot tall.
I'm measuring myself, aren't I? And when I've measured myself, me and you are not going to argue about it, are we?
Yeah, if you've got proof that you're 6 foot tall, then yeah.
There we go. If you've got proof, Matrix, finish him.
No, he's yours. I'll set that up nicely for you, mate. Yeah.
See, we measure the surface of the Earth to lay horizontal, right? That's a measurement. So you shouldn't really argue about it, should you? You should just accept the measurement and maybe, if you want to be pernickety, complain about how accurate it is. But that's all you're going to do is complain about how accurate it is.
You're not even accepting how deep the Mariana Trench is. I mean, how can I trust you on the measurements?
Excuse me, I accept the depth of the Mariana Trench, you fucking idiot. I told you this yesterday, but you weren't listening.
What's the measurement of the Mariana Trench? Tell me, please.
The measurement is about 12 kilometres below mean sea level. Mean sea level being a horizontal reference datum that you get the privilege to talk about the depth of the Mariana Trench from. Welcome to Flat Earth.
10,984 meters down there. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Do you want it in centimeters as well? Would that make you more comfortable?
I would love that, but not now, because, you know, the pressure is over 1,000 times more. You're not an honest person. Do you realize there's pressure down there?
So let me get this.
Fall out.
Is there pressure down there? Tell me.
Lux. Pressure or not, it doesn't prove anything. So you're globe proof now. Let's get back to the measurement. So we've already established quite cleanly, and everyone agrees, that you don't debate measurements. So why don't you just go and measure your drop over distance? If you believe you live on a ball, measure it and come back and shut us all up. How easy would that be? There's no debate in that. It would just be, here's the measurement, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, have a nice day, here's your cup of tea.
Tell me about the pressure. You can't answer it.
What about the pressure? As you go down in water, underneath the water level, the pressure increases. That's it. Whoop-de-doo. So what?
There we go. That's what I'm saying, right? You go down there, the pressure's going to increase.
You're saying that, Lux, so what? The ability to go underwater proves 1 carry the 3 minus the 2. Fuck all.
Oh my God.
Oh my God!
If you go down
Lux,
there, the sun is not going to hit, right? There's no light.
cares?
The light's not going to hit there, right?
Who cares?
And
your claim of depth, Lux, your claim of depth means nothing.
What do you think? None of the evidence that you gave reaches the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere.
You're shouting at my face.
Excuse me. None of the evidence that you gave reaches a conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, especially the depth of the water and the pressure and the sun's inability to get the light down there. None of these things are exclusive to a sphere. Do you understand that?
I don't understand that.
Of course you don't. You're a fucking 5-year-old.
Yeah, you can't even explain. You see,
Lux, one at a time.
Like a
Lux,
baby now. You're shouting like a baby.
You're having a meltdown. Lux, can you tip water onto a flat surface? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Can you tip water onto a curved surface? Yes or no?
Yeah, it will dribble down.
Guess what? So your ability to have water on a surface means nothing. So your claim of it's so deep, it's so high pressured, the sun can't get there means zero.
Ding, 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 ding. And he wants to complain that we're getting upset with him because he's an idiot.
I'm going to debate back instead of that shouting back. He's going to start shouting back because I'm not going to even bother
Just
anymore.
go to another channel, dude. You're not welcome here anymore. You've wasted our time often enough.
Oh, you guys are pathetic.
You're the pathetic one. How hard is it? It's either curved or it's flat. I suggested you go and measure it, but you don't like that idea. You just want to stick with your space photos. You're more than welcome to do so, mate. Go and get on the NASA website, print them out, make a little ball out of them and cuddle them. That's it. If that's all you want to do, go and be a believer the rest of your life. I would like you to be knowledgeable. I'd like you to be a knower. I know it's a globe because I've measured it and I've proved those flat earthers wrong. So how about you get off your little computer, go out into the real world and see if you can find some drop over distance and measure it. And when you do, come back and tell the boys and girls, prove them wrong, shut them down. Instead of your stupid claims of, oh, we've got high water pressure down at the Marianas Trench, which no one really gives a rat's ass about.
And under the Yellowstone National Park as well.
Yeah, earthquakes.
Just disappointing. So fucking disappointing.
How did I miss this dude the other day? When was he in?
He's been in off and on the past week.
Oh, really? And I haven't crossed him yet. Wow.
Yeah, and so far, not a single argument or perspective he's offered was unique to him.
It also says on the description of what the Russians claim they found at the bottom of that hole they dug, that it wasn't hot. They said there was like a solid liquid that the drill could not get through.
Oh, so it's not hot now. That's a problem for your claim earlier.
They didn't mention it was hot at all. They said
it's not hot now. You said it was hot.
No, that wasn't me. That was the other guy. He was saying it was hot. But I was saying, from what I've read, they didn't say it was hot. They just said there's some sort of solid, diamond-like liquid they cannot drill through, and it's broke every drill tip they've tried. So they have no idea what's deeper than that.
It was melting drill tips.
It was melting them, yeah. Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I've had a pretty big weekend. I shall leave you all in peace, and I'll catch you tomorrow on one of our many channels. So have yourselves a good one, guys. Peace.
That's my
Yeah, go drink some water, calm down, chill out. Bye.
Bye. See you later, man. Has he still got the ability to talk in my channel? What the fuck?
Yeah, they can't all be winners, guys. So we got any other new people in? We want to ask a question or present an argument for the globe? Maybe that last conversation inspired you to do better. Yeah, I think Lux's big problem was he was unable to distinguish between evidence and claims. So he's like, oh, well, it was in the textbooks, thinking that that's evidence, not realizing that that's just a claim. And then if he was pushed to what the evidence actually was, yeah, there wouldn't be any. He'd just repeat another claim. Well, they've claimed this. Okay, what's the evidence? Well, they claim this. Okay, more claims.
Yeah, it would be like presenting a police officer presenting his traffic ticket, citing you for speeding in court as evidence.
No. I like your question, though, Amish. That's a good one to generally ask them. What's the reasonable basis for assuming the globe to begin with? Because on top of all the claim stacking, you've got an assumption of a ball from the beginning that you have no justification in maintaining or proposing to begin with.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I think it's a great approach. I mean, we're dealing with people that confuse the map for the territory.
Yeah.
So this probes that depth a little bit.
Absolutely. He couldn't really give an answer to that. Didn't seem like. I'm interested in hearing that being addressed by a Glober.
Cyclone, it was in a textbook, so that makes it real.
Usually they try and deny that they're just verbatim parroting a textbook, but this guy's got no problem with it. It's actually the proof.
When you actually, I don't know how old you, when you actually think about a science class, they did literally just chuck a big thick textbook in front of you and just study that.
Yeah, full of cartoons and say, well, if it's about a globe Earth, it's okay. So he knows that there's a molten iron core. Like he's coming at this whole ridiculous begging the question about drilling and seismology from what he's assuming to be an absolute fact about a ball core in a ball Earth. It's like, dudes.
Well,
that's just
isn't that what they do
story.
in seismology, though? Aren't they assuming that there is a solid inner core and a liquid outer core and a solid mantle, etc., to begin with?
Well, Amish was saying in the model they're using for seismology, they're using hyperbolic geometry, not spherical globe Earth geometry. But to be honest, I mean, I've not really looked into the PNS wave thing in a while.
Yeah, okay.
They just assume that Earth is a globe, but they apply a different model. It's funny. I mean, it allows them to also model it on flat Earth, as some seismologists have done, including PhD Tony himself, who spends an inordinate amount of time in Earth Awakenings arguing against flat earthers when he himself modeled seismic waves on a flat Earth. I mean, it's the map territory issue. You can come up with any map you like and then cherry pick the best parts about it to defend your worldview from it. I mean, that's how the globe was created. The map in this instance was how some people perceived and chose to perceive the stars operating above their heads.
It told us in the textbooks as well that slaves built the pyramids. And then they've had to take that out of the textbooks because they've changed their mind on that. Just one proof that textbooks are always right.
Well, they're still going full throttle with pseudoscience like Darwinism. I mean, that's got a reckoning coming, surely. It's like got to be the elephant in the room at this point. Like, well, Still not finding any evidence for this whole Darwinism thing.
Yeah, but then people just straight away point to dogs, and I try to tell them that's selective breeding, but they don't. They just know, say it's evolution. Came from a wolf.
Yeah, it's criminal. Generational propaganda.
Darwin was very confident that they'd soon find all the evidence for evolution buried within the fossil record of Earth itself. And when that didn't happen, they came up with all these stories. Punctuated equilibrium, non-steady state theory, so on and so forth. All these ideas that can't be proven.
But that's contrary to Darwin as well.
Yeah.
Because Darwin stated in his work that if the fossil record isn't vindicated within, I don't know what he said, 50 to 100 years or something like that, he said discard the theory.
That bit's left out.
Yeah, they don't mention that.
I'd never heard that before.
Yeah. That's in his Favored Races book.
That's why they don't quote from it.
Yeah, right. That's in his How to Intellectually Justify Racism and Enslavement and Colonialism by Darwin.
Radwin put forth a very good question about the iron core of the Earth, and Lux called it a meme, just because Radwin put it forth as a GIF. So in the GIF it says, how does the Earth's core generate a magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism? And Lux said that this is just a meme. He didn't even know that this is the Curie point, or the Curie temperature. When ferromagnetic materials reach their Curie temperature, they lose their magnetic field, and they become paramagnetic, and they are not ferromagnetic anymore. So this is not just a meme, this is a fact. So this justifies the question, how could the supposed iron core of the Earth have a magnetic field or produce a magnetic field when its temperature is above the Curie temperature of the iron? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's a fair question. And, the rest of us are on standby, right? Waiting to go into some of the technical specifics of that animated GIF that Radwin shared. But we couldn't even get that far with this guy for the reason you said. He just hand-waved dismissed it as a meme.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like, all right, I'm not going to waste my time talking about like coherency versus incoherence of magnetic fields and the dipole disorder that results from the friction and heat and energy of all the vibrating molecules inside of that clump.
Yeah, today I saved a very nice meme from Jenna. I'll post it in the chat box. Yeah, these guys are like a brick listening to respond, and not the sponge, and not like the sponge listening to understand.
That's good. If that's so true.
Yeah, to be fair, it's from Jenna. I saved it today. Very nice. This is how these people are. They just don't hear what however you stress yourself to explain it, and they just don't listen.
Yeah, I mean, we asked him what makes down going inward versus just downward. Oh, it's just common sense. So you say, okay, why is it common sense? Because it had to be taught to us in middle school. All right, so how is that common sense? Well, it just makes sense.
Yeah, it's what he's actually saying is appealing to authority, just because it was taught to him in a school book, and just because NASA tells him that. That's why we have to believe him, and we have to follow his steps.
Yeah, he revealed to the audience that he doesn't even know what common sense is. If he's defining that by inculcation via indoctrination in a government mandatory school environment.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I posted also today in the chat box, after 10 years of all the observations, I mean, it's not anymore a matter of they cannot understand it, or they do not understand it, or we are not able to explain the fact to them that there is a lack of curvature. It's a matter of it's a matter of it's a mental matter, like maybe because they don't have the courage to admit that they were lied to, because they are too proud, or maybe because they belong to the system and have some advantage of keeping this lie and participating in it and pushing it forward. It's impossible that one cannot. Yeah, I think someone, maybe it was you, Sporadic, or someone else posted yesterday with a caveman sitting on a stone on the beach and looking to the horizon, and there was a meme. It's so easy, even the caveman sees it and comprehends it. It's very easy when one sees the horizon behind the habitat platform at a distance at least 15 miles, because the habitat platform is at 9.4 miles and the horizon behind it is much further. It must be at least at 15 miles distance, or 20 miles, and that makes it 10 times further than we should see, which means 1,000%, because when you say 2 times, that means 200%. When you say 10 times, that would be 1,000%, or 2,000%. When you say 20 times, that means mathematically 2,000%. So no refraction can give them 2,000%, because the refraction in their own words is 7/6 radius. Cannot have 2,000%. So then it's just the unwillingness that they don't want to let the sphere go. It's not that they cannot comprehend it and we are not able to explain it to them so that they would be able to comprehend it. It's because they just don't want to let go. That's why, however you try, how hard you try, it will not come true, because it's about the unwillingness. They are unwilling to listen and understand what you are trying to communicate to them.
It reminds me of a conversation we had a few weeks ago with the Glober. So he brought in ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, ChatGPT.
So, yep, we decided to leverage that. We said, okay, all right, let's use this in lifetime with the Black Swan. And said, ask ChatGPT to define a K factor, which refers to a refractive index. And we're dealing with a claim of a gradient index medium of the air. So ChatGPT gave, the standard answer, what it is, and we said, okay, ask ChatGPT what the standard refraction K factor is. And it came back with, 16%, 17%. That's the same as 7/6 minus 1. 1 minus 7/6. But so then we said, okay, great. Suppose we can see a horizon past 10 miles from 1 foot off the ground. What would the refractive index of air be? Assuming a globe. And it came back with like, oh, this is impossible because it would be like 23,000%. And we said, okay, ChatGPT, we asked this guy, ask ChatGPT, what kind of physical conditions would be present within the environment to allow for such an observation? And it said, this is absolutely impossible. There are no physical conditions and features of this environment that we know on Earth that could produce such an image. And it was so powerful having this Glober go through that and watch his faith in artificial intelligence get destroyed while staring at flat Earth evidence in the text chat.
And if I may add to that, Sporadic, that goes to show how potentially wrong ChatGPT can be. Because if you take that same sort of measurement and you bring it to the Walter Bisman calculator, they'll tell you that you need a refractive index of 0.9891, which isn't exactly, 23,000%. I mean, it's still, 8 to 10 times greater or so, 7 to 9 times greater than your standard refraction, right? Which seems quite enormous. But the fact that it wouldn't have picked up on that, it's a total mess, dude, no matter which way you put it.
Yeah, I mean, the percent that's calculated is based off of presumed Earth's radius. So it's not even a formula; it's an equation. It's just it's like a shortcut that doesn't even apply to anything in reality to begin with.
Yeah, like this math here, from what I remember in Walter Bisman's calculator, it's basically like as this K approaches 1, the surface approaches infinite radius, i.e. flat, right?
Yep.
So 0.9891, you're like, a few hundredths away from being flat? Like, come on, man, that's weird as shit, if you ask me.
Yeah, his calculator isn't a model. Like, it's not modeling waves or rays. It's just a gigantic spreadsheet calculator on the back end. And something I've tried to explain to people earlier is what is observed and being claimed by Globers are two different things itself. Because when they claim that the ray arcs or wave arcs, if you can call it that, are curving at one rate that is a flatter trajectory than the curvature of the Earth, that's not what they're seeing. Because if the ray arc is indeed bending the way they claim it is, and the Earth is indeed curved the way they believe it is, then the image that results is not what is being shown. Because that is a very simple curve. And what it is doing mathematically is lifting the observer up by the requisite height in feet to see far over the curve. Mathematically, that's what it's doing. So the other way to think of like seeing oil rigs 66 feet below the curvature of the Earth is actually more mathematically truthful to say light is lifting the observer 66 feet higher than his current point of observation. And this would have a different effect on what you see, because what you would see is the scene tilting, rotating. You would be seeing more of the tops of the oil rigs, more of the tops of the objects in the distance if Earth was a globe and the rays were bending the way that they claim they are. But instead, we're seeing a panning and shifting. We're seeing a translation, not a rotation. And this means these simple curves that they show us in their models are not even true for a globe. These curves would be complex curves. They'd be sinusoidal. And that makes it even worse because now you have to have a reversal. You have to have conditions where the ray arc is being pushed by one set of pressures and then pushed another way by another set of pressures. The force vector alignments would have the arrows moving all sorts of different ways, and their assessed cause would have to be something in nature that's doing that. So all trillions and trillions and trillions of rays of light, points of light, the entire wavefront is doing this complex curling due to unknown meteorological conditions that nobody can prove exist, conspiring to just curve at the right rate at varying distances, therefore curving at different rates together to lift a curving surface up and make it flat to the observer. And not just flat in one direction, but look the other way 180 degrees, flat in that direction too. You know, and we're the crazy ones for calling that into question, right? That's what's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to get going soon. I'll be on later. It's good chatting.
Okay, bro. See you later. I mean, when you're gone. Dragon, you're hot miking.
I'm just laughing at what Lux is saying. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm a pathetic loser.
I read it.
I'm crying. I need to go sit in a timeout somewhere.
There was too much trolling today in the chat box, so I had to block the trolls just from the side of my chat. For example, these two, Cyber Boy and Cyber Girl, they were just chatting about some anime things and stuff, and filling the chat box.
It looked like it was in Filipino or something.
Have no idea. One of them spoke for a moment. He sounded like, Asian, from East Asia or something like that.
Hello, everyone. We got anything for this globe thing yet? Probably not.
Yeah, this guy had a really good proof. Because there's pressure in the Marianas Trench.
Okay, that proves the globe right there, man.
Yeah, we're all lost now. We don't know what to do.
I never thought about pressure in the Marianas Trench. You know, I mean, that's good stuff there, man. Whatever it means, I don't know.
I'm back on the globe now.
And we checked for new people. What about Oxwoody? We talked to them. Silent type, seems like. Oh, there's a guaranteed glober. Flat Earth dude. Are you sure, Mike? See, his name's just a joke because he's really a glober. Right, Flat Earth dude? Crap, guess he's not his Mike. He's an OG from 2016. I was trying to say hi to him. Anyway, what were y'all doing? Just being silent?
Yeah, there was this guy in here, but he was just being stupid, so he got timed out, I think.
Yes, but all the globe's got anymore is just being stupid and trying to deflect and not actually address issues about how it doesn't make sense, things like that, right?
Well, the evidence he was arguing was textbooks in school, earthquakes, heat underneath Yellowstone, and pressure on the Marianas Trench, and like trying to explain why none of that's relevant is very difficult.
He really going with textbooks? That's a good one.
Because we got shown in school.
I mean, that's That's one of the key tools that got us all in this mess in the first place. Is people independently writing in textbooks where they want to put in there, right?
I never realised at the time, but that you literally just remembering, like when you get the test, it's just how well did you remember the textbook. That's all the test is. It's crazy. I can't believe I didn't switch on to that as a young kid.
All it is, how well can you absorb information and regurgitate it back to them, right?
And how important it is and how much you can learn when you're a kid. That's when we can absorb shit. Like, you could have dropped me off at 6 years old in Germany and I can speak fluent German and English now. No problem. Trying to learn it as an adult, it's much, much more difficult.
Yeah, you're making a good point there, because that time when you're, say, 5 to 8 years old, your ability to absorb information and process it is wide open. You know, you haven't been, your filter's kind of unclogged, I guess, to put it. You know what I mean?
It's the picture Berserker put up, because when you're a kid, you do have a sponge brain, and then as soon as you like get through puberty and you become like 20, you get brick brain, and everything just, you think you know everything, and you don't absorb anything anymore.
Yeah, once you slowly get to that point where you think you know it all, then you don't want to learn anything, right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm. You know, and for most of us, unfortunately, when we're kids, we just absorb nonsense, don't we? We've got broken families. A lot of families have troubles with, you know, loads of crap. So even from school and home, you're getting lied to.
Yeah, there's a reason. Like, for example, at least for me, the first time I saw a globe was in my 2nd grade classroom. So I think I was going on 7. There's a reason they wanted everybody to see that globe sitting there. Then they tell you about the upside down people and everything, gravity, and then you just don't even think about it anymore, you know?
There's Australians upside down.
Just glanced over the panel again. I see all globe deniers, as far as I know. If I'm wrong, please speak up. What about Segway 0001? Are you there? Don't know who you are. Hello, Segway. Welcome to this Flat Earth Discord. What say
yes,
you?
Sirs. Yes, sirs. I'm a listenings.
You're on listening mode.
I'm on listening mode.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think you're sitting there listening on a spinning globe, or are you on a level?
I think we're in the Matrix.
Oh.
Uh-oh, brain in the jar, Earther.
That's all you, Ray, when if he keeps talking.
He's a brain in the jar, Earther. He gave up on reality. Now he thinks he's in a Matrix.
We're in a Matrix. There's little numbers dropping everywhere.
Yep, you're a brain in the jar. You gave up.
Can I go back to listenings now?
Yeah, you got that option.
Yep, don't make any comments. Yep, don't make any comments then.
No comments.
No, not in voice. No. You wanted to go back to listening mode. So you stay on listening. Lux, you're up.
Hello, everybody. Hello again. That was a very intense argument we had, right?
Go ahead and say where sporadic was wrong or what he did.
Wait. Let me. I've just come now. Wait. Let me just say hello to everybody. Let's be friends. Why is everyone fighting?
I'm just a moderator. I'm on both sides.
Nobody's fighting. Nobody's fighting with you. Toxic... Whatever it is, bring your evidence for whatever you're coming here with. Go ahead, man.
I understand, but if there's going to be toxic energy, we're not going to be able to have a lovely debate. Let's try to be reasonable. All right. So, where was it?
Toxic. Go ahead.
Well, it's just called being sociable, you know. Anyway, I forgot where I was.
You were going to explain how sporadic is wrong on the last thing he told you about. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna say something, but then he's gonna say, "Oh, this is level 1 global flat Earth thing." You know, I want to start somewhere. I do. But I don't want him to come and say to me that, you know, oh, it's basic level 1. No, you know, like, don't be sarcastic and let's have a lovely conversation. Okay? I'm not trolling. I'm not LARPing. I'm here to learn.
You're up. You set down the rules, dude. Go ahead.
I want to understand why you guys believe in something like this.
Oh, there's no curve to be found.
Yeah, it's not a belief. We just know that there's no curve. The nature isn't curving. The water's not curving, sir. Sorry, it's not our fault.
Okay. The water's not curving. All right. So, yes, but okay. Let's look at the ships. Okay. Let's start from level 1. Okay. Let's go on the most basic thing first. Okay. We go to the beach. We see a ship. The ship is going. We say goodbye to the ship. And the ship goes all the way down the horizon, right? It goes down and down and down and down. And then what happens? The ship is sailing away into the horizon, so it goes bottom first, right? And the top of the ship vanishes later on. So it looks like the ship is sinking. So we can obviously see here that it's a curve. That's number 1. I know it's very common, very cliche.
I need to rebut
very
that
cliche,
for a second. Yeah, I need to rebut something. Then I pull out my P900 and I can see the ship again. I have a P900 camera. It's a zoom camera, 83x Nikon P900, 83x zoom, 83 times zoom. I can see the ship again. Now what?
Okay, but how far are you going to see the ship? Because it's gonna drop off, isn't it?
To the extent, to the extent of my zoom lens.
Yeah.
If I get a bigger zoom lens, if I got a bigger zoom, I could see it again.
Yeah, because the other day someone sent me something from like the oil rig. It was an oil rig somewhere on one of the shores, and it was like zoomed in all the way into the oil rig. But it's just not making sense to me. Like, if it goes too far, it's gonna vanish. It will shrink. Why? Because it's curving. It's going.
Okay, so let's pick up on that point. You said it's because it's curving. Okay, so according to you, there's a distance from where you're standing at the beach and where that ship goes over the curve, correct?
Yeah.
All ships should go over that same point, right?
Mm-hmm.
How come they don't?
Yeah, I mean, not just the ship. I mean, like, I'm just giving an example of the ship. You know, like
should disappear at that. It's everything should disappear, and in the globe world, it's 3 miles if you're 5 foot high or something like that. So if you're 5 foot high, looking at the beach at 3 miles, you should see everything go over the curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah, I mean, our eyesight is not perfect. We're not God, you know, but you know, we can see. We can see farther away how the ship is, and the ship's going to vanish. The ship's going to go because we can't see it anymore. You know, I mean, it's going to be too far away. It's going to curve. It's going to go down or up or wherever the ship's going.
So that's it. That's your answer. It's curved, but if I pull a camera out, it can see it again. Doesn't mean it's not curved, or it's curved somewhere else. Then.
I mean, if you put out your PX80, whatever you're going to call it, that super high technology camera that you're talking about, you know, you zoom onto it, but still, after a certain amount of time, you're not going to be able to see it anymore because it's going to go down or up. Well, let's try to look for some evidence first before we continue, okay? Because I know you love evidence, don't you? You love evidence.
Yep. Love it.
Wait a minute. Did you say it's going to go down or up? What do you mean it's going to go up?
I'm not going to let him spiral, Dave. Go ahead. Tell me.
Yeah, let's say it leaves London. A ship will leave London. Let's go down to the Mediterranean. You can't see it all the way down there, right? Because it's gonna curve. It's gonna go down the Mediterranean. You're not gonna be able to see it anymore.
Because you can see forever.
Let's try to find. Hmm?
There's only so far you can see. There's no curve.
Hello.
If you go to the weather app on your phone and click on visibility, it'll tell you how far you can see from where you're at today. Like me, today is probably about 8 miles, maybe 12.
You mind if I have
when you zoom in? Oh, can I ask you something? Right, when you zoom in on the ship, right, doesn't it vanish bottom first?
No, it's still there.
It doesn't.
No, I already posted it at 00 after the hour. What a boat looks like when it goes over the horizon, then you zoom in on it.
Hey, can I chat with this guy, Rodwin?
How
yeah, don't chase him out though.
I know you love using your Nikon zoom cameras, P900, P1000s, or X, whatever you're gonna call them. You know, your lovely cameras.
So, yeah, hold on, Lux. You're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. First of all, you're saying the ships disappear from the bottom up. This observation is only due to the fact that there's an optical phenomenon taking place. Do you know this? You said it when you actually started talking about it. You were naming it. You said it looks like the ship is sinking. Do you know there's an optical phenomena that's called a superior mirage that's named that?
My internet's
you know that, right?
up.
Can you hear me?
I was gonna post a picture of that, but I can't.
One, two. Can you hear me? Hold on a sec. Can you hear me, Lux?
I can hear you, Elf.
All right, so yeah, exactly what you said it looks like it's doing is what the name of the optical phenomena is called. It's a superior mirage. It's called sinking. Did you know this, Lux? Hello? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
He can hear you, or he's just ignoring you and just worrying about typing again.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me, Lux?
Oh.
Lux, if you can hear me, say something. Okay.
So he probably has you muted.
I don't know. I've never spoken to this guy ever for him to do that.
Well,
Lux, are you there, Lux? Come in, Lux.
He could be in denial after I posted the sailboat, and he's just not going to talk now.
Come on, Lux. Answer his question, man. Are you there?
You're not muted.
No, he said his internet's going wrong, and I could probably hear it because he got cut off when he was talking. So give him a second.
Yeah.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we hear you, man. Do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
But you
The
are
last sentence that you guys were saying. Tell me again.
You are still choppy. Yeah, so you were talking about an optical phenomenon called sinking. You were describing it at the very beginning, I guess, when you started talking about this.
Yeah, and I saw these cameras now. You guys have like official cameras now. These like the official cameras for flat earthers.
Yeah, that's great. That's good information. We can support that. Lux, hold on a second. Can you hear me? Yeah, we can support that information in just a second. I want to just address that you said that what the ship looks like it's doing is sinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that there's a superior mirage called sinking? Lux. Ay vey.
I think you broke him.
His internet could be going in and out.
He's typing to ChatGPT how to answer this question now.
Yeah, I think he wanted to bypass it. He wants to bypass it and talk about cameras, but he doesn't want to address the fact that there's an optical phenomenon named exactly what he said it looks like it's happening.
Exactly.
I just don't want to detract from that until I get a confirmation that he understands what that is.
His original argument was P&S waves, and that got smacked down, and he didn't like that. He started yelling.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys.
I can't have it. I can't have it. It's not working out. The internet is very faulty.
It's okay. Yeah, whenever your internet's sorted, we're still going to ask the same question when you return. So you can look up ChatGPT and all that stuff in the meantime. That'll help you understand what the optical phenomena is.
Well, I mean, I use ChatGPT every now and then for a little bit of guidance, of course, but it's still, like I said before, it's still common sense. And you may take the piss out of it. You may like to
nobody's taking the piss out of it.
and say names for people. You might like doing that, but
just relax. You like to have a chill chat. You like to have a chill chat. So do I. So when you're looking up the information for Superior Mirage and you see there's a category called syncing, what does it say there? Can you read that? What it says?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't like literally it obviously doesn't literally sync, obviously, but it vanishes from eyesight. It vanishes from the telescope. The cameras that you guys are using, your X80 cameras, you know.
Just relax, dude. You're jumping ahead. What happens is there's an optical phenomenon taking place, and you've identified it's not really syncing. You said it yourself. It's not really syncing. We know that, right? We also know that. But the optical phenomena makes it appear that way. That's why it's called syncing. It's a specific Superior Mirage, and it doesn't happen all the time. A ship that sails away from your position doesn't always appear to be syncing. That optical phenomena happens sometimes, not always. It's not a rule of thumb that the ship that moves away from you will start to appear to be sinking. It doesn't always happen. So Radwin was telling you that even if a ship goes far away, you can pull out binoculars and then see that ship, because what you have is there's a compounding factor, right? There's one where you could actually see the thing where it appears to be sinking, like you said. There's one where it appears like the ship is floating above the horizon. And that's also a different type of Superior Mirage, right? And it's called looming. So there's a lot of other types of Superior Mirages at the distance where you might think it's doing something because of the curvature of the Earth. And that's just not true. They're categorized as optical phenomena with these miraging effects. However, there's times where you could see the ship up to 20 miles away with binoculars. So it's not always the case that it disappears from the bottom up. That's not always a rule of thumb. It's a bad argument for a Glober to have because they think that it happens always and it doesn't. So indeed, the ship is not disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth. Did he leave? Okay. Right. How much of that did you get, Lux?
I really hope he got all of it. That was really good.
Yeah, he's going to feign that he didn't hear or something. I mean, honestly, he is having internet trouble, so you can just blame it all on that. So. sounded like he was capable enough to have this conversation, but perhaps his internet's not going to allow him to. We have Gaizo. Gaizo, welcome. Gaizo Panic. Yeah, we heard your mic on mute. What's going on, man?
All right, let's try again. Now it's online. Everything is okay. Let's calm down.
All right, we can repeat. I can start over again if you'd like.
No, don't repeat over again. Let's get back to the main topic because
the main topic is
I already changed my phone 3 times this week. I keep smashing my phone. I keep smashing stuff.
Yeah, well, let's not be let's not be angry. Like, why are you getting hostile, bro? There's no reason for that. All right, so
it's the ignorance. That's why it's the ignorance.
Well, you don't have to be, dude. You can choose not to be ignorant, dude. Like, that's the thing. You don't have to be. So here's the thing. Like, when we're talking about this subject, of miraging effects, do you know that optical effects happen over a great amount of distance, such as the ones you see with like what happens at the horizon? Do you know this, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you determine it's not the optical effect called sinking occurring when you see the ship disappear from the bottom up? How do you know it's a curve?
Like I said before, it's not literally sinking. Like I said before, it's just because it's vanishing. It's because it's a far distance. Our eyes cannot see it anymore, even if you use your
I understand that.
Or whatever you're using.
I understand that, Lux. What I'm getting to is, how did you determine it's not the optical phenomena categorized as sinking? It's a superior mirage effect. How did you know it's not that, and then that it's Earth curvature? How did you determine that?
Well, because I've seen like proof myself. Like when I see ships, like I just look at the ships, going further and further and further away. I just see it myself. I mean, I don't use cameras to check it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, obviously.
Look, listen. It doesn't matter what you see. What I'm asking is, how did you determine it was the Earth's curve and not the optical phenomena called sinking? How did you know it was actually Earth curve? How did you determine that?
We can determine it because like satellite engineers or people on the planes, you can obviously see that it's a curve and it's obvious. Like I don't know how else to explain it. Like,
I guess what I'm looking for. Yeah, what I'm looking for is you were out on the beach and you saw the ship disappearing from the bottom up, and it should be categorized as sinking if you saw it disappear from the bottom up, right? Because it's a specific optical phenomena that occurs, and it doesn't happen all the time. But how do you know that
is it an optical illusion? What is it? Tell me.
It's an optical phenomena. It's called sinking. It's a superior mirage effect. Yes, you can look this up. You can look this up right now.
Okay, I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I'm going to look it up now. Just send me the link or something. If you can find me the source, just send me it because now I'm multitasking. I'm doing other stuff in the house as well.
Okay,
what about like the airline pilots, satellite engineers?
What about airline pilots?
They use round Earth math on a daily basis.
No, they don't.
Working, right?
They use round Earth what? Lux, what did you say? Round Earth what?
Well, what do they use? Tell me. What do they? So someone said no. They
wait
don't.
a minute. I didn't hear you clearly, Lux.
The other guy wants to talk. The other guy.
Okay, hold on. What is round Earth math? Because you said they use it.
Round Earth math.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, round Earth math is, like the engineers use, the satellite technicians use it every day to prove the curve is real, calculable,
do you have
and unavoidable.
Do you have an equation for this? You can put in the text what you're talking about.
Just ask James for round Earth math.
You show an example of what you mean?
Ask it for your formula for round Earth math so we can look at it. That's what I'm asking for.
All right, look, I'm the GPS satellites and all of the aviation stuff, the maths, the specific maths. I don't know the specific numbers, but we can look it up, I guess. We can find it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing though. Like, do you realize that you're looking up information that you already previously think is already there?
I mean, the people obviously that in the aviation world, the people that are in the GPS satellite, the people that are doing this stuff on a day-to-day basis, obviously they have the physics, they have the scientists to prove stuff like this, right?
But how do you know this information?
I'm a layman.
Yeah, I know, Lux, but how do you know this information is there? If you're claiming it's there and you're like, well, let me look it up. Isn't that kind of like opposite of you knowing? It's just you believing that it's there. That's what's happening right now. You just believe it's there. You don't know it's there. You have to look it up right now.
All my life, I've known like this. You know, like it's the same if you like. And I know this is not the topic, all right? But let's see if you talk with a religious person and you try to fight their dogmas. They're not going to listen to you because their dogma is for them to protect. You know, you can't change their mind.
Right, so that's fine.
But people as well, and I'm trying to understand your point of view as well because I'm really trying my best to understand the logic of your
check it out, Lux. What we're telling you is that the idea that the Earth is a globe is just a construct. It's an idea. People have been interpreting that the Earth is a globe based on other people's ideas and imaginations. It does not exist in reality. So you're trying to understand what we're saying. We're telling you the facts. That the Earth as a globe doesn't exist in reality. You can't go outside and verify that the Earth is a globe. All of these things that they've been telling you are ideas that other men have been been handed down, like people that told somebody else.
Okay, but you are calling the globe, this round globe thing, just an idea, but that idea is sending satellites into orbit, is guiding the GPS signals, is helping pilots fly across continents.
Bro, what you just said right now is another type of ignorance that you have. You don't know where those satellites are. You think that they're in a place that they're telling you they're in because there's
where
corporations.
Are the satellites?
Yeah.
Where are the satellites? Tell me.
Yeah, there's corporations that are set up to actually have businesses that deal with this. But you and everybody else, you just believe these ideas that they're in a place called the vacuum of space, low Earth orbit, or like around the globe. So in your mind, that exists. Yeah, that exists to you, like it's real. But you can't. There's no way you can verify that information. You can only believe it.
I understand that. I can't verify it, but you can also your flat Earth theory is also just a quote unquote idea.
No, it's not a theory, Lux. It's not a theory.
That never works outside your belief bubble. It can't explain the sunsets. You can't explain sunsets. You can't explain the GPS. You can't explain flight paths.
You're rapid firing, dude. You're rapid firing, Lux. You're rapid firing. Okay. You know that?
Step by step. Step by step. Okay.
Yeah, when a person feels like their back is against the wall, they rapid fire and they start doing these questions because they don't want to face the facts. The fact is, if we go point for point, you're going to be exposed to find out you don't know the truth. Right now, you think it's a globe. It's not. It's a religious belief you carry.
It's a religious belief. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
It
look,
is.
I'm logical. I'm a logical guy. All right. So I'm an atheist.
Good. That's good.
I'm a logical guy. So you can go down the even though I don't understand it fully. I'm not a scientist. I'm more like raw and unfiltered. You know this.
You're talking about an empiricist, right? You're an empiricist. You're a guy based on facts and not on fiction. Yes.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. I don't like science fiction. I'm not a religious guy. I'm more logical. I'm more streetwise. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. I can vibe with that. But what I'm saying is, okay. So since I at least know a little bit where you're coming from, okay. How can I put it to you? You can relate to. Well, you've been on the streets. You know when somebody's doing like a hoodwink, right? Or they're doing like a scam, or you could call out bullshitters easily, right? Because you have like a street knowledge. You know when somebody's not telling the truth, right? You can easily know that.
Yes, of course. Yes.
It's different. Okay, I'll put it to you this way. It's different with people in academia. It's different. It's the same type of propaganda like you would see on the streets. However, it's a whole different category. So these academics, right? They play to the people's ignorance. They play to the people's ignorance because no one's going to ask questions because they're talking about some high-sounding information, right? So the information you're receiving has got to do with mathematics. It's got to do with like these lab coats, these guys who have made it in the academic world. And so they're telling you something that you can't verify, therefore making them unfalsifiable information. They're giving you unfalsifiable information. Here's the thing, man. Like, I'm coming from where you're coming from, so hopefully I can relate, right? I did a lot of research over the years I've been doing this, dude, and I've talked to all kinds of people, right? I talked to astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs, bro. I talked to just the regular academics, people who know math, right? The idea that the Earth is a globe is only a good guess that the academics have. When I asked them, like, there was a cosmologist, he goes by the name of Mick West. He came into 24/7 and we talked to him about, the cosmology and, like the sun and all that. And we asked him, I told him straight up, hey, what's the sun made of? And, the first thing he said was, my best guess is that it's, and he went into talking about how it's like, plasma and all that. But that's how he prefaced what he told me, was that it's his best guess. So, and everybody was listening to him, but he, like most academics will say that it's their best. They never say this is how it is. They don't do that. And then, of course, in that academic realm, what gives them the way out is they say the reason they do that is because that's not how science works. Science doesn't work on absolutes, and they can say it's their best guess. So that's how they operate, man. So, and like, in the streets, like the way people operate. Like
I like what you said there, where science doesn't work. It's still like the simulation theory is also like it's a theory. We can't prove that we live in a simulation, nor can we disprove it. It's what they call it, the simulation hypothesis. I think they call it something like that.
They're running around. They're running around talking about these things. But what I'm telling you, man, is that
what I'm trying to say to you. What I'm trying to say to you is, you're saying that hundreds of thousands of physicists, geologists, pilots, astronomers, satellite engineers, all of the people that you talk to are all in on a global lie.
No, man.
While a few guys on YouTube.
It's not like that.
A few guys on YouTube with no credentials have figured out the truth.
You got us all wrong, bro. You got us all wrong. So, like, I'm going to appeal to your street knowledge, okay? So, in the streets, right, when somebody's good at a scam, they could scam hundreds, if not thousands of people easily, because the people are they want to, like, follow the scam. Like, let's say the guy is saying something like, if you buy my product, you're gonna be rich, you're gonna do whatever, whatever it is they're selling them, the people are willing to buy because they want to believe what the person's selling them, right? That's exactly what's happening right here, brother. The people are ready to, they're willing to give their minds over to an idea because they want to be in that fantasy. They want to live with this cosmology where they're like in a planet that they're going to colonize other planets. Dude, I'm telling you, everybody's ready for this, right? Their mind is like, their imagination's ready for it, bro. So just like a scam, the people are getting scammed, but they do it at an early age where you don't have the bro. Listen, bro. They don't have the choice They don't have the choice to find out whether it's a scam or not. So when you get older, you can investigate that. But by that time, it's too late. Your mind is already given over to the fact that since you were told when you were young, it's already a globe, bro. It's a scam, bro. It's just like what you understand in the streets. It's the same thing.
I know what you're getting at. I know where you're getting at here, but you're confusing, like with the streets, right? The scamming thing that you talked about, you're confusing the profit with proof. Just because someone's making money doesn't mean that they're right. It just means they're good at selling something. Flat Earth is also a business. It sells you the fantasy of being awake without ever needing to do the math, run the test, or face your ego.
No, it's not. You got it all wrong again, man. You've been sold not only one but two lies. The lie of the globe, and then the propaganda that the idea that the flat earth is a lie too, because of the fact that you got some niche group of people that want to be special and don't want to separate themselves from society and have some secret knowledge. And you got it all wrong, man. You got us all wrong right now. This group right here.
Yeah, but you're not. You gave me a lovely example on the streets. I love that example. I did.
I'm trying to get back to that in a minute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you that this is the operation, right? The operation is set up so that if you were to ask any questions or go outside of that, you'd be made fun of, you're laughed at. And of course, let's just say, for example, you came out and told people that you want to talk about flat earth in whatever place you live in, your circle of friends or whatever. They're going to mock you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to listen to you, bro. And it's set up that way. It's designed that way. So there's nobody asks any questions. And you even know of yourself, man, you took the bait. You think that now that because you think that this is so true, everything else is propaganda, bro.
If I talk, yeah, of course.
So
what do you mean, of course?
You do see what's happening, right?
It's the same with everything. Like, you're gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
it's a bit cracking a little bit. Can you hear me? Is it cracking out a little bit? 1 minute.
No, I hear you. I hear you just fine. But what I'm saying is, it's a lot to do with somebody. Like they're trying to wake you up to a fact that you've been lied to for such a long time, bro. And it's like, well, you've taken the lie for such a long time. You now think that the lie is true and anything else is a lie. That's what's happening, bro. I'm trying to appeal to your sensibility right now, at least to that. You can be like, okay, man, that's something similar to what I've seen before. But because you're in it, you can't see it, bro. You're inside of it right now. It's got a hold of your mind. And you think that that's so true, everybody else is lying. You did? Yes, you did. At least now I know he's atheist.
Where have you been hiding at, AV? Where have you been hiding?
Yeah, I'm over here trying to get this project going, man, with the thing that we've been working on with like all the topics that we can't discuss in here. So, yeah, we're trying to get that going on Rumble, and it takes a lot of effort and like planning and all that kind of stuff. So, we're going over like the format right now. We're trying to get at least a couple episodes going. It's kind of a like logistically, it's quite a bit of work to get like Discord organized and dude.
All right, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up, man?
All right. So, bro, look, I listened to everything you said, all right, and I appreciate what you said to me, okay? But all my life, I've been skeptical, okay? Same with religion, same with something else or anything, I'm a skeptical guy. And when things don't seem logical to me, I will question it. I will, and I have every right to question that. But when things become so absurd like this, I'm sorry, but I need some more answers.
Yeah, that's fine. You might need
question, right?
Here's the thing: you might need time. There was a guy in here. He goes by his handle is mathematician, and he's an atheist too, right? And he's like, I don't know. He actually said the opposite of what you're saying. He's like, I don't know why people wouldn't think the Earth is flat if the atheists that I know are all logical people. They're people that are, just they only want to talk about facts and empirical things, like true things in the physical world. And he's like, I don't know why people are falling for this global lie. And I told him, I was like, it started from an occult religion, bro. This is where it all came from. Even religious people today, like Christian people, think that it has everything to do with like God speaking of that in the Bible and all that. And like the Christian people are fooled as well, because they believe it all came from like the Word of God and stuff. And
of course, they are fooled on a different level. They're believing everything on a single book. That's a different topic. But if they're going to believe in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or any Abrahamic religion or anything, it's a bit, I don't know, it's a bit out of fear. That's why, or they're scared of something. That's why, or they're too scared to question reality. I'm not an atheist, like this. I'm a pantheist, by the way. But yes, okay, carry on.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can believe however you like. But what I'm talking about is when it came to the realm of facts and like evidence with empirical ways that we can test and verify. I think a lot of people aren't able to produce that when they have their ideas, right? So think about an idea, right? If somebody if they can't prove it to you, like I think you are somebody who can look into the facts, right? If somebody proves something to you in flat Earth and somebody try to prove something to you with globe, and they don't have evidence for what either one, like either flat Earth or globe Earth, then you could easily say, okay, well, you don't have the facts, you can't support what you're saying, so therefore I'm gonna have to put it aside as maybe just a belief that you can have about it, but it's not true. So I would say like this: you should categorize the information we give you as in either I can prove it or I can't prove it. So that's all I'm going to give you that because I know it's hard to get to because your mind has always been wrapped up in the idea that we got satellites and we got rockets going to space. Dude, there's a lot of propaganda right now. You got videos. You got.
Well, I wouldn't call it propaganda when like millions and millions of people are following this, and like a very low percentage of people believe in this society.
I get it, but what's the percentage of atheists in the world? Do you think? What's the percentage of atheists?
Well, I mean, quite a lot. Even people say that they're religious and follow their holy books anyway. 1%. I think it's more than that. It's more than 1%, because people don't even follow their holy books anyway. They sin. They don't know what they're doing in life. They think they have free will.
Yeah, what I'm saying though. Yeah, what I'm saying. I'm giving you. There's more.
People are waking up.
Lux, I'm giving you a compare and contrast, bro. That's what I'm giving you, a compare and contrast.
What?
So
what I'm trying to say to you, my friend, people are waking up. Right? Technology is advancing. We all know this. In about 5 to 10 years, it's going to get even more crazy.
Yeah, even by your standard right now, what you said, that's true. That's true, man, because now, look at social media and all that, we could talk to people that are in other parts of the world that we weren't able to. Like before, we could only talk locally to people, and that kind of stuff. But now that we have this technology where social media makes it available, where I could talk to you and you're in the UK, I'm over in the States, like all this stuff, it just makes it easier for us to have conversation about the information, whether or not the Earth is a globe, right? So we can compare the information, what you're being told over there, what I'm being told over here, and by that we can come to a logical and reasonable conclusion that it either is or is not a globe, bro. Like this is the thing I'm telling you.
You should also come to an agreement that you're meeting people from different countries, different mindsets. They might be open-minded. They might be narrow-minded. You might not be able to change. I'm open-minded. I'm down for any ideas. I am.
Yeah.
But if it's not going to make sense, I'm gonna debate about it. I'll talk, even if I can't prove it, because I know you want proof with measurements and sinking ships and this and that. I might not prove it, but I can talk with logic. I can try to talk with logic at least. If you're going to call me ignorant, or if you're going to call me ignorant over this, then that is your belief, and I will see you as a very narrow-minded person. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, dude. Ignorance doesn't necessarily mean derogatory. It just means you're not well versed on whatever topic that you think that you're speaking of. Like, say you brought up, you brought up optics or whatever. You're not well versed in it. You're not going to be. You're ignorant in the topic of optics. That's fine. Like, you can just be educated. You can learn about it, right? So you don't have to be.
Of course, I'm self-taught when it comes to like the mind. I'm a layman on here. I'm learning. I'm not a professional, academic professional, but I still know how to hustle, how to survive, and how to get on with my life.
That's great. That's great. Good for you, right? Like, good for you. But like,
when it comes to like critical things, like if the Earth that we're living in is flat or a sphere, when I think of the flag, I've heard about this for years. And I never knew it's actually this serious.
It is.
It's really. I'm holding myself. I don't know how else to express myself. I'm sorry.
It is arrogant. I'll tell you like this.
I'm sorry if I'm becoming arrogant. I apologize.
No, it doesn't matter. Listen, all that you can just water under the bridge, right? Because however you were, it's just a reaction to the information, right? Everybody, even if you hadn't heard something that you didn't know about, when your reaction to that new thing that it is, you're gonna have a type of reaction. Everybody's different. Some people react differently than others, right? Whatever. But the most important thing is that maybe you can look past that and then identify whether or not you can verify the information or not. So everything that we're telling you, anybody's telling you in here, you can either test it or not. Either a flat earther is telling you something that is true, or the flat earther is telling you something that's a lie, and you can prove it. So what we ask for is, when we talk to people, is that if we have something that we're telling you and you think it's a lie, point it out and show us how it's a lie. Like, demonstrate it if you have the knowledge.
Yeah,
don't just say I believe. Don't just say I believe and give us like these like talking points that you think, because like some glober put it up in tell the flat earthers these 7 points. Like, that doesn't work, bro. We've been through all the talking points that you can think of. What we want is for you to look into what we're saying, and then demonstrate that what we're saying is untrue. then we can take you seriously. If you're giving us talking points from like these other guys, that's not gonna work, bro. Or your ignorance, like
what do you mean from like the other guy? I think this is not the first time that you've encountered something like this. Then I'm assuming you've seen a lot of people coming inside, and then right, you've seen a lot. Like you said, you spoke with so many people, with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You spoke with physicists, you spoke with astronomers, you spoke with PhD. You even told me with your own mouth, like you spoke with so many people, right?
Yeah.
And at least you're open-minded. You're getting ideas from people, but after all of
I spoke with thousands, if not 10,000s of like normies, right? Like you and everybody else who thinks that the Earth is a globe, bro. Like that right there, I'm well adept at having conversations with you guys because it's like I get it, man. Like it's not lost on me that you're reactionary to all this information, dude. You're just like, dude, what the fuck is flat Earth? Like, is this stupid, right? And I get it. But if you just for a moment in time, bro.
I'm Greek. Let me tell you something, right? I'm Greek, okay? So I was born in an Eastern Orthodox family, okay? So religion was put down in my throat, and all of my community, all of my family said that religion is the true path. Jesus is the true path, blah, 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 yada, yada, and all that religious stuff. But I didn't make sense of it. So I left it and I did my own journey. It's the same in this as well, you know. Now I'm having my doubts now because of all this debate that we're having right now, and I want to come to the conclusion why you believe that the Earth is flat. Because I'm a guy that I love knowledge. Maybe I might not be a professional, like I said, but I love knowledge, and try me.
All right. So let's put it this way: when we give out information, what I think would be a better response, because I know you're reactionary to. I was listening to you. You're reactionary to a lot of the things that are being said. What I think would be better, I think, and you could take this as advice, you know, like a pro tip. When somebody tells you something, see if you can look it up. Right? I know you might think it's a debate, but to us and what we're telling you, it's not. So what I would say is,
then when I look it up, then you're gonna say, oh, you're gonna look on ChatGPT. ChatGPT is wrong. Don't listen to Elon Musk. Don't do this. Don't do that. I mean, I'm looking at my research, bro.
Dude, look, why don't you let people talk? You sit there and tell us what we're going to say to you.
Yeah. So what it is like this, right? I know that you have this thing that it's reactionary right now. You just want to say that because you think everybody's going to say the same thing. I'm not telling you like everybody else was. I'm actually speaking to you sensible, man. So I'm speaking to your sensibility. Hopefully that you're able to hear me when what I'm telling you is that when people are giving you facts, right? Let's say distance to the horizon or whatever. If it's supposed to be a globe, that information to you should be something you can know, right? You can know it. Like if it's a globe and their predicted distance where you see the horizon, it should be at a specific place. You know what I mean? Like those are facts. It should be for the Earth being a globe. And if a flat earther tells you, okay, look, this is the size of the Earth being a globe. Yeah. Listen, if the size of the Earth is a globe, then it should measure to be this specific distance away from you, like the horizon. Stuff like that you could look into. You shouldn't okay, bro, you shouldn't have to be so reactionary like, nah, man, I don't need to know those numbers, or what are you talking about measurement? Like, just listen, hear them out, bro. Just hear them out. And then maybe you could look into it and say, oh, let me figure this out. And if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not, right? Like, no skin off your back. But if it's true, then you're a skeptical person and you found out new information.
Let me ask you, Yeah.
You gonna ask me what?
I think he lost his internet. Can see him lighting up or trying to.
Yeah, he might be having trouble again. Anyway, I was just trying to appeal to his sensibility, so maybe the conversation can shift into like actually wanting to investigate, you know, everything that's being said versus just this combative like viewpoint where he has to like have an answer for everything that you're saying. And I think that's the first natural reaction that people usually get. But I think, you know, at this point now that he's been in the conversation, he's been in a couple of days, right, in here. I think now he should be like, okay, let me hear what you guys got to say, and then I'll look it up and shit like that. I'm trying to turn the ship around, man. If I can't do it, then it's gonna go where it wants. Anyway, it's good to hear you guys. I'm probably have to get back to work. So
you definitely got him thinking, I think.
Trying to, brother.
Well done, AB. You have a good day, man.
All right, bro. Check it later.
All right. Thanks for the conversation, my friend. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
We're still here, Lux. If you want to continue the conversation, Radwin, I think, and I'm here. What do you want to know?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, you're not tired yet of all these debates? You're not going to take a break?
Well, maybe we can pick up where Alpha left off and what he was. I don't know if you heard what he said entirely, because I think he cut out, but he was saying, don't have these knee-jerk reactions here. Instead, think about it logically and go and see that information up for yourself. See whether it is true or it's not true, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm going to do my research onto it, definitely, but I cut out before. I couldn't say my last sentence, right? I said, if I'm going to look into something, for example, specifically speaking about the sinking of the ships, for example, other science facts are going to get involved. It's going to maybe confuse my mind and actually make more sense than the sphere.
I think that what happens when people come in here and they hear this, they view the globe as a model that gives an answer for everything, yeah? Now, when you really specifically look into a lot of these things, you find that they really don't know. It's based off assumptions, etc., yeah? So what you guys always ask for is a replacement to all these things. So what's the sun doing? What's the moon doing? What's gravity? And then if someone can't give that replacement, you automatically just throw it all out and say, well, that's stupid. You have no replacement, yeah? Now, to begin with, to falsify the globe, we don't need to replace all those things. That would be my first point. We just need to falsify the radius value that we're given.
So what about all the investments that these scientists have been doing, sending off satellites and rocket ships and doing all this yada, yada, yada sciencey stuff? I mean, this is all for no reason, do you think? All of this scientific research, all this NASA research, what's going on?
I couldn't tell you exactly what they're doing or why they're doing it, yeah, because I can't their thoughts. However, what I do know for a fact are certain things, such as water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force, yeah? So we've been using water as a level for thousands. We know that water always finds its own level. Water will lie flat, yeah? This is a part of liquid pressure. Water seeking its own level. 72% of the Earth is supposedly water.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, and there's water everywhere. Even our own bodies are also made of water, right? 80-90% of our body is made of water, right?
Yeah, so if you have a look in the chat, I can drop you a couple of citations that you can look into.
You say water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted on by another force, such as wind.
Yep, and water seeks its own level. And we've used water as a level for a very long time. Water does not demonstrate curvature.
Do you believe the other planets are flat as well? And the other planets in the solar system? What do you think of that? Just out of curiosity, what do you think of it?
What do I think of what, sorry?
The solar system. Do you believe in other planets? Do you believe in Mars, Neptune, Jupiter? Do you believe in that, or do you think it's false as well?
Well, again, I can only see what you can see. Yeah, I can see. Even with a telescope, I really can't see whether these things are... I can't tell you exactly what they are, yeah? Do I believe what I am told? No. because it's not something that's verified. This is all just philosophy and metaphysics.
Yeah, just to back up AJ real quick, anything you talk about stuff in the sky, all you can do is look at it. You cannot verify it. Go ahead.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. I cut off.
That's okay.
Yeah, so I was saying, right, I was speaking with another flat earth. I was talking to, and he said that the space is not real, and I could prove it to you. So I was just wondering if more flat earthers also think the space is not real and planets are also like a hologram or something.
I think that that's just been poorly stated to you, yeah? Again, we all see the same thing. What I would state, and most flat earthers, everybody in here would state, is that we don't believe that space is what it's portrayed to be to us today.
Yeah, I told you space is fake. I tell you space is fake so that you have to think about what I said. I didn't say space is fake and everything's a hologram. You made up that part.
No, I mean, I might be projecting a little bit here, but when you said like the space, was it you that said that before, that space is not real?
Yeah, it's not real. Your outer space, your idea of floating in outer space is not real.
The only thing that's been there is the imagination.
And that's exactly what I just said, yeah? We question the narrative that we are told. And when we question that narrative, it doesn't stack up, yeah? It breaks natural laws.
So what about the moon landing then?
Well, the moon landing, according to how they tell it, would be a violation of natural law. Cannot have happened.
My God, I swear, man, I'm a lagger. This. Yeah, Malaga.
Lathask
Yeah. What you saying?
Okay. I've lost my train of thought now.
Yeah, I mean, I got a bit all over the place as well. Yeah, the moon landing. Yeah.
Oh, the moon landing.
So what about that?
No, the way that they've claimed it would be a violation of natural law. Therefore, the moon landing did not take place the way that they showed it.
No. The moon landing must have happened. Oh, you see so many documentaries about it. So many sources about it. You don't believe in the moon landing?
Well, it would be a violation of natural law.
Violation of natural laws.
Yeah, so it would violate gas law, and it would violate laws of entropy, or the second law of thermodynamics.
That sounds very religious to me. Like, what do you mean? Like, can't we break the limits of what? Can't science break the limits of physics? Isn't it possible? Like, if science gets better by the day?
Because a law is something that is demonstrated to occur over and over again, and it becomes a law. So one of those laws would be, well, there's a few laws involved, but that would be gas pressure. Yeah, now the definition of gas pressure is that gas needs to fill the available space and press upon the walls of its container. That's how we measure the PSI, pounds per square inch. So gas requires a container to be pressurized.
So space hasn't got that then? Space is just an empty void, right? It's just a vacuum, right?
Well, that's what we are told, yes. Now, on the Earth here, we have 14 PSI, at sea level. So we have a pressurized system. A pressurized system requires containment.
Oh.
That is the antecedent requirement for gas pressure. And then you brought up a valid point that the claim is that this pressurized system pressure system, or they claim to be a vacuum. Now, this violates the laws of entropy and the entropy of gases, because gases will expand freely into the...
Yeah. I mean, that's what gas is for, right?
That's right. So if this rocket is going to the moon, then these gases that we breathe would all be venting out into the space, and we wouldn't be breathing anymore.
Yeah, but if there's like a station, like if there's a rocket and people have like good gear, like, you know, like if they're trained on this, I'm pretty sure they can go out of this gas bubble that we're living in, right? Isn't it possible? I'm pretty sure it's possible with the...
Well, then that would also allow the transfer of gases. Yeah, we need some type of physical containment to prevent those gases from venting into the available space, this vacuum. And we need a solid container in the first instance to obtain pressure for the gas particles to press upon. Just like when you inflate a ball or a car tire, yeah? You have a pressurized system that's contained. When you apply heat, such as your car tire, the pressure increases because those particles are more excited and they're hitting the wall of the tire faster and harder. So you have that high pressure system.
I'm understanding. I know what that. I mean, I'm understanding that. Yeah, I know what the.
So now,
I know what you mean by
what happens. Now that's 30. Let's just say your tire's at 30 psi, and outside is 14. What happens when you get a hole in the tire and you break that barrier? Is the gas escapes until there's an equilibrium between the inside and the outside of that tire, or that ball, or that balloon. It doesn't matter what it is. That's a law.
I know what you mean by this PSI. Like when my car tire goes down, I have to go to the petrol station, put the PSI in, and fill the gas in the tire. I understand that. But that's not what I'm asking, though.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explain to you is the Earth is no different. Yeah, we've got a high next to a vacuum. To have pressure in the first instance, require that containment, just like your car tire, that prevents that gas from venting off into the available space. So if we have some type of solid container, if a rocket can pass through, then so can these gases, just like passing something through your tire.
All right, so 1 minute. Let me ask you a question. Hang on a minute. Let me ask you a question, all right? So this gas, all the gas that we have in this Earth that we're living in now, it's like in a sealed dome, right? That's how you see it, right? All of the gas here can't escape. We can't bring it to space because, like you said, it's defying the natural laws of physics.
Yep. We need to be contained by something. Now, what the shape of that is, I don't know. It's not something that I can verify in reality. What I can verify is that relationship between gas pressure and containment. This can be verified through multiple examples. Yeah. And those laws of entropy, that high pressure will always fill low pressure. Hot will always go to cold.
All right. And what I'm trying to say to you is, if the pressure would be equal or bounce around evenly, like in a closed container, like we talked about before, but the atmosphere, we can even show some sources if you like, I can find it somewhere. It shows a continuous drop in pressure the higher you go. The more higher we go, the drop in the pressure. And this is exactly what you would expect. Hang on, this is exactly what you would expect on a globe with gravity, and not in a flat world with a hard dome.
Well, we can go into gravity very shortly, but first of all, what you're describing is a pressure gradient. Now, this doesn't mean there's less gases up higher. Yeah, there's just less pressure. Now, again, just like your car tire, you've got 30 psi in there, and you apply temperature when you're driving down the road, and it increases the PSI of the tire because the molecules are more excited, etc. Right? So what we have is a giant container, not a small container. That's a dynamic system, like a terrarium. We have our rain cycles, we have evaporation, yeah, we know the cycles. And in this system, we have different temperature variances that are going to affect the gases. We've got gas being produced at surface level, so we're going to have more pressure where gas is being transformed. And then gas is expanding from that point outwards in all directions until it has a collision with itself or something solid or the walls of its container. So to have that pressure gradient in the first instance, you still require pressure, which means you still require the container.
Yeah, but temperature alone doesn't create pressure gradients. You need a force, you need a direction for gases to move.
Oh, that your container's causing that.
All right. The container's causing that, you said.
Yeah, you're heating up temperature, you're creating more pressure because the container's there.
Correct. Just like your car tire, yeah? No different.
Right, then what's stopping the gases from floating away sideways or upwards into space, according to the flat Earth?
So back to the beginning where I said space is fake, or we're on flat Earth where we have 14.7 psi, which proves containment. We don't need space. We just know we're contained. Space is imaginary. Going to the moon, imagination.
Okay.
But if I can bring you back down to Earth again, what is more important is what we can measure on the surface of the Earth. So again, fluid statics and the physics of water is that water's always going to lay level. Now, if the majority of water, and we don't witness water curving or bending.
Forget the water for a minute. Let's talk more about the gas for a minute, all right?
Okay.
The atmosphere is contained, like the other guy said, is contained by gravity. Both of you admitted that the pressure drops the higher that we go.
That has nothing to do with...
all gases start at the surface. So if all gases start at the surface, all gases start at the surface.
And move out in all directions.
Correct.
So not being affected by gravity.
So we're not getting. So it's gravity. You're putting gravity aside now. So we're not listening to the gravity rules here then.
Well, no, we can't because we can't demonstrate this in reality. The gas laws state that gas travels in all directions, in all vectors.
But it's not answering the question. If gas is naturally expanding in all directions, it's not answering the question, such as what's keeping it attached to the Earth. Why is there still air to breathe at the sea level, and why do we still have
because we're contained
at all?
Repeat that after me. We're contained. Just repeat that so I understand. You know what I said.
Yeah, okay. I understand you said that we're contained. You keep saying that we're contained.
That's the gas. There it is. There you go.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How are we contained? Like, I know this is very cliche way of saying it, but show me where the edge is. Show me the barrier that you believe contains us.
We don't have the ability to go there or do that, but what we do know is the requirement for gas pressure is a container. That is an antecedent relationship. Without the container, you don't have the pressure.
Because we are contained by a gravitational field. That's why gases stick around on Earth.
But again,
that's why the pressure changes with altitude. That's why there's a troposphere, a stratosphere, a mesosphere, a thermosphere, exosphere. It's all layered by gravity and not a wall.
No, that's magic.
That's magic. Oh God. All right. What about the planes? What about the planes that are flying on the high altitude? What about them?
Ask them what gravity is. Ask them what gravity is, so you can understand at least from that.
Sorry, go again, Alpha. We missed most of that.
He wants him to define gravity.
Lux, brother, I sent you a friend request. You know, remember Abdul Hamid?
Who's that? Hang on a minute. Who's that?
Yeah, man, you're just jumping right in the middle of someone's conversation here. So, Lux, please.
We're having a conversation, bro. Yeah. All right, what was he saying?
Okay, so just think about this logically, yeah? The gases are all transformed at sea level. It then vents off in all directions, right? So there is no downward bias for those gases. The gases are then affected by temperature and wind, etc., which is also caused by temperature. High and low pressure systems that the high pressure eventually fills the low pressure and cancels out. Yeah, this is what we witness in reality. So there is no demonstration in reality of gravity affecting these gases, let alone holding them in specific layers.
Yeah. All right, look, I need to start going now, all right? But I got a lot of information from you guys. AV, thank you for all that information, and everyone else as well. I'm going to do a little bit of homework, and I'll be back later, all right? But thank you for the conversation. That was a lovely conversation. See you guys around. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Let's see, a permamute just showed up. I wonder who that is.
Shinro. Shinro was in earlier today. I listened to Shinro for quite a few hours, I think.
Hi guys. I've rethought all what I've said. And I think that I had to actually ask you about your belief before debating it. You know? Hello?
Yeah.
So,
well,
what can
first we state that it's not actually a belief, yeah? Because it's something that we can know.
Reality. Yeah.
That's right.
Why not? Yeah. I would like to give it a shot and see how we end up and what we end up with.
Okay.
So should I start with asking questions, or you will start with some backstories?
Well, first of all, I mean, obviously you believe you live on this globe. What evidence do we actually have that we live on this globe? Do you know who's ever measured it to be so? Do you know whoever measured the globe to be a globe, the Earth to be a globe, a drop over distance?
Wasn't it like an ancient Greek philosopher? No? Or he doesn't exist, so no one did it?
Yeah, but see, the problem there is if you actually go Tosthenes and what he did, he wasn't actually proving Earth's curvature. He believed that the Earth was a globe, and he wanted to calculate, not measure, but calculate what the circumference would be. So no, he wasn't actually measuring any Earth curve or any drop over distance. He was measuring angle and making calculations on a pre-assumed belief that it was already a globe.
So I mean, he assumed it was a circle, not a sphere.
No, he assumed it was a sphere, the globe. Yeah, he assumed it was a sphere, and then he was taking shadow measurements, angles, to calculate what the circumference would be of this globe, this sphere. So he never actually measured the sphere or any drop over distance from horizontal.
What did he end up with? So did he finish?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't exactly tell you, but it's pretty close to what they say it is today.
And here's the question: then why did government kind of hide it from us and kind of change live. They just made us believe that Earth is spherical while it's flat. Like, why is it then? What's the purpose?
Well, why they actually did this or why they lied to us, I really can't tell you because I can't define their thought or know what they're thinking or what their plans are. I can't tell you why they would can make some assumptions on why, but I couldn't. That would only be my assumptions, yeah? And that would be for, control, power, money. For me, I believe in creator, so it's in opposition of the creator and what the creator states. So they're my reasons, but is that the reason? Don't know.
But that's your kind of theory that they try to hide something from us, something important.
Yeah, but what I can tell you is, for whatever reason they have done this or they've lied,
yeah,
we know that they have because we can measure the Earth to be flat. So we don't need to know why they did, we just know that they did.
That makes sense. So you mean there is like no such thing as space and gravity and all of our knowledge of physics is just like space physics? It's lie, like they try to cover it up and give us false evidence?
Well, space and all these things, I wouldn't claim to metaphysics because it's philosophy. They're talking about concepts such as bending space-time. This is not something that's physical. This is not something that they can see, that they can interact with. This is a mathematical equation to try and solve a problem.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, but then what about the global warming? Like, is it, if everything melts down, then it means like the mountains that are surrounding us, like they're made of ice or are they made of rocks? Like,
we know that mountains are rocks and dirt and other things, but what we have is, yes, we have a horizontal plane, just like the water, or water's level. And then on top of that plane, we have topology. We have mountains, we have hills, we have valleys. But this is all based off a horizontal reference plane, just like mean sea level.
what about the Elon Musk? Did he just, like, you remember he said that we have Starlink satellites that are kind of going around the Earth?
That's nothing to do with Elon Musk.
So you mean like it's a lie? They are
no. SpaceX bought the Google Loon project from Google, and that was the internet in the sky from Google. They bought that and they renamed it Starlink. Wasn't Elon Musk didn't invent it? He doesn't invent anything, actually.
No, but like he had his own satellites, no, isn't it? Like
no.
No,
he didn't invent them. He purchased them from Google.
I didn't say he invented. I said like he has his own satellites.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have his own. It's Starlink.
Yeah. So
no, he's nothing to do with it. Somebody stamped him on that. He talks about it, but it's not his.
No, I see. So I mean, there's.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, only a fool
generally speaking,
otherwise, yeah.
Generally speaking, they've fooled a lot of people because a lot of people won't actually do their homework.
Yeah, if somebody's going to hold the position that they live on a globe, right? The things that they're going to need to use in reality to establish this geometric relationship, right, is they're going to need Euclidean geometry to be true. In Euclidean geometry, a straight line that lies upon another straight line would be what defines perpendicular. So now what they're going to need in reality, it lies on another straight line at 90 degrees would be perpendicular. And then what they're going to need is something in reality to show that to be the case. And what we use in reality to show that to be the case is the surface of water at rest, establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And the way we know that that is true is everywhere that a plumb bob is dropped will be 90 degrees to that horizontal line. And a horizontal is a line, and vertical is a line. These are not points. Points are where you begin and end. So, I mean, everybody knows that. Nobody denies it, but they still, maybe somewhere, like you said, they'd say, I'm not going to question it. But they know some things to be true.
Do you think there's more to this Earth than we know on the map?
Yeah, why not?
Like the 7 continents that we have, like there'd be more.
Yeah, why not?
I wonder about that myself.
Yeah, I mean, for all I know, Earth broke open at a place where I am not right now, and water fell into a cavern, and now there's a new island, taking shape somewhere that I'm not knowledgeable on. Yeah, why not? But yeah, so I don't know whatever you hold. If you think it's even reasonable that the Earth is a globe, you're going to need level to be horizontal to measure that the Earth is a globe. And if level is horizontal, then the Earth can't be a globe. So it's a self-refuting proposition of Earth being a globe. Because you're going to need it to be flat in order to measure a globe. Yes, I mean, would you call that a debate or just logical? I mean, what would you call that?
The questions I was asking?
No, you had said, well, what kind of debate channel is this? Would you call what I just put forward a debate or just a reasoned, logical consequence of synthetic, truth and geometry? What would you call it? A debate or just logic?
I mean, I'd consider it a debate regardless. I mean, people are going to have... I mean, I'm not saying your debate is wrong, your point is wrong. I'm saying the premise of this. If a globe earther comes in here and he starts making his points, you start making yours, it's a debate.
Well, that's no debate because he's going to have to if they're making the argument. I mean,
if
the Earth is
if they're making stupid claims, yeah, it's not a debate. I get you there.
Yeah, but if they're making a geometric argument that the Earth is a shape, right? They're going to need to measure the Earth, right? And in order to measure, you're going to need Euclidean geometry to be true. And in order for Euclidean geometry to be shown to be true, you're going to need the water at level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and all verticals are being perpendicular to that to be true. And if that is true, then the Earth cannot be a globe. So, yeah, so there's no debate. It's just they have to accept my premise, which is that level is horizontal for their globe. So just to have the conversation, they have to ground themselves in a flat Earth, or they can't talk about it. That's the thing. Or they just can't talk about it. They can't have it. They can just hold it in their mind and never have a logical, reasonable conversation about it. Because if they're going to have a logical, reasonable conversation in regards to geometry and shape, they're going to need to affirm that level is horizontal. So
that about makes okay. You explained that better. I see what you're saying. It's not a debate in terms of whether the Earth is flat or not. It's flat. So they're gonna have to come to terms with that, and then the discussion is over it being flat. Got it.
It's over before, yeah. If they want to have the conversation at all in regards to geometry, then they're going to have to adopt flat Earth to even have the conversation. So any argument that they make against flat Earth is going to need it to be true to even debunk it. They're going to have to use reason, logic, and the geometric consequences that require the Earth being flat to have the argument that the Earth's not flat.
So do you guys just sit in here and wait for somebody to come in with an opposite view, or what do we do here?
I don't know, maybe let's see, train you up maybe. Maybe we'll train you up. But you got to change your name and be presentable. Maybe get a haircut.
Get a haircut? You haven't even seen
maybe.
It.
Did you ever think that, how about this, but what about gravity? Okay, what about that one? Does that get you?
I mean, the guy that had the theory on it, Isaac Newton, said that it was a stupid theory.
He did, didn't he? Well, yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, but in order to even have the conversation about gravity, right? I'd have to say, well, what do you mean gravity? Right? Like, what does anybody mean by that? Right? And they're going to say, well,
the mass.
Well, what's the observation?
The observation is mass being attracted to mass. If mass were attracted to mass, my computer would be fucking clinging to my microphone right now.
Yeah, okay. So then the observation typically cited will be something like, well, we have down, right? Well, you could just to have that conversation about what gravity is, which would be, well, we have this down thing that we need to account for. Well, what is down? Down is in relation to a straight line established by the water level at water at rest, which would be perpendicular. So in order to even have the conversation about gravity, they have to affirm what up and down is, which relies on the geometric Euclidean principles that require the Earth to be flat. So they can't even talk about it. They just have to shut their mouths and have belief.
It's actually interesting. That's actually very interesting, because it's with the theory of the Earth being round, gravity wouldn't even make sense. Because the only visual representation of gravity we have is it falling down. So that you're right, that would not make sense. Like I just said, my computer would be clinging to my microphone right now if that theory wasn't at all true.
Maybe.
I should be fucking clinging to one of these walls. Whatever wall I'm closest to, I should be clinging to that.
To be honest, not necessarily. I mean, you'll hear people come in and argue all this stuff. And one of the things they might say would be like, oh, well, no, the mouse wouldn't cling to the computer because it's clinging to the floor more strongly. You know what I mean? Or the desk.
Okay, fair enough.
Right? Because they argue everything has mass. You know, it's shit like that. It's unfalsifiable. The thing is, I think maybe, who was it? No Tanks was kind of alluding to it's shit that you can't really falsify on their side. So it's kind of doesn't go anywhere, right? It's like me saying like, oh, the reason why the apple falls when I drop it is because there are intangible, invisible leprechauns and unicorns that want shit that's heavier than air to go to the ground. Like, prove me wrong. You know what I mean? It's same type of shit.
So am I good to just mute myself and just kind of listen in?
I'll allow it. No, well, I've been overridden.
You'll see. Sooner or later, there will be a clown car coming in, and people are going to go crazy and get your popcorn out.
That's kind of like what I was hoping for. I had a friend tell me about this, so
sometimes, yeah.
I came in.
It's very sporadic.
Like I said earlier, I was just trying to lighten the mood. It was a lighthearted joke. It wasn't supposed to be taken serious at all. I get it's not part of the verdict of what goes on in these conversations, but I was just trying to lighten the mood.
I think I must have missed it there. But no problem, man. Like, it's very easygoing compared to what a lot of us are used to. So by no means, don't worry about it.
All right, man. I'll be here. I'll be just listening in.
Cool. Sometimes it's kind of dead for a while, but when it pops, it pops. I'll tell you that.
Well, hello, Alex. Welcome to the 20.
Yotanks, do you have permissions to edit server nicknames?
Permission to edit the server what?
Nicknames.
No. No. I think only the channel owners can do that. We just rent the room. That's a strange question. Why? You want to change someone's nickname?
No, they said something about me changing mine. I'm not changing my whole profile account name.
Oh, you wanted to change it specifically for here?
Yeah, they could just change it to like Paul or something. I don't really care.
Oh, no, we can't do that. It'd be funny if we could, though. So they say we live on a ball, but we don't observe curvature. They say that there's axial rotation where Earth is spinning on its axis underneath the atmosphere, but we don't experience any axial rotation. And they say there's a vacuum in the sky, although you would need physical containment to have an atmosphere.
Yeah. But
so the globe
doesn't mean the
globe is a belief. It means it's a belief.
Yeah. Okay, but you still didn't disprove that it's a globe.
No, we're just confirming that there's no direct evidence that it's a globe. So a bit like a religion, you're going to have to put your faith into something that cannot be proven, tested. You can't prove any of that. You just believe it's a globe.
Well, I don't know if I call that a religion, but yeah, you haven't disproven that the Earth is a globe.
Who am I talking to? Is that No Tanks?
I'm all you got right now. You're going to have to just deal with it.
I mean,
You had me fooled for a minute there, mate. I thought it sounded too good to be true.
I could probably do. I could probably do the Glober thing, which is just it doesn't disprove that it's a globe, because just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen. You're going to be schooled on the fact. Well, not you, but the Glober will need to be schooled on the fact that the globe is the positive claim. And if we have no evidence of a globe, we don't have to disprove it. We don't have to disprove anything unless we had direct evidence for the globe.
Should I continue?
Shit.
I thought Huro, whoever that is, might be in the position of a globe earther, but I'm not sure.
Maybe you'll inspire a Glober to speak up if I go really soft on you for a bit.
I don't think they exist. I don't think they exist anymore.
It might be true. People just don't care anymore, do they? Not interested.
Yeah, I mean, it does go along with, I don't know, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the world, and yeah, nobody believes anything anymore. And it seems like the globe is kind of going out with the baby with the bathwater. And then you got, but you got some old, some old people who won't let go. So you'll notice, you'll see them come in. They'll be, usually 50, 60 years old, 60 years old and up. And they're just like, they'll just want to keep, they say, no, I know it's a globe because back in my day, we had to walk uphill both ways. You know what I mean? So it can only happen on a globe. those are the ones.
That's quite funny. That's the kind of shit they would say, though.
Yeah, I mean that is the consequence of living on a globe. A large body of water at rest is going uphill in both directions. All directions. So.
Well, I thought only Globers got butthurt on Discord, but earlier's conversation, no tanks, surprised me. I guess non-Globers get butthurt too. It was a bit funny though.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It didn't need to get that. It didn't need to get that. I don't know. Serious.
No, it wasn't on my side. I assure you that, brother. Those guys are a little bit, what's the word? Dogmatic, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be a good way to put it. Yeah.
Standards are slipping, man.
Well, my stance is that the quote unquote community is small enough without people casting out members.
I only just realized now this is live on YouTube.
Were you listening to how well you did earlier?
Talk about me?
Yeah, were you like, shit, let me see if anybody did laugh at my joke earlier? I'm rewinding.
No, I didn't even know you could rewind it.
Dude, how do you know that you don't live on a globe? You don't even know that you're on YouTube. You don't even know that you can rewind video. What else don't you know?
Listen, man. I may not be tech savvy, but I don't just listen to whatever fucking people tell me. I at least take a look or two. I definitely.
I'm too young to be a boomer.
Like I definitely couldn't have a conversation about the flat Earth the way that you guys can with all that scientific knowledge, but I've definitely had it proven more than once that it's not a globe.
Yeah, self-evident.
I was going to say it doesn't need to be as complex as it can get. It's pretty simple. We know water doesn't curve, and we know the Earth is a majority water. I mean, do you need much more than that?
To clarify, I'm not a boomer. I don't know. I just don't really keep up with YouTube and TikTok and all that.
No, don't be offended, bro. I consider myself a boomer.
I'm 21, so I'm like not even anywhere near close.
Oh yeah, you should know how to work YouTube a bit better then. You're like the world's youngest boomer.
I mean, I use YouTube. I just don't usually watch lives.
I'd be proud. Most kids are. In fact, do the young people use YouTube? Is that a bit of a boomer thing anyway, YouTube? Because I don't see my daughter or I suppose my 8-year-old son likes YouTube, but
it kind
I don't
of
see the kids using it.
My friends joke a bit about me using YouTube Shorts rather than TikTok.
Yeah, it's all TikTok, isn't it? And what's the other one? What's the other one? TikTok and not Instagram. That's a bit old school, isn't it, as well?
I can't be bothered with Instagram. It's just nothing but nudity on there, I swear.
Nudity on Instagram? Really?
It's like all it is. Their algorithm shit just sucks.
All right, I get you now. Yeah. When did you come to the realization that Earth isn't a spinning ball? Recently or a while ago?
About say 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
How did you, what was it that tipped you over the edge, and how did you kind of react to it?
Like I said earlier, the first thing was when I was going into Christianity and I was reading my Bible and I was going over Genesis again, and I noticed in there where it says that he created the earth as a firmament. And it's the first time I'd seen a reliable source, at least to me, say it was anything other than round.
Yeah, I'd say all the scriptures allude to not a sphere in a vacuum.
And this was more of a modern Bible, so it didn't use older terms. So when I saw the word firmament, I had to look into it because I'm like, well, what is that? And once I realized it was describing it as something completely different than a globe, I realized I needed to look into it.
So when you looked into it, you went online, you typed in flat Earth, and you were met with anti-flat Earth content. So how did you find the flat Earth content?
No, I just looked in. Most of it was YouTube Shorts.
So what, you were getting genuine flat earthers?
I was seeing points between flat earthers, points between anti-flat earthers, points between people that aren't anti-flat earth and they have an open mind. They just actually believe it's a globe. And the points that were being made were the best points were from flat earth every time.
Yep.
There were a few times globe earthers made a good point, but it just wasn't enough. So I don't know.
Yeah, every point they make, they act like it's some sort of unique evidence that could only work on a ball. They just miss out either perspective or, how this would work. Equivalents would work on a flat Earth as well. So everything that they come up with would also work on a flat Earth. There's nothing exclusive to a globe. I say things drop on the horizon, and that can only happen in geometry if we live on a ball. And then they leave out the fact that when you see things in the distance, you don't see it in a Euclidean sense. You see things in a non-linear fashion, and things converge into a point, and things drop on the horizon due to perspective on a flat surface. But yeah, they don't tell you that bit. How did you feel about letting go of space? That's a sticking point for a lot of people.
Say that again?
I says, how did you deal with, or how did you feel about letting go of space? The idea there's a space and distant planets and etc. etc.
I haven't necessarily let go of the idea of space. So
hold on. So you believe the Earth's flat, but in space?
Not necessarily. So the way a firmament would be, there would be a barrier over us, almost like a dome. And then to top that off and weird you out even more, what we see out in space would actually be water.
Okay, but that's not outer space, is it? That's something completely different.
Yeah, fair enough.
No roots.
Okay. Could we go there? Oh, go ahead.
Are you one of them flat earthers too?
Yeah, I'm aware that the Earth isn't a spinning, curving ball. Yeah.
Who was that?
But did he leave?
I think so. I couldn't even see who was talking.
Like knock door run. What do you call knock door run in the US?
Knock door run? Oh, ding dong ditch.
That's it, ding dong ditch. Yeah, we call it knock door run. We get a lot of that here.
That sounds like a. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I am a lot older than you, almost double your age.
You probably still played it. You played Black Ops.
Yeah, I played Black Ops back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, Knock Door Run sounds like a zombies map.
Oh, really?
If you say it fast.
What's up, dude, with the cat picture? We just joined.
Yo, can y'all hear that?
Yeah, you the guy who just asked if I was a flat earther?
Yeah, my bad, I disconnected. Can y'all hear?
Okay.
Can y'all hear the piano?
Not really.
Yeah, I got you. Put you right on top of it. You hear that now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Good boy.
No. There's no good boy. So hold on. If you're going to play I'm going to mute you for a second. So we don't really want to sit and listen to you play piano. You asked if I was a flat earther. Did you want to discuss that? No, didn't think so. People are so strange, man.
I have a piano set next to me as well.
Anyone spoke to Light? Not seen Light before. Oh, he's a flat earther, I assume.
The Earth isn't flat. Stop being retarded. Like, genuinely, just go outside and touch grass. Stop trying to be like special and unique, bro. The Earth is not fucking flat, bro. Fucking hell. But anyway,
post your evidence of curvature.
What do you mean evidence, bro? Stop being a retard.
You don't know what evidence is, and you're calling someone else a retard?
For flat Earth, bro. You literally have no fucking evidence. So why would you even like? What the fuck?
Well, actually, that's funny that you say that because I asked for globe evidence, and then you started whining. So clearly, you don't have any evidence.
Look in the sky. Look in the sky. Yeah, you see the moon. What shape is it? It's a circle, right? Yeah. Put two and two together. Maybe the Earth looks the same way. Oh shit. Oh,
wow. That was incredibly stupid. So your proof that something is a ball. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna respond to that stupidity. Yeah, I'm gonna respond to that shit that just came out of your mouth. Yeah, just 1 sec. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Yeah, real quick. Yeah. So you look at the sky, and you look at something other than the thing that you want to prove is a globe, and you go, that thing's a circle, and that circle, its circle is a 2D flat shape. Are you having a mental breakdown?
You can't. How would you expect to see the curve?
Somehow, but it doesn't look.
Expect to see the curve?
Okay, so you're having a mental breakdown, and you can't listen to anything anybody's saying. Right? Okay, so are you going to stop having a mental breakdown because we're not able to talk to you if you're having an aneurysm?
Because you realize you're actually
if you're having an aneurysm, we're not actually able to have a conversation. You understand? So you're gonna have to get your straitjacket on or something. Maybe your slobber nurse is gonna have to just tend to you, just keep you under control for a second while you receive the answers that you allegedly are asking for. Yeah. All right. So you look into the sky. You see the moon. It's a circle. You said, which is a flat 2D shape. Therefore, something else, that being the Earth, is a ball. Yeah, you're retarded.
Hello, my fellow flat earthers.
Hello, LARPer. So why do you think it's a globe?
I think it's a curved plane.
So you're coping, in other words.
It's a hemisphere of a curved plane. Why not? It could be both a semi-sphere and a plane, as in flat.
I bet the cope would be easier for you if you were actually funny. Because that would make the coping sort of worthwhile. But you don't even have that.
What do you
don't even have comedy.
I'm coping.
You don't even have comedy. You don't even have comedy to cope with. Like, it's looking pretty desperate for you. Well, you're not even funny.
What? Coping.
Well, you're pretending it's a joke. You're pretending it's a joke because you're upset. Because you're upset that it's not a globe, right? Or that you can't evidence a globe. So you're trying to make some sort of light of it, but that's not working either.
Listen. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm taking a position that Earth could be a curved plane. I'm not trolling or trying to be funny. Let's just be rational and argue about it. That's my position, right? And what do you mean I'm coping? I'm not coping. And that's irrelevant.
Yeah. Your LARP is pathetic, dude. Yeah, you suck at trolling. So I'm taking a position where I'm just going to mute you unless you provide some evidence for what you actually believe. It's a globe Earth. That curved plane is incoherent. Yeah, that's incoherent. Say it one more time and I'm booting you out of here. No.
Please, I'm not trolling.
It's incoherent.
I'm trying to be funny.
Yeah, flat and curved are a dichotomy. You're too stupid to troll. I know you're not trolling. You're too stupid to troll.
I just want a good debate. I just want a good debate. I'm not.
Okay, well, yeah, then stop with the incoherent blather.
What's incoherent?
Say something coherent. Curved and flat will be a dichotomy.
Curved plane. I'm not saying it's flat. A curved plane.
Planes are flat, you dumbass.
Yeah,
okay, that's it.
Plane.
All right, that's it.
That plane is your claim, but my claim is that the plane.
No thanks. Get better at trolling. You suck. Ready to stop being an asshat?
What?
Are you ready to stop being an asshat?
Yeah, sure. On your conditions, yeah.
Why do you think it's a globe?
My position is that I think it's a curved plane.
Okay, show the curvature.
Show the curvature. Well,
that's a contradiction. You're an idiot. That's an oxymoron, but show the curvature.
How is that? No, what I'm saying is that.
Show the curvature.
For example, if I assume the photos from space are real, it's showing somehow that the Earth is a bit round or whatever. I could say, well, it's flat, but it's curved, like a hemisphere. So you can see.
Okay, prove they're real.
More.
Yeah, prove they're real then. Don't assume. Prove. Yeah, prove they're real. Yeah. Go ahead. Prove they're real. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Prove they're real. No, prove they're real.
You can see a bit around it, like how you can see. We only see one side of the moon, right? Because I could also claim that the moon is a curved plane.
Yeah, so I just shut your mic off. Just prove that those pics are real. That's all. Thanks. Don't need to hear anything else.
I can't claim they're real. But I said
okay, next.
They are real.
Okay, next. Not hypotheticals. I don't want to work off of a false premise with you.
I
don't have to. Next. Next.
The moon landing was fake. I believe that.
Okay, next.
Please, why are you mad?
No.
Why do you hate
me? Next. Okay, move on to your next curvature proof.
I'm taking like.
Yeah, because you had an assumption there. Yeah, so it's a false premise,
what
though.
Am I assuming?
Yeah, NASA pics.
Okay.
You told me straight up, assuming that they're real.
No, I said if they were real.
No, you said let's assume they are. Let's not. Next.
I didn't say it was round. I didn't say it was fair.
You said let's assume they're real. I said let's not. Next.
I'm still manning your position. I'm helping your position.
You're not able to help anybody, at least of all yourself.
It could be flat, but it's curved. The plane, it's flat.
That's retarded.
But it's curved.
That's retarded.
A plane could be curved.
Because it's an oxymoron. It's a contradiction, dude.
No, in geometry.
Okay, show the curvature. Yeah, okay, oxymoron man. Show the curvature.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I want to see your evidence that is flat.
Okay, so burden reversing will be so that will be a tap out if you reverse the burden.
Can you show me that?
I'll just accept your concession and your loss then. If you're going to reverse the burden, I'll accept that you have no argument and no evidence to support any argument with. And that works for me.
I'm open-minded. Show me your evidence. I will not make fun of you.
So you're just going to reverse the burden. Okay, he's reversing the burden. He didn't have any evidence for his curvature of his plane. Fucking idiot. Okay, we're good.
I want to learn.
You are saying that without you're saying that. That's what you're telling me without trying to say it. That you don't have the evidence because you're trying to reverse the burden. Yeah, if you have evidence to support your position with, you don't need to reverse the burden. So you're telling me that you're giving up.
I never claimed the Earth is a globe or a sphere.
You claimed it's curved. No, I want to see the curvature.
It's flat and curved. A bit curved.
That's retarded and a contradiction. I'm tired of listening to it. You're stupid.
How is that a contradiction?
Shut your mic off. Just shut your mic off. I'll shut it off for you.
That's a contradiction.
If anybody else wants to deal with this retard, go ahead.
Yo. Who would believe that the Earth is flat in 2025? You, Russia.
A good amount of people on this server, not me though.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
No, not me. I don't.
Okay, who does believe in that?
Well, I'm sure that all the people that are in here, if they're not AFK, do.
Okay. Hold on a second. How do these people come to conclude that this Earth is a flat? I don't know. By pictures? Okay, I can show you a picture that show this Earth is an egg. Does that mean this is true? I don't really get it. Fucking retard. Bye bye.
Okay, it was just a troll.
technically speaking, that's where they're arguing from in that sense.
You explained that very well.
Okay.
Very nice. Yeah. But that's called a horizon. Just so you guys know next time.
Yeah, horizon.
Horizon? Does that mean horizontal? When you say the word horizon, is that something that's horizontal?
Boom.
Well, it is horizontal, obviously.
Oh, thank you for proving our point. Appreciate that.
Well, it's in the name. Horizontal. Horizontal.
Mm-hmm. It's funny how they put the name of things like level, airplane, horizon, but all these things are curved, but they just happen to have names of things that are flat, straight. Weird, huh?
So you think anything that has a name, has to be related to the thing. So Greenland should be green, but it isn't.
You understand that words have meaning?
That's the stupidest argument I've heard.
That sounds like projection.
Yeah.
Words have meaning.
By your logic, Greenland should be green, but it isn't.
Who do you think is hotter, Batwoman or Wonder Woman, bro? Who's hotter? Who has the better looking body under the clothes?
What do you mean?
You're just making shit up. I'm asking you literal questions about made up shit.
No, that is just stupid. That if it's a airplane, then it should be flying over a plane.
So if you don't know the answer to something, is it better just to make up something, or is it better just to say you don't know the answer?
We actually have flight data that shows that.
If you are representing an idea or a community, you should have 95% or 90% information about it. That's what I'm saying. If you cannot explain the edges, then you know absolutely nothing.
The globe
about
is the claim to begin
the
with.
Earth being flat.
Burden of proof
That's
is on
what
the
I'm
side
saying.
of
I'm
the
saying you lack knowledge about the topic.
You don't understand where the burden of proof lies. You have a fundamental misunderstanding of the burden of proof.
No, I think he's paid off. This is a minimum wager right here, though. You know what I mean?
Minimum wager.
Paid up.
Yeah.
They don't just have paid up in regular California accent. They have all accents and all languages of paid up. You know what I mean?
The globe is the claim, and the horizontal horizon is an observation that you can make, a natural observation, which is the first step in the scientific method, is to make an observation. When do you observe curvature?
We cannot observe curvature because the Earth is flat.
Because no matter what altitude you reach, it still remains horizontal. That horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude, and all pilots treat the Earth as a flat, stationary, non-rotating planar surface for all practical purposes.
No, that's not true. If you look at the Earth from the moon,
absolutely true.
Bro, you're like the dude. You're like the dude who's like, no, it's a chick, and everybody's like, no, that's clearly a guy, and you're like, no, it's a chick. It's a chick. Look at their cheekbones. It's a chick. You can't see her vagina, but it's there for all intents and purposes, right?
Bro, you don't make any sense. Can you not talk to me? The other guy is, at least trying. You're just speaking nonsense about the airplane. And I don't know,
nonsense.
The nipples of some girl I saw on the street.
You
don't make any sense.
To see it.
And what do you mean I'm paid up? Like, don't you have a job? How do you earn your keep?
Yeah, I work at a balloon factory, bro. I blow things all day. That's my job. Okay.
So you are also paid up, right?
Oh my god, where do you guys find these people? At what is it called? GameCom or whatever? Qualcomm? Romcom?
You're cool, bro.
What I think they do, I think they have certain people with certain types of accents to come in here, because it actually, no matter if you're a flat earther or a glober, something about different accents plays on people's heartstrings differently. I mean, they've got this stuff down to a science, bro. You know what I mean? And a different flat earther will come on, and then they'll send somebody else in. Boom. You know what I mean? They've got the algorithms of what goes against it, like what people's vibrations are, what rubs people different ways and everything. Because everything they've said is nonsense. For years, I've been coming on here, and they say crazy stuff that doesn't make sense. You know, like there's curvature, but you just can't see it no matter how high you go. It's insane, dude.
Can you tell me who's they that you're talking about? They send in this and that.
Your first name is they, spelled THAE with a hyphen over the E, and it's just like symbol, like Prince. You don't have a last name or anything. It's just they. You have a pay number. You've never met your employer.
I have actually. I work at a startup, so you know.
Right. Did you guys do a sacrifice, like a sacrificial or like some type of I don't know, ritual when you met your employer? Were you getting your degree? Were you upping in your degrees or whatever when you met your employer? Did you have a mask on with a large nose? Did you have a robe on? You see what I'm getting at?
I don't actually. You need to be a little more clear.
Clear as in like, oh, we live on a giant ball, but no matter where or how high up you go, you can't see the curvature. But I know it's a ball.
No,
Clear like that.
I just want you to elaborate more on the employer thing.
Yeah, you like that. You guys get a kick off of that.
Yeah, I do actually.
You have to put it out there. So that way you know, your people can never be like, well, we didn't tell them. You know, we put the truth in plain sight. If the Goyim is too dumb to even realize that these encoded messages are right in front of their face and they don't realize it, then, you know, they kind of deserve to whatever problematic happenstances happen to fall across their path in life, they deserve it. You know, that's the mentality here. That's the reality here.
Why would they want us to believe that the Earth is round if it is flat? Like, how do they?
Hey, I had a friend once who began with a W, right, and his last name started with a G, and he wrote a song about it. I'd like to hear it. Here it goes. Why would they lie? You know what I mean? Why would they lie? You know, I could tell you a million reasons why they'd lie, and none of them might be correct, because it's just an opinionated nature and it muddies the waters of the facts, homie. You know what I mean?
Just give me the best reason that you can.
You want my opinion then? So you just want me to give you my opinion? I try to stay away from my opinion. A lot of people don't like my opinion. Even flat earthers don't like it. Sometimes I don't even like my opinion. My opinion don't matter, bro. Just the facts, bro. You know, the things that
matters to me. It matters to me. Don't worry. I just want to hear you out. Why do you think that they would lie to us? How would they benefit?
How would it benefit them to us? Oh, you're so funny. You're you're adorable, bro. You're adorable. Like a little action figure with little like 5 or 6 comments, and they don't always come in alphabetical order, or they don't always come in the order that when you pull the string, sometimes you'll get comment number 8, sometimes you'll get 2, sometimes you get 3, whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I don't mind giving.
Why are you diverting away from the topic? Just tell me. Answer my question.
I'll give you something. So why would they lie? Yeah. Why would they lie? Well, now everybody believes. People who believe we're on a spinning ball, their paradigm has changed from how it used to be. So now they believe they are on the edge of the universe, spinning through an endless vacuum with no significance to our location, that they evolved from swamp goo, which started with a random Big Bang, and that they are even lucky to be here. So that has an effect on your philosophy, when in reality, everything in the sky revolves around us. Everything in existence is here. So right now, We have atheism. We have a belief that there are threats in the sky and that there's all sorts of things that we should pay for and support because we are a threat or a burden or a vermin on the earth.
Oh, can I throw one in? Can I throw one in?
That all comes from a heliocentric foundation.
How about this one? It's egotistical to believe we're the only ones in the universe. How about that evil one?
Why would anyone lie when this world is going so well, at least in 100 years, without wars, peace, respectful, everything is good, and now you want to ruin that? Why would somebody lie because of money, because of war, because that's not happening for 100 years. That wars was medieval wars, when people was bad. Now we have good people, good religions, everything is good. Why to change that? Akham.
The Russian guy, are you with the flat earth
How you know that my how you can know where I'm from my voice?
I'm guessing you're from Russia. It's a guess.
You missed for 1,000 kilometers, 2,000.
So yeah, on top of everything we've just said, NASA's also getting, what is it, 50 million a day? Does anyone know that? 72 million pounds a day to run a space program that we get no benefits from. No advancements in science, nothing new. We just pay 72 million pounds for them to launch rockets that we see arc and disappear on your horizon into the distance with no validation, not even real footage of where they're going and what they're doing. No updates, no research, nothing.
Hey, not just that, but if they were telling the truth and they honestly are doing that and going up to space and spending 72 million a day, play with water, how the hell is that benefiting us whatsoever? Now, if they're lying about it and they're using that money for like some black budget weather modification ops or whatnot, I'd respect them more and I'd feel more comfortable because then I'd be like, oh, they're more like human beings, they're tactile, they're using their resources, even if they're not using the resources that we give them for our good. Because you got to think, things sprayed in the sky, it's either A, not bad or good for me, it's neutral. B, it's bad for me, or C, it's good for me. There's only three options.
Guys, I understand your guys' perspective.
Can I explain your perspective? There is a dead body, and we know that there is dead body because we have evidence for dead body. And you are asking why this person was killed? There's no reason that somebody will kill this person.
Right?
That's your perspective.
What?
Yeah.
You
we have the evidence. Okay, let's put it like this. Does human know to lie?
Okay, bro, I get it.
I'm asking a simple question. Can human lie? Simple question.
Yes.
Can water lie?
Can
the water lie? The body of water.
I don't know. I haven't talked to water.
Water cannot lie. Water can behave in the nature, and you can observe. Do you understand? Can I finish? Now you have two options. Now you have two options. One option is
no. Can
I finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence? Of two options, then I will speak for what you want to say. That means one option is that you believe the people who are telling you that water is curving. That's people telling you. And then another thing is, should you trust the water itself, how behaving, or should you trust the people who are saying how water is behaving? That's new now.
Yeah, and that's a good one, bro. I've never heard anybody quite put it like that. That was very well said. I'm gonna have to steal that one from you sometime, bro.
Okay. Do you understand? Did you understand what he said? Do you understand his point?
Yeah, I understand his point. But
so you understand that the nature of Go ahead.
Yeah, can you let me speak? I get what you guys are saying. I do not agree with it, but I get what you're saying. Now, I think that you people are the people that if you have not seen anything, then in your eyes it does not exist. If you have not been to Japan, you think Japan does not exist.
No, that's bullcrap.
That's
So I
ridiculous.
get your perspective.
Nope,
No,
you don't get
And
that
that's not
perspective.
it.
You clearly don't. No, wait a second, Lucifer. You clearly don't
I
get that
am.
perspective.
Can you
What
let Rude
No,
finish his sentence, dude?
Lucifer, I don't want to have to mute you, but you can't say things like, I get your perspective. If you can't see Japan, then you will say Japan doesn't exist. That's bullshit. So,
no,
we know,
it's
listen, Lucifer, I'm going to
you know
correct you. If I'm going to have to mute
my
you till I finish, all right, I'll just mute you for a hot second. No, that's ridiculous. So, what we believe in is what can be verified, tested, observed, and proven. We know Japan exists. So, pack that nonsense in. What we can't prove, verify, test, or experience is anything to do with space. Now, you believe that space, a vacuum in the sky, is a real place that we can go to, when in reality, all we have is NASA and now SpaceX telling us that space is a real place and that they visit it all the time, when in reality, this cannot be verified. And we're finding that they are faking footage. They're messing up with green screens. Everything they're providing to us is photoshopped and CGI. So in reality, we don't have any experience of space. So that's why we question space and we want evidence, direct evidence. So stop coming off with nonsense. We know Japan's a real place.
satisfy your hunger of evidence. What do you need? Do you yourself want to go to space?
Well, first I'll tell you what I'd like. I'd like it to make logical sense. Space is illogical and ridiculous, and I'll tell you why. Because of the laws of nature that we're aware of. You cannot have a vacuum next to an open system. You cannot have a space vacuum in the sky. Do you know why?
Have you ever seen the machines that can create vacuum?
Do you know why you can't have a vacuum in the sky next to Earth's atmosphere?
We can have vacuum.
Yeah, how are you going to have a vacuum without physical containment?
Why cannot we?
Because of the laws of nature. For example, the gas laws and the thermodynamic laws that are unbreakable. They are the laws that govern everything we know in existence. That would tell us that all of the gas on the Earth would fill the available space of the vacuum. Okay, we know how gas behaves. You're going to need a container to contain the gas. So we have a gas pressure on Earth. How do we have a gas pressure on Earth without a containment?
The atmosphere is the containment itself.
So gas is containing itself.
Man, I'm not that smart that I can answer.
So why did you say it then? If you have no idea what you're saying, why did you respond with gas? The atmosphere contains itself.
I don't. It's not like I don't have any idea, but I cannot explain it to you. Just like you cannot explain edges to me,
We didn't bring up the edge that you did, bro. You brought up gas, and so when he reiterated on it, you were not able to extrapolate any more of data or research or evidence or anything that you had in your head about.
That's irrelevant. Who brought up what?
No, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim, dude. You're the one who brought it up. You're the one who made a claim. You prove it.
That's irrelevant.
Okay, Lucifer, you're asking for the edge. I'm asking about to see all shore of the Antarctica around.
Mm.
On the globe. You take a boat, go around from one point and go around and you will reach the point. Like you go around Africa, you could go around Asia. The same thing on the globe. You go around. You don't need, there is no edge. There is this Antarctica continent. You only go around and that's it.
Oh.
Shall we do it? I'm free Monday.
So, Lucifer, you clearly haven't looked into this very much. You obviously haven't done any observations or measurements yourself. So why do you have so much confidence that we live on a ball?
Bro.
Are you just a follower? You just regurgitate what you think?
I am a follower. I'll believe what I have been taught since I was 7 years old. You know.
Well, that's the problem. You're going to need to learn to think for yourself and use critical thinking, because you cannot have gas contain itself. That was a ridiculous comment that you made. You can't have a gas pressure, a volume of gas, without a container for the gas to press on.
Maybe someday common people can, space travel, and then we can clarify this.
That's an appeal to the future fallacy. They've been saying that since the 80s.
Maybe our grandchildren will be able to do that. I hope so.
Yeah, how far do we kick the can down the road? Are you going to be saying this on your deathbed? Or maybe in another 50 years?
You think that in future...
I really hope so, man.
We will call sea level in future sea curve, I know. It's only it's a language barrier.
I think we should really work on space travel so that we can sort this out.
Nobody
when we reach the Saturn, that's more than Mars. When we reach the Saturn, then the ocean will start to curve. Understand?
No.
When we reach the sun, I don't know what will happen then.
No.
You cannot launch the rocket on the flat surface, man. It's impossible.
What do you mean?
It's impossible. You are saying only if we are launching the rockets, Earth is a sphere, There is no possibility if you have flat surface that you can launch anything in the air. For you will be problem in life how I can distinguish the curved surface from the flat surface. Because they teach me that Earth is a ball, but I still cannot distinguish that two things. I don't know what is flat and I don't know what is curved. For me, that ball is the same. It's the same for you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's very correct.
If it's not same, tell me the difference.
No, I don't know the difference. You are correct.
That means it's the same, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
One day when you realize that distinguishment, you will be on the road. Or you will be on better road. That's what they teach you. Do never ever check in your life, and you will be safe, man. And plus, you don't need to come anymore here because this is all stupid for you. And now your life it start to begin in happiness, man. Because you was on the one stupid place. You realize there are people out there stupid. Do not spend more time with stupid people, man. Enjoy your clever life. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's easy.
Nice.
You think that I'm joking? I'm serious, man. For example, I'm here because I'm with these people. We want to give information, people, that there is a sea level, that water does not curve. But you are not. You are here to say no. I disagree. Okay, you disagree. Now you realize that this is not. This is stupid, and how you can live your life. Don't worry. They will not come to your house. To understand? They will not attack you. They will not do anything to you.
I'll join you guys, then you will be able to explain me.
How you can explain stupid people anything? Did you realize? You realized.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, Lucifer, you wouldn't be able to come a flat earther, and I'll tell you why. Because you can't be a follower. Nobody's going to be able to lead you to flat earth.
Once you explain to me about the edges, then I'll join you guys.
Just like the edge of the universe. You're standing on the floor. You're stop. Your edge. Your head. I'm gonna mute you if you don't shut up.
You cannot explain to me where the edges are,
Lucifer,
or do the edges.
You're just rambling, so I'm just going to mute you.
Okay, since you're just going to regurgitate the same vomit, I will mute you. Make it perfectly clear that nobody here is making any claims about the edge except for you. And I would say that this imaginary edge is in the same location that the edge of your universe is located. welcome to the ground. The things that are moving above your head are indeed moving above your head.
Yeah, well said, Aethergrass. Hey, can I just quickly give my 2 cents, right?
Able to explain me about
Hold on a second, Lucifer. Hold on a second, bro. I just need to say something, right? You said that what we should concentrate on is space travel, right? I spent a month in India last year, bro. You drive on the train, the bin fills up in the train. They just throw the entire trash can out the window of the train, right? The train staff do that, right? I go to a beautiful tropical beach. There's dudes everywhere taking shits, right? You guys need to focus on learning how to live here on the Earth first before you even think about going anywhere near space or anything like that. What are you going to go shit all over a different planet, right? You guys need to learn basics. You guys need to get your shit together, literally, before you even suggest that, oh, yeah, we need to concentrate on space. You guys have got other shit that you need to focus on, literally.
Yeah, I'm going to let him respond to that.
What do you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, bro. Your country's a mess, right? The people are lovely, but you guys, like I said, you just throw trash everywhere. Bro, I went to a beautiful restaurant near the beach on a river, and everywhere they just throw their trash into the river, bro. There's trash everywhere. There's shit all over the beaches. You guys don't have public toilets. You guys don't have. You guys throw the rubbish from the train bins out the windows, right? You guys shouldn't be worrying about space travel. Don't worry about space travel. You've got a lot of other problems that you need to work out first, bro. A lot of other problems you need to work out first. Don't worry about space travel. And India obviously faked the moon landings, right? You'd have to be an idiot if you buy into that footage.
Lucifer, it's not looking good. Go ahead and respond.
I was waiting for that discrimination about the Indian shit and all. I was waiting for that. When will it come up? How long will it
It's not discrimination. It's not discrimination. I went to the beach, right? Beautiful tropical beach. I'm walking down the beach, dude. There's shit freaking everywhere. Beautiful palm trees everywhere, right? Beautiful environment. I'm like, damn, the dogs are shitting all over the beach. Then I'm like, hold on, they're all in little holes, right? My father-in-law and mother-in-law were trying to eat some lunch on the beach, right? Some dude, right, just rocks up and takes a shit right next to them. Like, you know, there's trash everywhere, and you're worried about going to space? You think that your country should focus on space travel? You're fucking kidding yourself, dude.
Sounds like you got your priorities backwards.
Why do you care? Why do you care if I'm kidding myself?
Because you've got your priorities
You should not
backwards.
care. I told you what I think about you guys.
And Lucifer,
If you haven't seen
you're displaying
Japan,
it, though.
you think
Don't worry.
Japan does not exist.
Lucifer, you're freaking out. You're spiraling, dude.
Don't worry. Listen, let's get back on track. Let's get back on track.
Lucifer,
You're worried about
guys are teaming up on me. You know.
Lucifer,
Stop talking over Ruth. He's
worrying
the only
about
one
an
trying to
edge.
talk to you.
Yeah, I'm
What
actually
if-
trying to get back on track. You're worrying about the edge, right? You've got your priorities backwards, clearly. What you need to be worrying about is do we live on a ball? And if we do, where's the evidence? Do we have any curvature? Do we have any motion? Rather than worrying about an edge, you need to worry about where's the curve and where's the motion of the Earth. Now, do you know any evidence, or do you have any idea whether there is evidence for the ball that you believe in?
Are just shitty people who are teaming up on me. I do not give a fuck anymore. I was trying to have a logical conversation. I do not give a shit. Right?
You keep strawmanning us, dude. That's what you're doing. You're lying. You're a liar, right? So you need to work on lying, right? Don't do that. Right? We're not lying about anything. I'm not lying about it. Roots hasn't lied about anything, right? Aethergrass AG hasn't lied about anything, but you have.
I had respect for you guys.
For your enemy because we tell you the truth.
What shit comes out of your mouth?
Okay, we get it. You don't care. Why are you still here?
Stop trying. You know, you guys should stop trying.
Okay.
Yeah, you should stop
I
playing.
respected you guys 5 minutes ago. Until you.
Lucifer, stop monologuing.
I disconnected him by accident, actually.
Well, it's okay.
Oh no. Oh no, such a loss.
Just by accident.
Oops.
You destroyed him, bro.
Yeah, no loss.
Yeah, sorry. I was listening, and then I had to come up to my computer. I wanted to say that. Like those idiots, they don't need to. Well, sorry, Sasha. Yeah, go ahead, Sasha.
But only because of Japan, because we said that Japan does not exist, but there is 44 minutes after the hour, there is 125 miles observation in Japan. We believe there is a Japan, and there is observation of the flat surface in Japan.
I know, I wish Jin was here. That would have been funny.
Yeah, Jin is from Japan, he can, yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And if one for him, only for him, I did it research for him. If he is a Hindu, I will post him his cosmology. It's on the voice text chat. That's what his ancient people was believing, and it's still now. But okay, he changed the religion.
I digress.
I can post it others. They're beautiful. Damn.
Cool looking.
Look at this beauty.
It's a large woman right there. It's a huge bitch.
Damn.
Yeah, I think her name is Nut. That's the firmament in Egyptian cosmology.
You have Slavic, Celtic, all African, Australian, Nordic. Look.
Wow, you got all the
similar.
depictions, don't you, Session?
Yeah, I was looking for pictures. It's so they're so beautiful. There's so many.
Yeah, see that, Lucifer, in the side chat? These are all of the cosmologies for every religion. They're all flat earth cosmologies.
Every religion.
All 2,000 years of the science.
For every culture and every religion, they're all flat earth cosmologies.
All this stupid ancient civilization with the rocks and stones and without iPhones.
I love how one glober's trying to reject them all by putting a cross as an emoji.
Yes.
That's all he can do. Because he's already muted, he can't type, he can't talk. But he worked out that he can put reactions, but now he can't do that either. You can.
Come on.
The hell? Who hurt him?
The water. Yeah, it must have been the flat water.
Oh, ow. That is painful.
Nah, I'm going to say DJ this time. DJ hurt him.
I was going to say. That was savage.
Done. I don't look, as soon as they lie, it's like fair game after they start lying about us. And what happens.
I agree. Yeah.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
So till now, Australia disappeared and Japan disappeared.
Yeah. Wow. So Monixu posting that's about as good as you're going to get a cartoon ball. Beautiful. She says.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, it's like a really, really terrible 2D image of a glob. Beautiful. India. All right. Who else we got in here? Light. Oh, Lucifer's
What's he
still
think?
here. Lucifer's
He thinks you're
rejoined.
200 IQ. Oh,
the whole family
you'd be lucky
combined,
to add-
maybe.
Yeah, you'd be lucky to add 10% of that, mate. Good luck.
Lucifer, did you come back ready to have a proper conversation or not? Are you too upset because of the things I observed in India when I was there with my own eyes?
I am just hanging out. I do not want to have a conversation.
Okay. All right. Pop yourself on mute. Not a problem. All right, who else we got? We got Light. K48. Anyone want to ask any questions? Present any globe evidence?
K48 is a suspected Rich Evans alt. Got the same kind of pre-menstrual syndrome demeanor, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, the freaking cat profile picture people. Yeah, it's like 99% of the cat PFP people are trouble.
It's not looking good for the globe.
No, dude. 3 days I've been listening in on the stream, like, quite a lot, and it's been tragic for the globe side. Embarrassing.
Almanator was in earlier.
Yep, that never goes well.
What, did he have something to say, or did he just sit and creep around in the background?
No, I spoke to him. Jedi spoke to him. Same gish galloping, not going to answer a question type stuff.
Yeah.
He was saying something silly the other day. There's no such thing as something that obviously is a thing. I don't know, something to do with perspective. It'll come to me. Well, I mean, do we unmute Almanator or wait for someone else?
If there's no one else, yeah.
We're recording. Unlock him.
You're unlocked, Almanator. No need, DJ. I'm done for today. Okay.
Got too
well,
many
you're unlocked anyway for next time.
I think, Lucifer, you should just get out your feelings, come back to the conversation, because who cares about any of the emotional stuff? All that matters is, in this conversation, is the Earth a ball or is it flat? In reality, do we measure the Earth, treat the Earth, experience the Earth as a ball, or do we experience the Earth as flat? It's a worthy conversation.
I was going to start an event, but I noticed relationship advice has an event. Look at the title of it. Welcome to the English Hub. Thought are lying to you. What the hell does that even mean?
Sounds like a coherent conversation going on in there.
Thought are lying to you, Roots.
I am hurt. Hurt I am.
I is a hurt. We've been playing some of your songs in here, Flat today. Good work on the songs.
Because you folks in here turning into regular fans, regular fixtures.
Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. You're really good at writing the lyrics.
Thank you, bro. I'm glad at least some people are, enjoying them.
Yeah, man. The last ones have been cool as well.
Thank you, bro. Yeah. I put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah, I can tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we have someone in chat skanking who won't mic up. Just joined today, fluent in English.
Is this Monique Sue?
Yeah. Why don't they want to mic up? I mean, could they be super fans that follow us everywhere on the internet? We really love to get to know our fans, especially our super fans like you.
Hey, Flataday, you got some noises coming through your mic.
I'll mute my.
Yeah, what was that? A cat or a girlfriend or? Just kidding.
Is your cat your girlfriend? What's going on there?
So Lucifer, we did you know that we have hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of long distance observations that completely debunk the globe, completely. Right? We can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe.
All right.
Okay, so there we go. Can't be a globe. Well, no burps. No burps will get you muted. Last warning.
Also, Lucifer, do you know the radius or the size of the Earth has never been measured? No one has ever proven the radius or the circumference of the Earth. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I think they tried. They tried digging a tunnel or some shit in Russia.
Yeah, they tried. They did.
Do you know how deep they dug?
I think it was around 10 or 12 kilometers deep, maybe 8.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. It was
What
too
about it?
hot.
It got hot, yep.
Yeah. So they were not able to measure it. But they should be able to measure it technically if they know the surface area and stuff. They should be able to
Yeah.
calculate the radius.
They can calculate whatever, calculations are different, to measurements. You would need to do the measurements and then you could do calculations after you've measured what you're trying to calculate. But, large bodies of water should curve at a certain rate, right? If the Earth's a globe. For example, if you have like a 30-mile lake, right, or a 30-mile distance of water in the ocean, it should curve by something like 80 meters or something like, approximately 80 meters over that distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see something that's low to the ground, right? 30 kilometers away. But we can do, we can go to a 30-mile lake and we can zoom in from close to the surface of the water and we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right, that shoreline should be...
I haven't tried that, so...
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, I have. I've done that. I used to live on a huge lake in Australia, and I could zoom in from one side of the lake and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake consistently. It should have been hidden. Well, the lake that I was at was only 20 kilometers long, but that's you can still calculate how much curvature over that distance. It's quite a lot. Over just a 10-mile lake, right? 10 miles is 16 kilometers. There should be 66 foot or roughly 22 meters of curvature over that distance. right? So we can go to a 10-mile lake and zoom in, right? Or send a high-powered laser across the surface of the water, right? And the laser will hit the target on the other shoreline, right? Or we can zoom in with a camera and see someone standing on the other side of the lake. This has been done thousands of times now because we have amazing technology when it comes to zoom cameras. So that's why earlier we were getting annoyed when you kept saying, where's the edge? Because we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Right? We're not claiming that. That's not our claim. We don't know that. We admit what we don't know. Now, what we do know is that the surface area over large bodies of water doesn't curve. So it can't possibly be a globe. Right? That we do know.
So why do you call yourself the flat earthers and not round earthers or something?
Not round earthers, yeah. Because of context, right? So flat's not a shape, right? And the context that we're using flat Earth in is referring to a large surface area that doesn't have any curvature, right? And that surface area would have to have a certain amount of curvature if it's a globe. It has to be curving, right? It has to be there, but it's not there. It's flat, right? So the definition of flat, right, like in this context is, a surface that's not. Okay, sorry. The definition of a flat surface area, right, is a plane, a flat plane. You know what I mean, right? Obviously, we have hills and valleys and mountains, but when we have a large surface area of water, it's flat. And over 70% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. And also, right, it's obvious, like that's what we all experience as well. Like when we go to a lake or we go to the ocean, we see a completely horizontal horizon and we see flat water everywhere. Water needs a container and the surface is flat. It's not a crazy claim, my friend.
Yeah, Lucifer, we could call ourselves topographical planar earthers, but flat earth has a better ring to it.
All right.
Don't get caught up on the term. Just recognize that if it's not curving into a ball and the surface of water is flat at rest, like DJ's explained, then the entirety of the Earth, majority of it being water, would be on a flat reference frame. A flat reference. So flat Earth, as opposed to curved Earth or ball Earth. Do you get it? That's why we call ourselves flat earthers.
All right.
This is verifiable. You can take your long distance observations. You can look into the laser tests. You can take any angles and take your measurements to stars from the Earth. You're establishing the Earth as flat. You're treating the Earth as flat. Whether you fly a plane, anything that leaves the Earth and travels is not accounting for curvature. We treat the Earth and it's utilized as flat. Now you can check this out for yourself.
Yeah, what do you think about seeing too far?
I'm just waiting for the time when we'll be able to go to the space, the common people, and then, we can know if there's actually a space or no.
Well, you don't need to do that. You can already see too far for Earth to be a globe.
Exactly. So if we're able to invalidate the globe with these long distance observations, right? You're not going to see a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles when you go up high in the sky. It can't possibly be a ball if there's no curvature, right? Did you know that only, I think it's 26 or maybe 28 people throughout all of history have left low Earth orbit, and that was when America faked the moon landings. Right? That was the only time. Since then, they've interviewed NASA, and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? And NASA astronaut Don Pettit, he replied, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back again. Right? That's literally his reply to asking why NASA doesn't go back to the moon, right? They destroyed the technology, right? The 60s technology. Like, that's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous answer. And since then, nobody's gone back. Nobody's gone even claimed to have left low Earth orbit, right? The heights that they're sending people up to now, since then, isn't even high enough technically and mathematically to see the curvature of the Earth.
That's
if it was a globe.
So, Lucifer's waiting for us to go to get regular space travel. We've gone backwards, Lucifer. We can't go anymore because of the value.
Yeah, it's like saying the dog ate my homework, teacher.
Right. It's like inventing the wheel and then all of a sudden we've forgotten how to do it.
Yeah.
So until you can go to space, you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane that measures flat. Space is just a fantasy that you have because you've invested time in it, and it's been presented to you in movies and at your school, your teachers. It's been fed to you your whole life, right? So you have like a belief in it.
I do.
I know. And that's fine. That's normal, right? That's a lot of people have that. That's perfectly normal. Like, we're not giving you a hard time because of that, right? We're just showing you some information that you probably haven't seen before, right? And hoping that you want to look into the information, you know, and switch on your critical thinking skills, and maybe just, you know, don't just take everything that you get taught at school or that you see on the TV as fact, right? Question everything.
Right. I'll look into this.
Okay.
Hey, Lucifer, did you know that Einstein famously said Earth was treated as if it was in a state of rest, and the atmosphere is treated as if it's non-rotating? Do you know why he said that?
No.
Because we don't have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth or motion. Earth is treated as a motionless plane. It's not a secret, is what I'm trying to tell you. This is well known. Because if you're going to fly an airplane and you try and take into account the motion of the Earth or the curvature of the Earth, you're going to be risking lives.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can't take into account any curvature or motion. Otherwise, people won't be reaching their destinations. You wouldn't be able to travel in a straight line in a certain direction on the Earth in an aeroplane. You'd have to account for Coriolis, and you'd have to nose down around a curve. But if you do that, you're going to kill people.
Isn't it funny, Roots, how they talk outside both sides of their mouth? You know, they set up Michelson Morley to try and measure, you know, Earth's motion. They didn't find any. And Einstein says, well, we wouldn't expect to find any due to relativity. And then they show us mechanical gyroscopes, and they claim precession. They show us Foucault's pendulum, they claim precession. And they talk about the Coriolis effect and sniper shots, and they claim precession. Well, which is it?
Whatever suits them at the time.
Yeah. Right, so they'll claim Coriolis and throw Einstein under the bus.
Did you want to say something, Lucifer? Go ahead.
This is a very, very deep rabbit hole, I would say. Very deep.
It absolutely is, right? And we all thought, just like you did, that this is stupid at first. You know, but the more you look into it, it's a rabbit hole, and it makes a lot of sense once you start looking into it. I promise you that. Seems crazy at first, though. I'm with you on that.
I'll look into it. Yeah.
Cool, man. That's that's all we're suggesting.
Yeah, it's late for me now, so I'll go.
Yeah, that's all good, man. All good. You know, I'm glad we got to have a decent... Oh, he's gone. All right. I think we severely broke that guy earlier.
I know, I feel bad.
See the guy that was kind of spiraling before and being a belligerent DICK?
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah.
Wow, same guy. That's amazing.
DJ absolutely destroyed him, mate. You might even want to go back to listen to it. It was that funny.
Looks like Alminator decided to pop out of here. He was lurking still.
Oh no. I heard you speaking to him about celestial navigation and how I signed Formula earlier. I'm glad you jumped in, man, because I couldn't finish that conversation. I had an emergency that popped up. But I'm glad you finished.
Good tag teaming effort. I kind of felt bad because I was listening to this. I was getting so pissed off, and I left the office to go take a leak. Ended up spending like 10 minutes walking around the parking lot. I was like, oh no, I didn't mean to take it away from Jedi.
No, you're fine, man. I needed somebody. I wasn't too sure if says who and I couldn't speak. And I've been speaking too long as it was, and I had to go.
You know, something I wanted to bring up is like this claim of terrestrial refraction, like producing stable images as far as the eye can see. Like the whole medium is dynamic. Like it's so stupid. It could be considered a homogeneous medium, fine, but it's dynamic. It's a fluid, for crying out loud. And you're expecting like stability. If anything, like there's going to be turbulence. You know, and I got kind of frustrated because like he kept asking me to define things after I'd already started to describe them to him. So I don't know if he knows what the hell he's talking about.
He's a weasel, is what he's doing.
Yeah.
DJ swore yesterday.
Yeah, I lost my shit at some Indian guy. The Indian guys seem to trigger me for some reason. Yeah, I lost my shit good and proper.
Broke him.
That's
brilliant. The Aussie coming out, DJ.
I'll remember that until I die. Not much gets you rattled. You're always so calm and patient, dude. And I know when you get pissed off with people, but you usually have the forethought and presence of mind not to cross over that. But yesterday, man, that was brilliant. Just came out.
Forget what the guy was saying, but it was
actually said.
Yeah. No, I don't remember. But yeah, it's just
Even today, not just a few minutes ago, like you rubbed that guy's face in his own beach.
It's funny.
I mean, it is hilarious, right? They're coming in here all sanctimonious.
Almanator was telling us that 60 nautical miles per degree was a curvature measurement.
Well,
yeah,
that was cute.
I mean, it's taken from the Great Circle route circumference of the globe. No flat earthers ever measured that, and no globers measured that either.
Mm-hmm.
So, but aren't they saying if miles are linear, aren't they saying that a curvature measurement is linear? I mean, that to me is about an oxymoron.
I mean, you can have curving miles, right? If you follow the contour of something.
Right. If you lay a soft tape measure over something, right?
Right.
And I suppose you could say that. But if you're saying 60 nautical miles per degree of angle, then you're saying a straight line, right?
Well, what's changing is the rotation in the sky. There's an arc measurement in the sky. It's being projected.
Yeah, I understand the celestial sphere and everything like that. I feel like if they're going to use the term miles, even though I know they're saying, oh no, it's the arc above and yada, 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 that they're kind of embedding a straight line in something that's supposed to be curved. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. You know, it's probably a better, more accurate thing to say is that we measure like an angular displacement in the sky and move a horizontal distance. And maybe it does kind of get to somewhere around 60 miles per degree of change, but does that hold up everywhere and in all instances? And how do you validate it? I mean, ultimately what 60 miles per degree comes from are 2 points on a curving surface topology, a coordinate system, a coordinate reference surface. You got point A and point B, and you've got a curving topology between point A and point B. You get the XY coordinate of A, the XY coordinate of B, you calculate that distance, and it's 60 miles.
It's actually stupider than that. Because what are they actually
Indio,
doing?
go ahead.
Yeah. So what are they actually doing? You got to think about it. They've agreed on a convention that there's 60 nautical miles per degree. So the star changes 1 degree. I traveled 60 nautical miles. Now, how would they test that? Or what would they even notice that somehow distance don't jibe? Because they're not actually measuring that distance. They're just asserting it by convention. We traveled 60 nautical miles. How would you even tell if you didn't? Well, think about it. Like, how would you tell? Oh,
Right.
It took longer. It took longer to travel than we expected. It took less time to travel than we expected. Maybe we had a current. Maybe we were drifting. Maybe, you know what I mean? It's like, how would you even tell?
Right. So, Indio, this brings to mind like the pilot sitting in his cockpit in his modern 777, watching the little airplane and watching curving coordinates scroll underneath it. And he thinks he's going around a globe because the coordinate reference system is being updated, even though he's flying over a flat Earth in reality.
Yeah. It's pretty much the same thing. Like, there would be no way to tell if you traveled 60, because you're not measuring your actual, like, distance. You can't even, you're on a fluid. Or in the case of the air, you're in a fluid, right? Like, how would you even measure that?
So they claim to like use GPS, right, where they've got pseudo ranging, and they rely on very precise clocks and an assumption of the speed of light. And they say if we set up these beacons at these known distances and relative to the airplane, we could actually measure that ground velocity, that ground speed of the airplane.
Yeah, that air speed / ground speed. I mean, but if you look at actual in real life practice, right? Of like, how long did it take to fly from, Atlanta to Chicago? Well, this time it took 10 hours, and this time it took 12 hours, and this time it took 9 hours, and this time, like, you know what I mean? Like, how you ever gonna figure it out? Like, I guess you could, if you take a gigantic data set, you could, let's look at like,
the average.
Yeah, 10,000 flights. Yeah, you could get a mean, like, and you'd have a range. It's got to be between this and that, right?
Yeah. Right, mean average deviation.
But then you got the foot problem, and this is the problem for the Santiago to Sydney, is that going in one direction versus the other direction, it's like 30% difference, or nearly 30% difference. The largest I've seen is 30%, but I would say on average it's probably like a 20% difference. So which is the correct distance? The top one or the bottom one? Because you got two numbers. You got the east-west distance and the west-east distance. Well, time, right? And then they take that time and they get a distance from the time, right?
You know what? I just thought of something. I wonder if we could get a hold on the flight path data. Well, we already know we can, right? The instrumentation data that goes to the freaking flight data recorder. We grab that from NTSB, but then we also look at the coordinate system. And then we try to see if the two don't match.
Sorry, guys. I was just thinking, like, for the 60 mile per degree bit, has there really been nobody who's at least attempted to do this type of measurement, like, on land? Like, going north or south strictly and doing a measurement? Because at least there you got, I guess.
Do what Eratosthenes did, man. Just pace it out, brother.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got odometers. Well, I mean, we got odometers and shit, no? I mean, then you still have to deal with,
yeah, like, we got you, man. Like, it's even better. Do get one of those watches, those freaking step counter watches, and just start walking.
Come on. I'm just asking, like, is everyone really just talking about, like,
how do you know that? How do you know that's any more inaccurate than like a wheel going over terrain with slippage and inflation and changing that? Like,
that's true. I mean, it would just seem to me
there's a large amount of uncertainty there.
Yeah.
What does tell you? They measured with chains back in the day. They would actually measure the distance by just linking chains together. So, you know what I mean? And they would pull them taut.
Okay.
And
yeah.
They found out the distances didn't really match the celestial sphere. They've known this like since 1400 or something. All this is in, there's a book, you can get it on archive.org. It's called Determination of the Figure of the Earth. Okay. And it goes through the entire history, right, of all the methods they used. And about 1400-ish, they did the astronomical distance, and they did the distance as measured by chains. They didn't go very far. They went something like, probably the equivalent of like 4 kilometers. But they were different by something like 10% of the distance. This is where they come up with the deflection of the vertical nonsense. That plumb is not plumb. So when you measured the star, it really wasn't there because your instrument was tipped a little bit. That crap.
That all tells me the celestial sphere is also not the perfect sphere, that the sphere is idealized.
Yeah.
I got it. It's a potato celestial sphere. The Earth is a perfect sphere, and the celestial sphere is a potato.
That's got to be it. It's the geoid's in the sky, man. It's not on the ground.
Why not? You could do that. It would work. It would work.
It would work. Mathematically, that is a perfect one-to-one coordinate transform.
Nah, it's the celestial pair.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
It is a lumpy pair, dude.
The pear-tato? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the coordinate transform would be pretty easy to do. I mean, you're basically scaling. Not even transform required.
But you got to scale to infinity because the celestial potato is infinite on the inside.
Oh shit! Now it's a flat surface because infinite radius.
Yeah, dude, like that contradiction, that paradox, right? It blows my mind. So it looks like a sphere of infinite radius. Well, then wouldn't it be flat?
Yeah.
So isn't that a flat? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like a paradox.
Yeah. It's like Olber's paradox. Everything they keep coming up with contradicts itself. It's what I keep telling everybody. Like, just let them talk, let them explain it, and they will contradict themselves. You don't have to be like a super wizard brain to have technical discussions. Let them be the one to offer the technical discussion, and then just wait to pounce once they contradict themselves, because they have to. I mean, that requires, I guess, on your part, the ability to be patient, which is frustrating, and then to ask good questions too, so you can debrief them.
Trying to look like say you're at the North Pole and the Earth was a globe, right? But the sky was flat. So it's just like a ball suspended in nothingness with a flat sky over it. And you looked up at the sky, and then you like walked down to the equator. Would it look any different? I mean, yeah, if you turned around and you looked into the void, yeah, that would be different. But if you're at the equator right now, you're looking perpendicular to your flat sky. Would it actually look any different than the way it looks?
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, now it's weird. I just was blowing my own mind thinking about it. That's why I had to share it.
And I like how we've got all this time-lapse star footage, like especially the fun ones at the equator, where you can kind of compare the two different sides of the sky together, and they don't match. Like they're not symmetrical at all. And the paths of the stars don't really trace the arcs that you think they do. The stars actually change their angular velocity relative to each other at different angles of elevation relative to your observation point. I mean, these are slight little nuances, but it all adds up to say that the celestial sphere is cooked. It's just an idealized form that ancient Greeks thought of, and it's been reified into existence. And even today, like, the globers, the smart ones, don't even accept it as reality, right? I mean, it's just a model, and it's not a perfect model because they have all these corrections, like what Indio was saying with deflection of the vertical. Stars aren't exactly where they are predicted to be, absent this correction. So you got all these exceptions, these one-time corrections here, one-time corrections there. Ad hoc, post hoc, ad hoc, post hoc, all your way into globe reification land. And then they call that like the WGS84 with the geoid topology laid over it. Now, yeah, we've got lumpy potato Earth. And it's all taken from the sky. The lumpy potato pear Earth is really what's observed in the sky. Nobody observes that on the ground. I mean, there's even an inconsistency between how the sun moves and how the stars move for Earth to be a globe. Like sidereal rotation versus solar. Angles don't match or make sense given the heliocentric model. The angles and timing relationships.
I have a question.
Yes, hello.
That old maps, do you know that grids what they are going like a diagonally everywhere? You have so many of them. What they represent? I never look into that.
What was the first part of what you said?
You know, on old maps, you have normal like latitude and longitude, but you have between them all that grids and lines. What they are?
I mean, those are going to be like minutes of degrees.
I need to watch. I will need to look into that. But there are so many, you know. They looks like at the end you look like a gnat, you know.
Yeah. So they're going to be. You're going to have all your degrees, and then between your degrees you'll have minutes, and there's 60 minutes in between each degree, and then there are going to be 60 seconds between each minute between the degrees.
Because that part of the chain there, right there. Yeah, see this right here?
Travis, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah. I think once that gets into there, that's what.
All right, good. Yeah, definitely hot micing. Wasn't listening either. All right, so that's what you have in between those, and the minutes and the seconds, the subdivisions. Globers will play games with this too, right? I mean, they will point out how good their optics are, how great they can measure the slight deviations of movements and angles and angular relationships in the sky. That's all well and good. I wouldn't dispute that. I would not dispute the accuracy of their ability to take angle measurements and to even do angle measurements over time. What I would dispute is how freaking level their device is. So they can take these very, very fine angle measurements in the sky or even to points on Earth, whatever, we can give that. But then they bring up something like, hey, we measured through reciprocal zenith angles, we measured a divergence. They'd say, if I set up a theodolite here, you set up a theodolite there, we both have to be dipping our theodolites down to see each other on the horizon, to see each other level. And then they'll talk about how accurate their theodolites are at measuring angles. But what they usually leave out, but they'll always leave out, is the validation of how level their theodolites are. Because for this to be true, what they're claiming to be able to do is to be able to drop a plumb line down to the center of the Earth, 3959 miles, and have it touch the other plumb line from the other theodolite. I don't know who you are, what technology you claim to have. You're not going to be plumb to level over 3959 miles, let alone between these vast distances that they sometimes claim that they use for reciprocal zenith angle divergence measurements, which I've seen like 70 and 100 mile distances. That's nuts. Like, you're going to claim to be accurate to 70 miles horizontal and 3959 miles vertical. BS. I'd like to see the error bars for that. So I don't even know how they'd validate any of that either.
So with those theodolites, I actually don't know what technology that they use as a level. I've seen theodolites with really tiny little spirit levels in them, but I got to imagine that there's something more sophisticated than that. But
yeah, they have with a sensor.
Oh, so it's electronic. I mean, maybe it used to be a spirit level, but now they're electronic. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, I still think they have a fluid sensor to measure pressure.
Right. But you know, just doing construction, like the smaller your spirit level, or the smaller your leveling reference or device, the less accurate you're going to be. Now, I don't know what the electronic system does, but you know, you want to use a longer level to get a more accurate reading of what level is.
Absolutely. It's kind of like doing a long range shot at the range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's nuts. They've got electronic sensors and they will produce out to like the 7th decimal point or something for claimed accuracy. And the Globers will believe it because they see it on the screen. They say, oh, look, it goes to like 7 decimal points. That's how accurate it actually is, guys. Why would they show me a number that's not accurate? You know, so the readout may show that, but that doesn't mean that it's actually that level in real life. Anybody that's actually done field work knows that things are often different in real life than they are on paper.
I mean, to calibrate something like that, I imagine you would use something like a laser, right? Where you would essentially take a laser that points out of both ends, and then you would make sure that your deviation at a great distance from, I don't know, horizontal or whatever, would be gauged on that. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. But you would still have to know what level is over there and over there, right?
Right.
So
that's where it's self-defeating, Sezu, because they are claiming, like moments ago, we were just discussing the geoid. This means that you don't have plumb lines that are straight lines, and you don't have plumb lines that are pointing down to a common center of mass in the middle of Earth.
Right.
So they make their own claims unfalsifiable, but they'll ignore them. They'll ignore them in instances whenever it's productive for them to. It's just like with Coriolis versus Einstein. You know, they'll claim Einstein, you can't measure movement of the Earth and wouldn't expect to due to relativity, because all that motion is happening in relativistic frame. But damn it, we can sure measure Coriolis at the football match by how much of a deflection we observed of the ball with in relation to curving, rotating Earth under.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Lasers can't measure it with Michelson Morley, but damn it, we can sure tell by watching that football. It's also freaking moronic. Like, I just, what frustrates me to no end is how come not that many people are capable of pointing this out and seeing all the contradictions left and right, up and down, they're everywhere. I mean, I feel dumb for not noticing for the first 40 some odd years of my life before I got into this. You know, but I was too busy to care or to notice, and I believed it all. And, you know, but it took a while for me to really dig into this and to start accepting it. But I saw the contradictions at first. I just assumed that there was something wrong with the way that people were obtaining and presenting information, or that there's something of a higher complexity or order of sophistication that was unavailable to most people to understand. But I knew that I was seeing contradictions. The people that we talk to, some of our greatest fans in here that follow us over the internet, like stalkers, they don't even recognize that or want to acknowledge it, at least.
Yeah, it's self-defeating, and it's always circular, and you know, pointing that out usually doesn't kind of get the reaction that you would expect. It's like, bro, you're just kind of declaring this, and then you're saying that the evidence of it is the thing that you're trying to prove. So they don't hear that, which is a shame. But I don't know how you make them see it. I really don't. That's where I start to say, okay, well then this is your preferred paradigm. This is your preferred position. It's no longer about whether or not it's logically consistent or even that it makes sense. It's that you want to stay with this. So it's like, okay, we'll stay with it then. I don't know.
When AI Overlord and Indio first mentioned Helmert's geodesy, and I first heard about it, Friedrich Robert Helmert was a German surveyor and mathematician. He wrote a 2-volume set. It's like freaking 800 pages of mathematical formulas and descriptions of a process to cope with the fact that the Earth can't be measured as a globe. Like, I'm like, this guy, this is like a lifetime of effort, of work. He describes a process of simply selecting a coordinate system, a reference ellipsoid or spheroid, and then go through this process and apply all these amazingly complex mathematical adjustments to your flat Earth survey to get it to wrap around this model. For the audience, I'm going to show you an example of this. Okay, I'm going to take the UK Ordnance Survey. It's a planar flat Earth map. I'm going to show you it wrapped around a globe. There, see in the side chat? Helmert's geodesy basically describes a process where you can take all of that nice checkerboard real-world survey and destroy its relations and proportions to get it to fit to a preferred model, a preferred three-dimensional computer model. Now they're computers. But it's a mathematical model. That's all it is. I mean, and if you were to remove all the land features off the globe that ordnance survey is slapped onto, if you're to remove all the land features of the globe and just look at the spherical coordinate grid, that wireframe mesh of latitude and longitude, there's the celestial sphere model. What you're doing with Helmert is you're taking that planar survey that's flat and you are matching it, trying to best fit it into that celestial sphere. You're wallpapering the terrain onto a celestial sphere. And instead of you looking up at the stars, you imagine yourself being outside of it, looking down on the surface. I mean, can you see how the edges of this sphere, even though it was surveyed that way, do not match latitude and longitude at all? Like if you look at where A is in the top left, it's like looking northwest into Canada. Which one of these is true? And I would argue both of them aren't. Both of these are inaccurate. Both of these don't truly show us what the world actually is. But I'd say the one that's a ball is further removed from reality. These planar surveys, what make them different is they use landmarks. You just keep your eyes on the ground where it belongs. You know, and then so you couple that with what I'm going to present next is a U.S. Naval postgraduate report on using tangent planes, using flat planar grids like that ordnance survey to improve targeting precision for drones. Go ahead, Sis.
Well, I'll just say that studying all this really at least gives me a good idea as to how difficult it really is to reify what the Earth actually looks like. To take measurements that would even be close to accurate and then try to translate that into some sort of map of any kind is a really difficult thing to do.
Maybe because of all this water, it's a problem.
Well, it's just crazy how everything kind of, with distance, everything breaks down. Your ability to measure, your ability to find, level. The weird things that light does and how, temperature and pressure and humidity and all that stuff affect it. You just kind of, what we have is the best that we could do with what we have. I don't know what another method would be at this point. Because you're not going to use drones, you're not going to use anything, especially if you're, it's the same problem. Oh, I'm gonna do it across the ocean. Okay, that's a fluid. I'm gonna do it through the air. That's a fluid. I'm gonna do it over the terrain. It's not gonna work. You got undulations. So you have to kind of rely on optics, and optics are not that reliable, especially as the distances increase.
Right. So some people think about like all the undersea cable. Can we get measurements that was used there? Well, I mean, you got undulations of the surface under the water in the oceans that the cable's resting on, and we don't really know how to factor that accurately. I mean, maybe the cables stretch and compress with motions of the water. I don't know. With seasons.
All the shores or of the coast, it's only approximation. You don't have real measurement how long it's around some kind of how to say the relief of the on the coast, the shore. They are measuring in triangles all that shores.
So then people use a compass, right? And then they find out, well, magnetic declination is a problem. People use the stars and say, oh crap, the star isn't exactly where I thought it should be. It should be over there. So we're going to say gravity fields are warping starlight and call that deflection of the vertical for the geoid. Yeah, how immensely difficult it is. You're absolutely right, Sasu. I've developed too an appreciation for how extremely frustrating this is. It has to be, at least, to prove that Earth is a globe. So asking for an accurate map at all, whether it's flat or not, is a huge undertaking. But our simple observations and measurements that we can do in our field of influence, there's no globe indicated there, and we know what dimensions were given for the globe, and we can test for those dimensions. And we're aware of all these distortions that appear in optics and in inaccuracies of using stars and stuff, especially below certain elevation angles. But we don't need to rely on any of that. We can just do a mirror flash. We can use infrared optics and sidestep all this discussion, all this nonsense, and see too far for the globe dimensions to be true. It's like all these means are within, all these possibilities are within the average means of most people in the first world, I'd say. Even many people in the third world, they can come up with crafty, Bushman techniques to go measure the Earth. But I'd say really, truly, the technology that we have today is incredible. And it's that damn Nikon P900. Nikon will go down in history forever for being the company that busted the globe.
There are others also.
Oh, yeah.
The Samsung S25 Ultra, it's okay, it's good enough.
Yeah, Canon makes a pretty decent 60x zoom.
60 is okay, yeah. 60 is
yes, you can do a 60.
Yeah.
And it costs like half as much as P900.
Yeah, you can find for 250, something like that, 200 even.
Yeah.
Isn't the Nikon something like 83x or something like that?
Yeah.
900. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get them cheap now off eBay, like $300.
If you find them.
Yeah, there's stacks on there. It depends which country you're in as well. Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a Lumix one as well that's got very high zoom, 60 something. But yeah, why get that? The P900, that's the way to go. I mean, the P1000, what's that? 125x or something? That's crazy.
Yeah. I want something that I can convert to infrared without having to use latex gloves, tweezers, and magnifying glasses.
Box Ops. I think he has a P1000 or P900 converted to infrared.
You can get filters for them where you actually slot filters in between the camera and the lens if you're running an SLR.
Oh yeah, if you have like a detachable lens SLR camera, DSLR. Yep. But none of those lenses have any kind of like zoom capability like the P900, unfortunately.
That's the downside.
There is one crazy one, like there is some huge lens. It's like looks like it's like 3 foot long or something. It's like a Sony lens. It's got some crazy zoom.
Dude, Jay Tolan, like he's got like a $7,000 Sony camera that he converted to infrared. I'm like, you got some big balls, dude. You messed that up. Void the warranty.
There's actually a company in the US that does it. You can send your camera away to them, and they'll convert it over for you. But you'll be paying if you can direct from them.
If you convert it to that, does that mean that you can only see in infrared? Like you can't?
No. Depending on what you do, you can actually get your camera set to like 800, 700, 500, 400. You can get it locked to that. Or you can get it, there's one where it's still open to all colour, but you actually slide filters in specifically for to lock it at whatever you want. But the downside is you don't have the capabilities of the P900 or P1000. You're better off to get to that kind of level. You'd nearly have to buy an average camera, so only a couple $100, and then buy like a $2,000 telescope to put the camera on.
Yeah, or foregoing the zoom and just getting the fattest aperture your money can afford, and then using the computer to zoom in on the screen.
Yep. Yeah, if you were going to do it, if you just say someone, I don't know, Thanos snapped his fingers and you magically acquired 2 P1000s, you'd get one converted to infrared, leave the other one standard, and then go for it.
I want to do this so badly, but I'm like, I don't have the freaking time. Like, I need to take like a vacation by myself. See you, family. I'm out. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes such a difference. Did you see the observation that Nathan Thompson did? It's like side by side infrared P900 next to a regular one.
Oh, I heard about this. I haven't seen it yet. How is it?
Oh yeah, I got a clip here of it. It shows a huge difference. Well, it doesn't show a huge difference. Someone pointed out made a good point. So I'll just find it first. Then I'll try to remember the point that was made.
Yeah, man.
Here it is. Oh, it's all right. My internet sucks, and it's 30 megabytes, so it'll be uploaded in a minute.
Okay, I can wait. I mean, that just goes to show that really meticulous planning has to go in. So even though it's feasible for common people to do things like this, you can't just be flippant about it. You need to do some planning. It's like you're not doing science, but you can adopt some of the processes and methodology from doing science and document the shit out of everything you're doing, folks. Write down everything that's going on, even what it smells like. There's a lot of great evidence, I'd call it, for flat Earth that unfortunately lacks documentation, right? Lacks some context. It's just like, okay, I'm willing to accept this as true and it's believable, but I don't know if I would present this as rock solid evidence for my case. I'm going to move on to something else. It'd be great if we could clean up some of this stuff in our home server. I guess some of us have the ability to, but I don't know if it pisses people off just going and deleting bad crap.
There it is in the side chat there.
Oh, this is good. This is really good. You can see how it's stretched.
Well, that's what I thought. You know, that's the argument I was making. But someone mentioned that the top one is the 83X P900 with the infrared, and then the bottom one is the P1000. So the bottom one's actually zooming in a lot further, right? So it looks a lot bigger because it's zooming in so much further.
So there's like a perspective field of view effect, depth of field that's thrown off the angular relationships.
I think it's this similar size. It's just zooming in like way closer to it. So the angular size looks bigger. But yeah, I thought it was towering as well. But you know, that point did kind of make sense when someone mentioned it.
I'm not buying that though. That looks like stretching. The proportionality doesn't match, even if you were to scale it. That's to me stretching, man. And this is common over a marine layer. I mean, sometimes what happens is they call it, I hate the terminology, but I'll go ahead and say it because that's what they call it. Super refraction and subrefraction happening at the same time, causing it to split.
Okay, it is towering. Wait for it to zoom in again, and on the left-hand side, you can see the miraging effect where whatever the white thing is split. So wait till it zooms in. I don't know what yours is. And you can see the white thing on the left-hand side of the building. So you can see the building, white thing on the left-hand side, and how it's split and miraged. There you go. So there is
I like this. Is there more data with this? Like,
they show the setup. If you go to Nathan Thompson's TikTok, I think it was, where I pulled this video from, Nathan Thompson's TikTok, probably on his Facebook as well. He shows the setup and that sort of thing. But they should measure the exact height off the water, which I don't think they do.
Yeah.
But it's approximately like 8 to 10 foot, like, yeah, 8 foot approximately, like. Right, there's like the little bank that you can see when they're zoomed out.
Yeah.
And then they've got the camera set up on tripods just on like a garden bed type thing that's next to the lake.
See what you could do, and I don't like doing in cases like this, is saying, okay, fine, we'll assume it's 20 feet off the ground and it's still proving that Earth isn't a globe, right? But I mean, without that measurement, it just weakens your presentation.
Yeah, we need to know, like, obviously the distance. You know, we should check what that building is, and then what's the height of it.
Yeah, the globe calculated coordinates of the places and the calculated distance between them. Yep, that's what you're testing. And then the height of the observer.
Could find out. At Lake Tahoe, I guess we could. I just go to Google Earth and find out the name of the building.
You know, maybe some of this stuff we can figure out if we saw like the tripod. Look up to see if we can find a model. I mean, there could be a way to piece it together, but I mean, it sucks that Nathan didn't do. Like, you're going to go through the trouble to do this.
Yeah, if you're going to go to a little bit of effort, why not just step it up that one notch? Temperature readings, exact distances, elevation, the whole lot.
But I mean, if you can, like, have a friend go to the opposite side. Get the temperature over there.
Or go full hardcore, a camera each, park one on the building, so he can turn around and film you at the shore.
Don't you hate it when you empty a dishwasher and you're almost done? You realize that it wasn't really run, it was just well rinsed. Okay.
And when he zoom out, how much is distance from left to the right? Is it 20 miles?
Okay, do we have any super fans in text chat or in VC? Any super fans? You got a guy who followed us from the politics server. He must be really upset. They hate it every time we branch out and go to new places and talk to new people instead of being. It's like, I'm sorry, you're just not that important to me. Hey, DJ or anybody else, do you have any insight into the event status?
I'll check. Yeah, there's some stage event starting soon, apparently.
I thought that was funny yesterday for me when one of them said, why do we need a FE channel? Why can't we just talk about this in the other channels? How well would this go down if the whole lot of us just picked up our little boots and dropped into the vegan channel and started talking about FE?
It accused us of raiding something.
Yeah. I just thought it was funny though. Oh, we don't need this channel. We could just talk about this in any other channel. No. You'll get kicked out because someone will cry.
Yeah, we don't need to go to other people. I mean, people come to us. People follow us around. That's the way it works.
Honestly, I was just always that way. I think there's a certain level of responsibility that's on you if you go out and try to flat smack people, and you might not be prepared for the consequences.
It's funny. Twonga got banned from this channel. Now he's sitting up on mute with a red mic in the vegan channel.
Oh, that's funny. What a good way to dip out and go to work.
Won't let him talk there either.
Alrighty, have a good one, guys. Peace.
Catch
you later.
Catch you, man.
Adios. We have Alvaro in the chat. Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Easy come, easy go.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, what's up, man? We're here.
What's up? Have you ever heard of the horizon being like 3 degrees lower than like your eye level?
Yeah, due to like weather, right?
I'm not sure. This was just something that I stumbled across. I wasn't sure how to like reconcile that.
But you can't see forever to start. I mean, there's going to be the extinction of light itself, blipping out of material existence due to the Planck length limitation. And then and that will start scattering and absorbing, and eventually, like a fence, it'll start filtering out less and less light, and you won't be able to see anything. So as weather systems come and go, as they move around, particularly from like looking up at it from a high vantage point, like from an airplane, you're looking way off in the distance, hundreds of miles. I mean, you're looking into weather systems that are like a day away from where you live. So things could get foggy, things can clear up. You could have high humidity and you can't see for crap. Then you can have low humidity and see freaking forever. And so the horizon line is not going to be the same as your vanishing line. The vanishing line is actually a limitation and a biological design feature of how your eyes work. The interplay between the symmetry of the lens, the aperture of your eye, the optical axis running through the center of it down to the back of your eyeball, the macula, and across the center of the lens, extending out through the center of the aperture, is a vanishing line. And within about 0.02 degrees of that, you're not going to see anything anymore because your eye can't resolve it. It's too small. So everywhere you look around, whether you're looking up or looking down, you've got a vanishing line. That's going to be different than the horizon where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, the example that was presented to me was in an airplane, like at a commercial altitude. And basically, yeah, that was proof of the globe that because the horizon's 3 degrees down, that somehow proves the globe. But yeah, I don't know.
His camera was pointed 3 degrees up and you didn't know it.
The plane is pitched 3 degrees above horizontal.
I was going to go there.
Flies tilted up, yeah. Like a car drives flat, it's completely flat, straight on the ground. But a plane flies tilted up, nose up, like a motorbike doing a mono almost, you know. Goes up like that a bit. So if you're sitting in your chair and you're totally in that orientation of the plane, and you're looking out the window and it's totally at 90 degrees or whatever your camera, I guess the horizons are going to tilt a bit. If the plane's tilting, would that be right, Brad?
Yeah, so I've seen some of the images that anti-flat earthers post around from this. They'll show a heads-up display from the eye view of the camera looking at the heads-up display. So I'm like, okay, is the heads-up display tracking with where the camera is or where the pilot's sitting? Because you can have a parallax effect with the heads-up display's optics where it's showing all the green, the green stuff, right? You've got your attitude indicator, you've got altitude on there. So is that overlay actually centered on the horizon from the perspective of where the camera is or from where the pilot is? Like if I were to sit up in my chair higher, how would that shift the relationship between the horizon and the heads-up display? If I were to slouch in my seat, is that going to shift the relationship? If I hold the camera up at an angle or down at an angle, does that change the angular relationship between the HUD and the horizon? The answer is yes, it does. That's before we get to discussing trim and the angle of attack of the airfoil.
Yeah, I can explain that if you want. When you set up a HUD, there's these lines on it that the pilot is supposed to put their eyes on it and lift their chair and whatever to make sure that they've got the correct line, so their eyes, the middle of their eyes, is in the right spot. Now the HUDs can also compensate for the refraction caused by the windscreen. So the windscreen will bend the light downwards and they'll move the horizon above it. So the HUD is correct, but what they're seeing is incorrect.
And they got the airplane, right? Airplanes are designed so that they're going to fly tilted up at an angle to create a pressure differential between the leading edge of the wing and the top and the bottom of the wing and the back of the wing, obviously. That asymmetric pressure is what gives a lift. So the airplane's going to naturally want to kind of fall at a 3-degree angle into the direction of travel and then constantly be lifted up as it flies. And this maintains horizontal steady flight. Now, what you can also do is you can trim using like a trim wheel or something in an airplane. This moves the the elevators on the back up and down, and this can basically calibrate your aircraft so that it's going to constantly be pitching up or pitching down at a certain rate. But you may need to do this depending on how you're flying and what the weather's like. So is it possible that they could also, for the sake of producing the perfect globe shot, spin that trim wheel just a little bit, move the camera around just a little bit, and then snap a picture? And the answer is yes, they can. But here's the thing: a 3-degree pitch down, guess what? That's going to be BS. I actually did the math on what the dip angle to the horizon is on the globe, assuming no atmosphere. Let me pull it out real quick.
It'll be easier for them just to manipulate the height of the camera. Because if the HUD display has the altitude, if they pitched it down, then the altitude numbers would change in the display.
All right, I posted in the side chat. There's the horizon dip angle. That's a dip angle to the globe horizon, the geometric horizon on a globe if it existed. I think it says for a transcontinental flight, I pre-calculated that's at 0.3 degrees. So if somebody's showing you a 3-degree horizon dip and claiming that's the sphere edge of the Earth, they're off by an order of magnitude. Like literally an order of magnitude.
Yeah, I think that's what they were saying, is that 3-degree depression angle is the curvature. And yeah.
Yeah, no, there's the math. You can recreate this spreadsheet yourself using that screenshot, and you can play with it and find out for yourself.
Yeah, I was having a similar discussion about this morning, and someone was sharing this image in the side chat here from flatearth.ws. Right, this is more false claims, right, about the horizon appearing to be below eye level, right? Because there are factors that haven't been accounted for, and usually this happens from altitude, but even from lower altitude, like if you have a look at that bottom right image for starters, quite often when you're looking out at the horizon and there isn't an object on the horizon, you can't tell if you're looking at the true horizon or not, right? There could be a mirage taking place, right? Like this image that I just posted now, right? If there's not something there, it just looks like a normal horizon line. But
that's funny.
Yeah, this is here's the boat, right? I photoshopped out the boat just to make this point, right? This is what's really there, right? And we can see another horizon line just behind the boat.
Dude, you ever been out at the beach on a hazy day? You can't see like 3 miles away because of the humidity. So yeah, this is so stupid. Like
everything that flatearth.ws website puts out is completely stupid.
Got that right.
A little bit break. They think
that's an image taken with a digital camera, so there's been some post-digital processing in it. So those lines are not consistent with what the camera actually saw.
Big ups to Rayleigh criterion. You really know your stuff when it comes to cameras.
Yeah, I've spent 20 years using digital cameras and seen all the stupid stuff that sometimes happens when you don't have your camera set up properly.
Yeah, that's a good teacher right there. Experience.
Well, I'd have to say I've taken probably like 100,000 photographs over the last 20 years.
Must really irk you to see some of the camera tricks that these anti-flatties do, the extreme lengths they might go through just to present an idealized version of what they think the Earth should be.
Yeah, anytime flatearth.ws mentions cameras, I just laugh at it and go, and you guys have no clue what you're talking about. Because they had that one page about how when you are in telephoto mode, you actually increase the size of your aperture in there, and that's why you can see more and stuff like that. And that's completely opposite of what happens. Because as a telephoto lens extends, the aperture actually has to shrink.
Exactly. That's the same excuse they use for the coin on the table.
Yeah. And like I said, when you're using a telephoto, you will get more. You can block the center. Like it's like those telescopes you see. They have these large 14-inch telescopes. They've got a mirror in the middle, so that middle is blocked. But you can still get a good image because the light is coming from the outside of it. It's the same thing with the camera when you put it in telephoto mode. You're doing the exact same thing. So you can block the center and still see the light coming in from the outside. But it doesn't mean you're seeing more. You're seeing what is there.
Yeah, here's the flatearth.ws post about the coin on the table. You know, they're saying that when you zoom in, the aperture hole widens really hot, like really wide. And that's where you can see it. But it's the opposite, right? Like when you zoom in, it shrinks.
Yep. And anybody who knows cameras knows that for certain. It's like when I have my camera at 21 millimeters, I can have like an f3.4 aperture, but when I zoom out all the way, it's a 6.5.
Exactly.
It's smaller. They don't realize that the bigger number actually means smaller.
Yeah, yeah. I'll show you something funny. A Glober the other day was I was telling them, look, there's no observations of a boat going over a horizon where you have accounted for all of the variables such as waves and miraging effects and all of the possible things that could explain it. And then they posted this as their evidence. The screenshot that I just put in the side chat. They're like, I've got one. This is the one. And if you have a look through the video, it's like it's huge waves and just like,
oh, that's funny.
The craziest miraging effects you could ever see as well. If you look through the video, it's pretty funny. Yeah, they're getting worse. The Globies are getting worse.
They certainly are. I'm going to post here a GIF. I think this relates to what Rayleigh Criterion was saying, and also how you can use subject distance, depth of field, the field of view, and aperture sizes to create interesting relationships regarding perspective and the angles of reception. All right, I'm going to post this GIF. Check it out. It's going to be of a man.
Absolutely.
It looks like he's zooming in and out.
Yep.
All right, so the question is, are those ears going behind the curvature head? Those ears are not going behind his head, right?
You posted something?
Oh, it's still loading. Shit. I'm on mobile. Give it a minute. It's like 2/3 of the way done.
Did you forget to feed the squirrels?
Yeah, yeah. Up it's 1/3. Okay, I must have switched to a different cell tower. Almost there. Stay on target. Almost there. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. I got one like that.
Exactly. Yes.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, are his
I'm
ears going
stealing
behind
that.
curvature, and are you zooming in around the curvature of his head? The answer is no. His ears are always there. You're playing with the subject distance, focal length, and aperture size. And you can make objects go behind the curvature of his head. And that's not what's really happening. So in a similar way, you can play with the relationship of objects in the background and the subject in the foreground. This is why we need to know where people are positioned, what their camera settings are, and where the subjects is, and where the background is.
And I would add to that, you also need to know what the weather conditions are and where the sun is, all that stuff.
Oh, for sure. Right, so giving us just a picture, an image, or something that's cropped, like some guy's vacation video of a cruise ship, and saying there, it looks like Earth curvature, therefore it is absolute BS. I mean, what if we had, who knows where he is, how far away the ship is, what aperture, like if he would have stayed at the same height, had a fatter camera lens, maybe we'd be seeing behind the curvature of the Earth, just like we're seeing behind the curvature of this man's head. Or you've got who's it, Mr. Sensible, I think, did that demonstration with the camera zoomed into the surface of the
basketball to show. It's like, well, sir, your camera, if that were actually scaled up, your camera would be the size of Canada. And look no further than Soundly's Lake Pontchartrain Bridge as a stunning example of what happens when you combine photo trickery, stacking images, I mean, the telltale sign there, which I'm surprised fools anybody, is how it looks like the cars are going straight up in the air and then back down on the other side. There's another one, the Utah Salt Flats that these anti-flat earthers love to show. And it looks like the terrain is gently sloping away from the camera's position, taken up high on a mountain range, overlooking a roadway that goes off to the horizon and a parallel train track that runs too. What was really funny to me is when I looked at Google Earth, when I looked at a map of the area, you could see that the road actually has a bend in it. It does a slight bend way off in the distance. Captured from the right angle, which was chosen specifically to produce that illusion, you can make that bend look like it's going over Earth curvature when it's really like bending southward. Like it's a literal like gentle right turn south if you're heading east. And the road's still flat. Somebody took a nighttime image of it, and you could see the headlights, and the headlights are turning. They're turning because they're renegotiating the direction of the road as it changes, not over the curvature of the earth, but right to left. Yeah, so these guys, like, you got to wonder, I mean, these people who go to these lengths to set up these illusions, they have to know exactly what the hell they're doing. And to me, this doesn't reveal so much ignorance, but something malicious. And then they ask, why would they lie? Right? They go to meticulous lengths to set up optical illusions to trick people because they think they're justified defending the globe because they believe it so much. And then they would ask us, why would anybody lie about the shape of the earth? And there they are freaking doing it.
Yeah, maybe, maybe that's why they think we fake some of our observations, because they know what they're like themselves and what they would do.
Yeah, they're projecting. Right? Have you guys seen the turning torso in Sweden?
Yes.
What's interesting, the way to debunk that one is to look at the twist. Look at how much it's twisting. And you can clearly see that there's image compression going on, which is giving the impression that a horizon is being lifted up to cut off the bottom. But there's only one rate of twist, and it's the same rate of twist, just compressed. It's just so disgusting. So what they'll do, I think they pretend to count the windows or something, or the stories on that twisting torso, and they say, look here, look here, look here, and there's like a panel, a series of them, saying as I move further away, like the horizon is gobbling up the bottom of the turning torso tower. But it's the same twist. And what's happening is there's compression of the stories that are overlapping each other.
And notice they don't do it at nighttime when the lights of the building would be more easily visible against the background.
Yeah, good point.
Do it during the daytime.
That's such a good point.
Because he moved his position to the north of the building. So the sun is now bouncing off the water towards his camera.
I see.
And that's what's causing most of the effect. Because now the sunlight reflecting off the water to his camera is blocking anything behind the water.
That's so disgusting, right? So that takes meticulous planning.
It's a combination of stupidity and serendipity.
You think so? Well, maybe it is.
Because I don't think they're smart enough to know it. I just don't. But they just said, "Well, I've done it this before, and this is what I saw, so I'm going to do it again." That sort of deal. But as soon as I knew we moved to the north, I went like, "Of course you moved to the north, because now you got the sun in the south, and it's reflecting off the thing." So that's why I say when someone presents a photo to me, is, "Well, what direction are you pointing? Where's the sun?" Because all those things matter.
This is why I like BLMSB 69's channel, where he's got the same rigs, different times of day, even different vantage points throughout the year. And it's such a great study on environmental effects and subject-observer relationship effects and how it can change how things look. And Pablo's dog. I know India likes to bring up Pablo's dog's channel. Same deal, looking across the water at distant coastlines. And just capturing the natural beauty of Earth and how it changes how you perceive things.
Those.
And then they have the gall to cherry pick a globe out of it. Go ahead.
Those Utah salt flats that you mentioned, they also flood every year, just like, multiple times a year, like the ones in Bolivia, and they create perfect mirror image reflections of the sky. So the globe people don't like to, discuss that one.
Yeah, they won't go there and do that. Indio did a great. He put AI to good use to crunch some numbers, some serious numbers. Basically, if you have an observer on a ball 3959 miles and the ball's like a perfectly reflective surface of the sky, we're not so much interested in the distance to the horizon, but we're interested in at what point does the distortion of the sky begin to stretch, right? Because if we look down at our feet, it's going to show us the clouds above our heads. As we look further away from us, it's going to show the clouds above there, and so on and so forth as we look out. But at some point, we're going to start noticing a stretching, and it's going to become resolvable. And at what point is that stretching resolvable by the eye? And it turned out to be 0.7 miles away on the ground. So if you're at a salt flat, you're standing up looking at the surface, 0.7 miles away, the eye could resolve the stretching of the sky above it. I mean, that's even better than, a horizon at 3 miles from a 6-foot observer. That's stretching. That's an optical distortion that should be plainly visible.
Can you go over this twisting torso thing one more time? Now I'm looking at it. I posted the.
Yeah, I'm going from memory right now, but if I recall, there's like there's a color change showing the twist of the torso, right?
Yeah, it's basically it's saying 8 blocks, like it's like from a different vantage points, right? And then you can only see 8 blocks, and it goes down until you can only see 3 blocks.
Yeah, that's the distraction. That's the trick. Now, if you go look at the turning torso online, like go look at pictures of it, professional ones that are taken from like a helicopter. I want you to notice how much it twists. I forgot what that's called, like the twist of something. Like, kind of like you've got like the twist of a screw. How much does it twist along its height? Kind of like how many turns of the screws there along its length. I want you to note that. I want you to like pick a reference point on the ground and follow that edge of the twist as it turns around to the top.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it twists what? Is it like 90-degree twist or something?
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
So if the bottom's going to be cut off, then you're like halfway down, then you're only going to see half the twist.
But it kind of seems like you can just see that you can. I get what you're saying, but it looks like
you can see the whole twist, right?
No, because he keeps moving to the left. Each vantage point, he's physically moving his camera like further to the left of the building. Now
it wouldn't matter. It's one twist rate, though.
Yeah, but what do you think's happening? Like compression or what?
Yeah, compression.
But then, if it was compression, the distance between the blocks, like this, each block's like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, got like 5 windows on it. But you don't see like 8 blocks compressed on the last image, and I think it's just because he's changing his vantage point. It kind of looks like the twist stays the same, but I think you're just seeing like a higher part of the twist because he's further over to the left. I'm just playing devil's advocate on it, that's all.
Yeah, I think he selectively chose overlapping, like he selectively chose those images that show the least amount of distortion. So you've got overlapping stories.
What do you think about lensing? Like atmospheric lensing. What's your opinion on that?
You know, I've read accounts of it happening, and I suppose maybe it could. I do know that the biology of the eye is such that perspective changes for large things at extremely far distances near the vanishing line and near the horizon, in this case, when you're looking out. So there's like a tilt in your eye. I forgot how many degrees is it. And there's a weird, almost like a horn shape within the eye. And the way this processes information is perspective will seem to scale linearly up to a point, but in the distance, in the extreme far field, it changes. Like, this is why the moon looks big when it's on the horizon, but it looks small when it's way up overhead. It's because it's messing with the angular relationships of things in the distance. And if you were to stand on your head, you invert the tilted optical axis of the energetic pseudosphere in the eye, and this causes the moon to look smaller.
Well, that will be the lenses of the eye, right? Because when you ask about atmospheric lensing, but a lens is a specific thing, and there is no lens in the air. So I think that term,
right,
atmospheric lensing, is completely wrong. There's no lens in the air.
Well, I'd
agree with that too.
When we talk about miraging, though, right, they say that the air, like, this is just according to the mainstream, right? They literally, like, in the definition of atmospheric, of mirage, what a mirage is, they say in the first sentence, like, because we know that the air acts like a lens, and that's what causes mirages.
That's what I think.
Is that what actually happening though? Because when you take a lens, right? When you actually take a lens, and it's changing the angle and of the light that is coming through. Yeah, but
the angular resolution of that building is not getting smaller, so that building is like being magnified while that guy is going in distance. you see the building having the same exact angular size on all those images. But the bottom part of that building, yeah, it appears to be hidden by that horizon. But that's what happens with the sun too. And also that's what happens with the candle on the table when you are using that lens.
When you're using a lens, yeah.
Yeah. So the candle will just keep having the same angular size. It won't shrink while it's getting farther in distance. So it will just defy that perspective, like that building is doing in that observation. The building is not shrinking.
Well, Jamesy, what do you think could be happening here? Why do you think the bottom of the bottom half of the building is missing?
In which example? I'm sorry, which example are we talking about?
Oh, 1 second. I'll repost it again so it's fresh.
My bad.
No, you're right. It's the twisting torso one. You've probably seen it before. Here it is.
This is across a lake?
Something like that. Now, what he does, right? He's at a vantage point on the other side of the lake that's closer to the building on the left image, and then he keeps changing his vantage point further down the river, away from the building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the further he gets away from the building, he's saying that because he's moving further away from the building, the building is dipping more and more below the curvature of the Earth. That's his claim.
But if that was the case, the building will be tilting with the curvature. That I will say so, because if you're going away from the building and you're going with the curve, right, and the building is behind the curve, it wouldn't be 90 degrees. The building wouldn't be 90 degrees. I know that point. You probably agree with that, maybe, but you're asking why.
That's hard to argue.
That's it. What do you think? My bad. I know this is going away from what you ask.
Between the first image that is 25 kilometers away from the building and the one that is like double the distance, if you measure how wide is that building, in those images, you will find that it is like the same. If it is not wider in the last one, where that building is farther distance.
That's a good point. I'll take this image right now and I'll do a side by side and see if it's
double.
It should be a lot thinner, right? If it's double the distance away, it should be half.
Yeah.
Good point, Necros. I like that.
Like I told you, it's just magnification due to that those atmospheric conditions.
Yeah. And you can see exactly, and that only happens sometimes. And you can see in this particular scenario or image or whatever, it's super hazy. Like there's a lot of billions and billions of little water particles in the air that can kind of act like a magnifier, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, it does.
I think it's stretching, not magnifying.
So that's
stretching. Oh, you think it's
stretching? Yeah, horizontally.
Yeah,
you mean on the?
I told you.
You mean compressing?
It's compressing, and also this is widening. Dr. John Dee does a great demonstration of this, actually.
But at the end of the day, we can only see
observation.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, there's still half of the building missing, though. In the right ones.
It will happen because that building, instead of shrinking in distance, it's getting away, but its size
magnified.
It's getting magnified. What do you do with that part that is magnified, that is on that behind that surface of water, which is physical surface of water, which is opaque, not transparent? It will
also
be
the amount of water.
Yeah,
it's more. It's the amount of water between the observer and the building. There's more water in the way. There is a longer distance, obviously. So
Yeah, just like the candle.
Yeah.
Remember the candle demonstration?
Yeah. Look, I'm going to post a whole bunch of those like candle type demonstrations because I got a bunch saved, and I think what we see in this observation is exactly what we see in these observations where they set up a lens or like a magnifying glass type thing, and then they slide something away, and it doesn't reduce in angular size, and it looks like it like dips down. So
Did he tell you which? Did he tell you which building is this?
I'll post the video. I haven't watched it in a couple of years.
Okay.
It's called the Turning Torso in Sweden.
Yeah, I did post the video a minute ago. I'll just repost it again
There's
quickly.
multiple cities in the U.S. that are next to lakes, and they are under the lake level as well. So that adds up into whatever amount of the building is not observable from the water level, because many of the street levels and the bottom of the buildings are below the lake level or the water level.
Yeah, I'm just seeing compression and a little bit of stretching horizontally due to humidity.
But if it was compression, wouldn't the so you think that we can see the whole building, but it's just compressed?
Yeah.
No, spread. But we can count the blocks though.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not the entire building that you can see in the second or the third image, not even the fourth or the fifth, because those are the building is so much faded there. But in the second and third, yeah, for sure, the building appears to sink below that horizon line. But counting those lines, because that building, when it was built, there is those black lines. They are physically there in the building. So you can see those lines, those horizontal lines separating those stores of that building. You can see that they are not the same number of those lines. There is just 7, and the third image there is 6 lines that you can count, and the blocks, they are the same size. That's why I told you it's magnification. It's keeping the exact same size while the guy is going farther in distance. So those blocks are the same size. You can take the image. I haven't done it yet, but for sure I can do it. I can tell you that you will find that.
Let me show you what I see, guys. Look at the one that says 5 blocks. They're actually 6 blocks.
Oh yeah, he does mention. Okay, hold on. It is mentioned in the video. I did take a deep dive into this once before, trying to debunk it.
Why are there 6 blocks? He says there are 5 because you got 2 of the blocks that are compressed on the bottom.
No, I think he mentions this in the video. I remember having the same thought. 1 second, let me check what you mean. 5 blocks.
Blocks aren't even the same size.
Oh,
man.
I think he says in the video. He says in the video, like, see how you've got the aqua line next to it. So he's not counting that bottom block. I think because for some reason.
In the other image,
because you can't see the whole block.
7 instead of 6.
But the blocks are different sizes, like all of them.
I remember going and taking this into Photoshop, and I was drawing like lines everywhere, and then copying the line and putting it on the next block, and I couldn't find that the blocks were different sizes. But
wait, bro, like... the torso building is behind other buildings. It's not next to the water, so there is.
Yeah, there's. You don't see. He does cover all that in the video, though.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. I mean, if you're in front of a car that is smaller than the building, the car can cover the whole building in front of you, or a street pole or whatever. So the water that is between the observer and the building that long distance, when he's getting further and further, the water is covering more the view. And there's also that effect that is at the line of the water that it looks like the sky, but it's actually like a blocking. It's a there's like when you look at the horizon, you see this line of the sky and the water that kind of like turns into some type of, I don't know, blockish.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's a lot of that going on in this observation. You can block the building with a finger if you wanted to, in front of your eye. So water in the way, it's gonna block a bunch of it too. So about the 90 degrees, the building is still 90 degrees, even though it's on the side of the ball. How does that work?
Yeah, that is strange. Sporadic. Do you know can you do the math on that? Like how much should it be tilted away at like those?
Yeah, it's going to be like 0.009
What's the distance?
degrees.
The distances are multiple distances. So the furthest distance is 29.7 miles or 47.9 kilometers.
It's going to be under half a degree.
And also the size. Can you calculate how much difference should we have on their angular size on the first image compared to the last one? Because like I told you, the last one is a little bit wider than the first one. So the building is definitely magnified there. I just want to know for sure how much difference for the angular size we should have.
Would double the distance mean it should be half the angular size? Is that how it works?
That's what I think too. I just want a confirmation. Because dependent to what I understand and dependent to what I see, I didn't even touch the image. It's just what I can see here on Discord, and I didn't download it even. They are the same size. If the last one is not bigger, wider, some bigger, you can say that it's bigger, because if you count the blocks and you compare the blocks that they are even the same size between the first, second, and third image, definitely we should see those things getting smaller. Even the windows in the third image, the windows, those little points, little dots, I think those are windows, they are just fading, while that building is getting farther. They're not getting smaller. They're fading in that fog there in distance, and that accumulation of humidity because of that distance.
I mean, you could probably calculate it if you knew how far away he was, but you're not going to be able to tell from the image.
Yeah.
Anyway, I had to do that on the phone, but the point was to illustrate that those blocks are not evenly sized.
Yeah, there's a little bit of compression towards the bottom.
I'd say they're like two blocks that are compressed into one. That's why it looks so swishy and squishy, and the resolution sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, there's 8 blocks in the first one. and then there's only
Yeah. So
you know.
maybe 3 blocks are squished into one. I mean, the bottom of that thing is just so fat and loss of resolution.
I want to check out the video that Rayleigh posted about the same tower.
I just can't see how can they argue that if half of the building is missing because it's going with the curvature, and you also the observer is going with the curvature the other way, right? So they wouldn't be how do you say there will be my bad. Like you were saying that it will be 0.1 degree or something, but if half of the building is missing and the other guy is at the other side of the ball as well, so there should be a different. It should be noticeable the change of the angle. Yeah, the tilt. It should be.
It's less than 30 miles, so it'd be less than half a degree of tilt. 60 miles, 1 degree, right? So it's like 28 point something miles, so less than half that, so less than half a degree.
Yep, I concur.
Right, so that wouldn't be enough to notice. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
You wouldn't notice?
If you're making this observation, I mean, it's hard, right? Because the light source is moving. What you would notice over time is the reflection would have to be different, right? Angle of incidence towards the eye. So you would notice that change, but the light source is continually moving, so it's hard to tell. Unless you're going to get some high-end optics and start measuring stuff, but I don't think you could see.
Well, I think what actually makes it hard is that it's not actually happening. That it's I'm trying to explain that in the fantasy globe, if the building is on the side of the ball, and I'm also on the side of the ball because I'm also on the ball looking at it, I should be tilting this way, and the building should be tilting the other way. Yeah. And arguing that is fantasy, so that's why it's difficult to argue for it.
Yeah, but the ballers say they do notice that. That's what their reciprocal zenith angles are.
See, this is the next thing I was going to bring up. It's kind of like deflection of the vertical.
I want to draw your attention to the last one in the panel. The twist makes a hard turn because of compression. When you go to the original and you look at the shadow line, you see that the shadow line drops down and then it swoops off to the right towards the horizon. There's some tremendous compression happening within a very narrow field of view.
So how do they deal with squaring their refraction claim of Black Swan with their reciprocal zenith angles, because they're saying that the surface is basically refracted to look flat, but then you still see the tilt of things on the surface from the curve that you don't see?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Insanity.
Yeah.
Right, or even you hear this from bad flat earthers, right? Like Whitsitt, who told Jaron that you don't use angles of elevation for celestial navigation below 20 degrees because of optical distortions, and you can't trust it. But you can definitely trust a 2-degree angle of elevation to a mountain peak and a star that it's occulting. I mean, the most violent part above the surface is taking place right there, where you've got the most energy being transferred at once. That's where you're finding all the mad turbulence. And this is another thing, like terrestrial refraction, we can give them a homogeneous medium for it to work, but it's a dynamic fluid. And the structure of the fluid is inhomogeneous. Which means you wouldn't expect to see a stable image at all. Especially in a narrow viewing angle, right above the surface where the energy transfers the most, and you have all that freaking turbulence happening. I mean, it gets even worse when you factor in the potential for total internal reflection, because your viewing angle is so oblique, you surpass a critical angle and you can start seeing images reflected from the sky on the ground. So it's interesting if you think about the plane this way. When you look straight down at your feet, you're looking 90 degrees to the surface normal of the plane. If you look at a spot like 45 degrees in front of you, that plane has rotated. As you look further out to the horizon, the plane is rotating even more until the point where it's 0.02 degrees tilted in your favor. That's your angular resolution limit. Right, if you're 6 feet off the ground on a flat surface, that happens to be the same point where people claim the globe curvature is. And so this is why we need to see like big objects of bigger angular size, or we need to use fat aperture cameras like Nikon P900s, so we can zoom in and open that angle a bit further. And what they claim with terrestrial refraction is that that point beyond the curve is being lifted up even further out, which is so silly. Yeah, it's like, why is it happening at that point and not any point closer? Like, if it happened at a point closer to you, you'd probably see a concave Earth. The other thing people pointed out is the geometric relationship can be explained in another way, and this is absolutely true, that terrestrial refraction is doing the same thing as you'd see as if you, the observer, were lifted up to a higher vantage point from your current location, looking out onto the same image. And obviously that's not happening when you have a continuous zoom, because you're not seeing like any height change. So this means the globers are also saying that in addition to having a stable image, it's actually a complex curve that's taken place for the propagation of light, not just one simple curve. And then this is also happening to all trillions of rays of light. And each one of them is taking an independent complex curve arcing path to visit your eye and produce and conspire together to produce a flat image.
Yeah, and then that gets repeated in all sorts of different environments, and the same thing happens in different locations.
Yeah. So, like, why would the ray of light that's coming from 10 miles to the left on the horizon travel, the same way through the same path through the same even environment as the ray that's 10 miles to the right in my field of view on the horizon? So there's something in the environment that's causing that light to bend. And for all these rays of light everywhere that you're seeing to bend in different ways and yet produce a flat, stable image at the same time. It's so freaking crazy. Like, who would even think that this is a reasonable conclusion in the first place? You got to have some serious cog dis off the bat to come to that conclusion.
Not only is it flattening all of the water within the entire frame of the observation, right? It's at the same time it's also hiding a geometric horizon line perfectly, so it's undetectable. Magic.
Yeah. The light just happens to know how much it needs to bend to reach the observer at the height that the observer is, because that's going to change too. So the light just knows, man. The light just knows how high you are. It happens to know where all the environmental features are of the surface. It's giving off different heat. And the wind is blowing at different places, which means it's cooling things off in different ways from different angles. And so the light just knows how much it needs to change in order to conspire together to produce exactly what you see. It's just the whole thing. I just can't anymore.
It's another silly thing is this claim of standard atmospheric refraction that they go on about.
Yeah.
As if that's what's present most of the time. It's standard, even though there's not a single observation that lines up with that I've ever seen.
So in a related way, I was reading up on like some signal propagation theory stuff, and I came across this explanation for how you have ground wave propagation of radio waves and why the signal doesn't distort from the top to the bottom over a curving surface, because the wave is going to have to increase its velocity at a higher altitude in order to match the phase that's occurring at a lower velocity at a lower altitude. And so they came up with this thing called the wave pulse rope theory, which basically says the gravitational gradient happens to just keep everything in lockstep and rotating the wavefront nadir around the curvature of the Earth in a uniform fashion. It was like the dumbest thing. And meanwhile, in the same book, they're using calculus and integrals to solve for propagation problems, assuming half planes, which are flat Earth. So they give you the wave pulse theory in this chapter, and then they use mathematics to solve propagation problems using a flat Earth. Like, come on, make up your minds. It's just really funny. Like, you see this over and over again in the literature, and if you're not with it, you're not going to know to key up on it and notice it. This is a book by Professor Bolanis or something, Dr. Bolanis. He wrote this really fat book on the subject. It's called like antenna theory and propagation. It's the same thing we run into again and again with the mismatch of geometrical topologies. We assume the curve here, but then we use it flat there. The pilot uses elevation azimuth angles to negotiate his actual flight, but then he's staring at a little airplane on a spherical coordinate system on a computer screen and thinks that that's real. You know, the UK Ordnance Survey is a flat map. So when people ask for a flat Earth map, there you go. You slap that sucker on a globe and it doesn't match. But the Ordnance Survey is considered more accurate in reality than using latitude and longitude. It's almost enough to make you go crazy for seeing how crazy the entire world is with this delusion. And you know what? You're perfectly right to go a little crazy seeing this all around you and being awake to this. And for most of us, this is not the first subject of its kind that we've had this realization about, but it's probably the most profound.
Oh, absolutely.
There's funny thing in literature about this, like the wavefront of light and radio waves. There's like a theory that it has a tendency to curl upwards, and this explains why it propagates further over a globe. But at the same time, it has to be rotating downwards with respect to the nadir, the surface normal of Earth. It's just like the airplane that has to be tilted up at a positive angle of attack. And yet people claim that it's also going ass over nose as it rotates itself around the ball. They just can't make up their damn minds. I mean, maybe today could have a theme behind it, like the many paradoxes and contradictions. We've just been going into them for the past 5 hours.
Hey, Cyclone. Oh, he was here a second ago. Oh, he's there. Hey, Cyclone, you there?
Hey, what's up, bro?
He ran.
what's
He's
going on?
scared. God damn it! Too late.
Hey, Bong Xiao was asking if he can get some image perms.
Image perms. 2 seconds. Did Bong's in the chat?
And I did the calculation at 0.22 degrees of a tilt.
What was it? What was it?
So it's 25 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's 0.22 degrees.
Yeah.
That's like the angular resolution limit of the. No, that's 0.02. Never mind. Still very tiny.
There's a good video that Rayleigh Criterion posted, and it shows the building over 21 days. What it looks like. And then I posted a Google Earth image. Right, there's actually some big buildings in front of it that we can't see in those images.
There's just a lot of complex things happening that day in that image, and you can probably suss out 3 or 4 things to talk about. And the problem is capturing the attention of the other person or the audience long enough to go through them if they are willing to carry here. And part of our challenge is being quick and not, meandering along for too long. I mean, we're dealing with a bunch of TikTok brains. I know I sometimes struggle with that. I tend to only like to jump in if the other person sounds like that they're willing to hear a long, entertaining discussion. And then I misjudge it. Yeah, thanks for posting that. I gotta get going. I'll be on later to listen in and offer tech support.
Alrighty.